Floating Dragon by Peter Straub. Copyright 1983 by Peter Straub. Narrated by Bob Askey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. An unspeakable horror invades a suburban Connecticut commuter town. 4 stalwart residents, attuned to the shocking events, emerge as heroes battling against the dragon, an occult novel with an eerie mixture of demonic possessions, hauntings, telepathy, ghosts, plague, murders, and suicides, violence, some strong language, and explicit descriptions of sex. Bestseller, 1983. From the book jacket. There's just one thing wrong with living in Hampstead, and by the time you find out what it is, it'll be too late. The time is the present. The place is an affluent commuter town, manicured, woodsy, a bit bohemian, where every refrigerator is stocked with Perrier, every closet with expensive jogging shoes. There is only one thing wrong with living there. Hampstead is about to be visited by a siege of unspeakable horror. In a stunning tour de force, Peter Straub harnesses his unquestioned literary skills to a story that soars and stretches to new reaches of the human experience. The 4 principal characters are led through escalating tensions and terrors to a world thoroughly penetrated by mystery, a world that can be horribly experienced, but never really understood. Richard Allbees, Patsy McCloud, Graham Williams, and young Tabby Smithfield discover the malignancy growing in their town and must escape it before they become its victims. Their efforts and the convulsions of the town they must try to save mesh into a gothic extravaganza, a tale that accelerates toward a climax of bruising and masterly power. With every book, Peter Straub has grown in ambition, daring, and audacity, but has kept constant faith with the reader who wishes above all to be entertained as well as dazzled, which is why he has become one of the most popular and successful young novelists in America. Uniting the strength and fascination of ghost story with the feverish, subtle, and visionary qualities of Shadowland, Floating Dragon transcends the literary provinces of horror and fantasy from which it takes flight. It creates a new fictional genre all by itself, and Peter Straub has made himself its sole proprietor and undisputed master. About the author. Peter Straub is the author of Marriages, Julia, If You Could See Me Now, Ghost Story, and Shadowland. Julia and Ghost Story were filmed, and Shadowland was nominated for Best Novel 1981 World Fantasy Awards. Peter Straub was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, spent a decade in Ireland and England, and now lives in Connecticut. Peter Straub. Floating Dragon. Publisher's note. This novel is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to events, locales, or actual persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. For Emma Sidney Valley Straub. Contents. The Death of Stony Friedgood, Side 1. Part 1. Entry, Side 1. Part 2. Establishment, Side 6. Part 3. Dominion, Side 10. After the Moon, Side 16. Now time and the land are identical, linked forever. John Ashbery, Haunted Landscape. The devil is a dumb spirit. All the devil knows is what you tell him with your own big fat mouth. Frederick K. Price. The Death of Stony Friedgood. 1. 1962 to 1963. For Stony Baxter Friedgood, her infrequent adulteries were adventures. Picking up a man who thought he was picking her up gave her life a sense of drama missing since she had been 20 and a student at Scripps Claremont. Not only adventures, they were the salvation of her marriage. In college, she had juggled 4 boyfriends, and only one of them, a mathematics graduate student named Leo Friedgood, had known of the existence of the others. Leo had seemed amused by her secretiveness, as he was amused by her private school nickname. Only after several months did Stony realize the extent to which amusement masked arousal. She married him just after graduation. No graduate school for Stony, and no more for Leo, who shaved his beard and bought a suit and took a job with Telpro Corporation, which had an office in Santa Monica. 2. 1969. Tabby Smithfield grew to the age of 5 in an enormous stone house in Hampstead, Connecticut, with 4 acres of well-tended ground and a burglar alarm on the front gates. The neighborhood, consisting of 16 houses along Long Island Sound, was impressive enough to attract its own tourists. Perhaps 6 cars a day trolled down Mount Avenue, the drivers and passengers leaning to glimpse the mansions behind the gates. Locally, Mount Avenue was the Golden Mile, though it was twice longer than that. It was the original road between Hillhaven, the Victorian suburb of Patchen, and Hampstead. Mount Avenue, the site of the original farm settlements of Hampstead and Hillhaven, had once been the principal coaching road north to New Haven, but its hectic days were long past. Manufacturers with plants in Bridgeport or Woodville, a doctor, and the head of Patchen County's biggest legal practice lived in the impressive houses, along with others like them, older people who wished no excitement in their private lives. Tourists rubbernecking along the Golden Mile rarely saw them. There might be a visiting movie star taking the sea-laden air along the coastal road, or a college president pausing for breath before he made his pitch for funds, but the owners of the houses were invisible. Outside the gray stone house, however, those taking a fast peek through the opened gates in 1969 might have seen a tall, dark-haired man in tennis whites playing with a small boy. Perhaps a uniformed nanny would have been hovering on the steps before the front door, her posture inexplicably tense. And perhaps the boy's posture, too, would have seemed awkward, inhabited by the same tension, as if little Tabby Smithfield were half aware that he was not supposed to be playing with his father. They make an oddly static and incomplete scene, father and son and nanny. They are badly composed. One figure is missing. 3. 1964. Stony Friedgood's first affair after her marriage was in 1964, with the husband of a friend, a neighbor in their neat row of tract houses. He was unlike Leo, being jovial and blond and easy-going, a very junior banker, and Leo invariably spoke of him with contempt. This affair endured only 2 months. Stony's delicate face, which was sharp-featured and framed in shining brown hair, became familiar in galleries and art museums, in certain bars at certain times. Considered from a utilitarian point of view, one neither Stony's nor Leo's parents could have understood, the Friedgoods had a successful marriage. By the time Leo was promoted twice and transferred to Telpro's New York offices, their income had doubled, and Stony weighed only a pound more than when she was a student at Scripps. She left behind her yoga classes, a half-completed gourmet cooking course, 4 unused tickets to a concert series, the undigested and already vague memories of 6 or 7 men. Leo left nothing at all behind. The company paid to ship east his sailboat and the 8 cases he called his cellar. 4. 1968. Monty Smithfield, his grandfather, was the great figure in Tabby's early childhood. It was Monty who kissed him first when he returned from nursery school, and Monty and his mother took him to his first haircut. Birthdays and Christmases, Monty gave him stupefying presents, vast train sets, and every possible sort of preschool vehicle, from walkers to big wheels, even a dwarf pony stabled at a riding school. This was presented with much fanfare at Tabby's 3rd birthday, August 1968. Monty had provided a party for 20 children, a band playing Beatle songs and tunes from Disney movies, an ice sculpture of a brontosaurus. Tabby loved dinosaurs then, and only evolution kept Monty Smithfield from buying his grandson a baby monster. "Come on, Clark," called the jubilant old man as the gardener led out the shaggy little pony. "Mount your son on this great beast." But Clark Smithfield had gone inside to his bedroom, and was at that moment whacking a tennis ball against the elaborate headboard with a well-worn Spalding racket, trying to chip the paint off one of the wooden curlicues. Like any child, Tabby had no idea of what his father did for a living, no idea that there was a living to be earned. Clark Smithfield was at home 4 or 5 days every week, playing his rock records in the living room of their wing of the big house, going out to tennis matches whenever he could. If, at the age of 3 or 4, Tabby had been asked what his father did, he would have answered that he played games. Clark never took him to the company of which he was a nominal vice president. His grandfather did, and showed him off to the secretaries, announcing that here was the future chairman of the board of Smithfield Systems, Incorporated. Before he showed Tabby the computer room, the old man opened a door and said, "For the record, this is your father's office." It was a small, dusty room containing an almost bare desk and many photographs of Tabby's father winning college tennis tournaments, also a Richard Nixon dartboard, as dusty as everything else. "Does my daddy work here?" Tabby asked with sweet innocence, and one of the secretaries snickered. "He does," Tabby insisted valiantly. "He does work here. Look, he plays tennis here." A spasm of distaste passed over Monty Smithfield's tidy features, and the old man did not smile for the remainder of the tour. Whenever his father and grandfather were in the same room, at the family dinners Clark could not avoid, at any occasion when Monty came into his son's living quarters, an almost visible atmosphere of dislike frosted the air. At these times Tabby saw his father shrink to a child only slightly older than himself. "Why don't you like Grandpa?" he asked his father once when Clark was reading him a bedtime story. "Oh, it's too complicated for you," Clark sighed. At times, more frequently as he grew closer to 5, Tabby heard them fighting. Clark and his father argued about the length of Clark's hair, about Clark's aspirations as a tennis player, which his father scorned, about Clark's attitude. Clark and Monty Smithfield normally kept a cool distance from each other, but when Monty decided to harangue his son, they shouted, in the dining room, in both living rooms, in the hallway, on the lawn. These arguments always ended with Clark storming away from his father. "What are you going to do?" Monty called out to him after a wrangle Tabby witnessed. "Leave home? You can't afford to. You couldn't get another job." Tabby's face went white. He didn't understand the words, but he heard the scorn in them. That day he did not speak until dinner-time. Clark's wife and mother were the glue that held the two families in their uneasy harmony. Monty genuinely liked Jean, Tabby's mother, and Jean and her mother-in-law kept Clark in his job. Maybe if Clark Smithfield had been either a 20% better tennis player than he was, or a 20% worse one, the misery in the old house on Mount Avenue would have dissipated. Or if he had been less intransigent, his father less adamant. But Jean and her mother-in-law, thinking that the passage of time would reconcile Clark to his job and Monty to his son, kept the families together. And so they stayed, in their sometimes almost comfortable antagonism, until the first truly terrible thing that happened to Tabby and his family. 5. 1975. The Friedgoods, who appeared to be a model couple, moved to a builder's colonial in Hampstead in 1975, when Tabby Smithfield was 10 years old and living with his father and stepmother in South Florida. As Leo Friedgood was on his way upward into the world he coveted, Clark Smithfield appeared to be running out his meager luck. He had a job as a bartender, quit that to take a job as salesman for Hollinsworth Vitreous, was fired from that when he got drunk on the yacht belonging to the president of the company and vomited on Robert Hollinsworth's carpet-weave slippers, did another stint tending bar, and took a job as a security guard. He worked nights and nipped from a bottle whenever his round took him back to the security station. Like his first wife, his mother was also dead. Agnes Smithfield had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage one warm May morning as she discussed the installation of a rock garden with the groundsman, and her life had fled before her body struck the ground. Monty Smithfield had sold his big house on Mount Avenue and moved with the housekeeper and cook into a house called Four Hearths on Hermitage Road, 5 minutes inland. His end of Hermitage Road was only 2 wooded hilly blocks from the place the Friedgoods bought. Leo was now a division vice president for Telpro, making nearly $50,000 a year. He bought his suits at Tripler, grew a thick, aggressive mustache, and let his hair get long enough to be bushy. Always fleshy, he had put on 20 extra pounds despite a daily mile-long jog, and now, arrogant eyes, dark mustache, and unrestrained hair, he had the faintly lawless, buccaneer-like appearance of many a corporate executive who sees himself as a predator in a jungle full of predators. In 1975, the first year on Cannon Road in Hampstead, Stony joined New Neighbors, High Minds, a book discussion group, the League of Women Voters, and a cooking class, the YMCA, and the library. She would have looked for a job, but Leo did not want her to work. She would have tried to get pregnant, but Leo, whose own childhood was an epic of maternal bullying, became irrational when she tried to discuss it. In the Hampstead Gazette, she read an ad for a yoga class and quit the New Neighbors. Soon after, she left High Minds and the League, too. The Hampstead Gazette came twice weekly. The little tabloid was Stony's chief source of information about her new town. From it, she learned of the Women's Art League and joined that, thinking she would meet painters. One of the boys in California had been a painter. And because she wanted to, of course she did. Pat Dobbin was celebrated locally, neither especially good nor bad. He lived alone in a small house in the woods. He did illustrations, these much better than his paintings, to make a living. During one of Leo's business trips, she attended an art league dinner with the painter. She was aware that the midge-sized, red-haired woman carrying a notebook was Sarah Spry, author of the weekly social column, What Sarah Saw, in the Gazette, but was not prepared to see this item in the next week's column. Sarah saw. This town's brilliant painter and illustrator, Pat Dobbin, can't say enough about the boy, caught his stunning new abstract seascapes at Palmer Gallery yet? At the Women's Art League bash, parading in elegant black tie, and showing off a lovely mystery woman. Who's the unknown beauty, Pat? Fess up and tell Sarah. When Leo returned from his trip, he read this paragraph and asked, "Did you enjoy the Art League thing Friday night? Too bad I couldn't have gone with you." His eyes were bright and ironic. 6. November 1970. Unlike her husband, Jean Smithfield was a careful driver. When she and Clark left their son with his grandparents for an evening, she always insisted on driving home if Clark went over his normal limit of 2 drinks before dinner and a couple of glasses of wine while they ate. On nights when Clark complained more than usually about his father, or reminisced through ancient tennis matches, she drove home, even if it meant listening to Clark railing about her relationship with his father. He would say, "You actually like that old buzzard. Do you know what that does to me? Christ, sometimes I think he turns you on. All those pinstripe suits get to you, don't they? You dig white hair. You don't have any more loyalty to me than to let the old man's phony charm get to you." If Clark were really bad, he'd pass out before they pulled through the gates. "He'll never get Tabby," he would mutter. "He'll never forget I existed and make Tabby into his son. One thing he'll never do." Jean did her best to ignore this ranting. They usually ate at a French restaurant up toward Patchen on the post road. One night in late November in 1970, Jean took $1 from her bag as they went outside and stationed herself where the valet could see her. "I can drive," Clark grumped. "Not tonight," she said, and gave the bill to the boy when he got out of their car. "We ought to have a goddamn Mercedes," Clark said as he let himself into the passenger seat. "All it takes is money," she informed him. Jean pulled out across the oncoming lane and pointed the car toward Pigeon Lane, the next traffic light. "He's at it again," Clark muttered. "He wants to send Tabby to the academy. Public school isn't good enough for his grandson." "You went to the academy," Jean said. "Because my father could afford it," Clark screamed. "Don't you get the point? Damn it! I'm Tabby's father, damn it, and—" Jean was looking at him, and she saw his face go slack as the sentence died away. Clark no longer looked angry or drunk. He looked worried. She snapped her head forward and saw a station wagon sliding across the dividing line, coming toward them. Ice, she thought, a patch of— "Move it!" Clark shouted, and Jean twisted the wheel to the right. Another car, which had pulled out of the restaurant just behind them, struck her left rear bumper so hard that Jean's hands flew off the steering wheel. The station wagon, which had been going nearly 50 miles an hour before it struck the slick of ice, slammed straight into her door. Jean Smithfield tried to say "Tabby" before she died, but the door had crushed her chest and she did not have time. In the mansion on Mount Avenue, her son woke up screaming. The 19-year-old driver of the station wagon fell out of his car and tried to crawl away across the frozen road. He was bleeding from his scalp. Clark Smithfield, completely unharmed, took one look at his wife and threw up in his lap. Then he got out of the car and fell to his knees. Clark saw the boy who had killed his wife and yelled at him to stop. He struggled to his feet. The boy sat up 20 feet from his ruined car and was covered with snow and black mush that had been snow. Blood dripped from his nose and chin. Clark instantly recognized a fellow drunk. "Animal!" he screamed. Tabby was rushing around his bedroom, still yelling, feeling blindly for the light switch. He knew where nothing was. He was in an inside-out world. He caromed into his bed, slipped on a rag rug, and his screams went up an octave. Within seconds, his grandfather and his nanny were at the door. It took the Hampstead police 10 minutes to reach the tangle of cars on the post road. 7. May 17th, 1980. On May 17th, 1980, the Dragon came to Patchen County. No, did not come, for it had been there all along, but decided to show itself. Richard and Laura Allbee, after 12 years in London, had just arrived at their rented house on Fairytale Lane in Hampstead that noon. They were tired and confused, disoriented after 2 days in New York, more disoriented by suddenly finding themselves in the situation they had been projecting themselves into for months. Clark Smithfield had moved his wife and son into Four Hearths, the old colonial on Hermitage Road, only 2 weeks earlier, and was already practicing the deception that would ruin his son's faith in him. A small, pretty woman named Patsy McCloud spent most of the day reading War and Remembrance. And what was Graham Williams, the mortal remains of a writer once notorious, doing? What he did every day in April and May of 1980. He had risen from an odoriferous bed at 7, put clothes on over his pajamas, splashed water in the direction of his face, and sat at his desk and put his head in his hands. When he heard the mailman's truck outside, he ignored it. Chances were that his mailbox had been cherry-bombed anyhow. After 30 minutes of silent prayer, ha, he wrote a sentence. 15 minutes later, he decided that it was banal and erased it. And that was how Graham Williams customarily spent his waking hours. The Allbees were pretending to be happier than they felt. Old Williams was pretending to himself that his book could still catch fire. Patsy McCloud pretended that any minute she was going to get up and do something. Clark Smithfield's pretense was particularly elaborate. Leo Friedgood's deception was simpler than all of these, for he was not in New York at all, but 20 minutes down I-95 from Hampstead, at a Telpro plant in a small city called Woodville. And his wife had just decided to have another adventure. Stony found a parking place in the station lot, went into a lively bar called Franco's, sat at a table near the bar, and opened a book. It took less than 15 minutes for a man to say, "Do you mind?" and sit down beside her. He was a man she knew, but even though this man was respected in Hampstead, none of the other men in the bar would have met him. His profession kept him from male company. Handsome in a weathered way, professionally discreet, this man was perfect for Stony. Very soon they left the bar, and Stony's leaf-colored Toyota led the way over the bridge across the Nowhatton River and down the green, already summery streets. 8. Christmas, 1970. After Jean Smithfield's burial on the last day of November, 1970, Clark stayed home with Tabby for a solid week, and for once his father did not insist on his going to the office. Neither did he blame Clark for getting too drunk to go to the funeral. "I should have been driving," Clark said more than once. "I wanted to drive. She wanted to protect me. Can you bear it? She wanted to protect me." After the day of the funeral, he did not take a drink until Christmas. For Tabby, the world had become as it was on the night of his mother's death, inside out, unknown, dark. His grandfather had taken him to the funeral home and let him touch the casket. And when he did, right there in front of Monty and the neighbors and all of his grown-up relatives, something happened to him. He saw blackness all around him. He knew he was in that box with his mommy. He let out a wail of blind terror, and his grandfather snatched him up. "You're a good boy, sweet Tabby," his grandfather crooned, pressing him into the soft blue material of his suit. "You're going to be okay, darling." Tabby blinked and turned his head away from the coffin. He did not utter a sound during the burial service, and when they got home, he and Monty found Clark passed out on a chair before the television set. Tabby curled into his father's lap and would not speak or move. After those first days, Clark Smithfield went to work with his father 5 days a week until Christmas. He inhabited his office. He signed papers. He read reports. He issued memos and attended meetings. On Saturdays and Sundays, he took Tabby downstairs and bounced tennis balls toward him on the concrete floor. Tabby tried to return them with his undersized racket. In the afternoons, they took walks up and down the brisk, cold length of Mount Avenue. "Mommy's dead," Tabby pronounced in his piping child's voice. "Mommy's dead, and she's never coming back because she's in heaven now." He pointed a mitten toward the sky. "She's up there, Daddy." Clark began to cry again, but this time for his son, for his brave small boy in his blue parka, standing with his mitten in the air and his Snoopy boots on the crusty snow. On Christmas Day, Monty announced at dinner that he had another present for Tabby, the best present of all. Sitting at the head of the table, he looked gentle and refined, also proud of himself. "Nobody on earth can give better than a good education," he said. He sipped his Burgundy. "And so I can take great pleasure in telling you all that Mr. Cathcart, the headmaster of Green Bank Academy, has agreed to let our Tabby switch to the kindergarten there as soon as school begins again in January." His wife said, "Bravo." Clark started to say something, but closed his mouth, and Tabby looked confused. "You can go to school right across the street," Monty said. "Doesn't that sound good, son? And you'll be going to the same school your father and I both went to." "Good," Tabby said, looking from his grandfather to his father. "Well, I'm glad that's settled anyhow," Clark's mother said. "I don't want to step on your toes, Clark," said Monty, We'll split the tuition right down the line, but I think I owe it to the boy to give him the best." "You always do," Clark muttered. After dinner, he made himself a drink for the first time since the day of his wife's funeral. 9. May 17th, 1980. Stony waited on her driveway for the man to get out of his car. It was a minute before 6, and if Leo had been home, he'd have been parked in front of the television set in the den, papers in his lap, a drink on the table beside him, all warmed for the local New York news. The man left his car and glanced at the house. "Nice," he said. His hair lifted a bit in the mild breeze from the sound. His eyes seemed kind and empty. He buttoned up his raincoat, though it was neither cold nor raining. "Nobody home," he said. He came toward Stony over the gravel drive and touched her hand. They kissed. 10. January 6th, 1971. At 11 o'clock on January 6th, 1971, the day before Tabby was to begin at his new school, Clark Smithfield drove his father's car through the gates and pulled up in front of the house instead of going around to the garage. He hurried into the house, glanced to both sides, and went up the stairs 2 at a time. He could hear Tabby and the nanny talking in Tabby's room, and gently pushed the door open. His son gave him a broad, hilarious smile. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy!" he sang out. "A man and a lady were kissing!" "What?" he asked the girl. "I don't know, sir. He just said it." "They were kissing, Daddy, like this." Tabby pursed his lips and moved his blond head from side to side. Then he burst into gleeful laughter. "Yes," Clark said. "Emily, you can leave us for a while. I have to take Tabby out for a little bit." "You want me to leave?" she asked, getting up from the toy-strewn floor. "Yes, please, that's fine," Clark said. "We'll be gone a couple of hours. Don't worry about anything." "I won't," the girl said. "Give Emily a goodbye kiss, Tabby." She bent toward him. "Kissing, Daddy!" Tabby shouted, and tilted his head to meet Emily's lips with his own. When the nanny had gone, Clark pulled a green book bag, Tabby's catch-all, from a shelf and began stuffing it with random toys and books. "Hey, don't do that, Daddy," Tabby said. "We're just going to take a little trip," Clark said, "on an airplane. Would you like that? It's a surprise." "A surprise for Grandpa?" Tabby shouted. "A surprise for us." From Tabby's closet he pulled a small blue case and threw underwear, socks, shirts, and pants into it. "We'll need some clothes for you, and then we can go." For 10 minutes, Tabby supervised the packing of his clothes, making sure that his father put his favorite T-shirts in the case. Tabby put on his own coat, mittens, and stocking hat. Clark took his own suitcase from under his bed. "All right, Tabby," he said, kneeling before his son. "Now we're going to go right downstairs, out the door, and into the car. Just this once, we won't say goodbye to Emily. Do you understand?" "I already said goodbye to Emily," Tabby said. "Okay, nice and quiet." "Nice and quiet," Tabby called out, and they went down the stairs to the front door. The voices of Emily and the housekeeper drifted quietly from the kitchen. Clark opened the door. Frigid January air cut into them. The ground was frosted with white, pocked here and there with the tracks of squirrels and raccoons. "Daddy," Tabby whispered. Clark looked once more back at the interior of the house, back at the marble hall, the thick rugs and plush furniture, the big paintings of ships. "Daddy." "What?" He closed the door behind them. "That man was bad." "What man, Tabby?" Tabby looked confused and lost for a moment, an expression on his son's face that Clark had come to know well. "It doesn't matter, Tabby," he said. "There aren't any bad men." He threw the suitcases into the back seat and drove through the open gates. When they turned west on the thruway, Tabby shouted out, "We're going to New-York!" "We're going to the airport, remember?" "Oh, yeah, the airport, to ride on the airplane, for a surprise." "Yeah," Clark said, and pushed the car up to 70. 11. May 17th, 1980. When Stony pushed open the bedroom door with her hip, she saw that the man was already in bed. He had propped himself up on 2 pillows. His skin was very white. Against the pink sheets, his face and hairless chest were the color of cottage cheese. His whole face looked glazed. She said, "You don't waste any time." "Time," the man said. "Never do." "You're sure you're all right?" His clothes were thrown on the floor beside the bed. Stony held out his drink, but the man appeared not to notice. He was gazing at her, glass-eyed, and she put the drink on the bedside table. "I'm really all right." Stony shrugged, sat down, and took off her shoes. "I was here before," the man said. Stony pushed her skirt over her hips. "Do you mean in this house, before we moved in? Did you know the Allbees?" He shook his head. "I was here before." "Oh, we've all been here before," Stony said. "This is bigger than football." 12. May 17th, 1980. You were dreaming for a long time, and then you were not. You were asleep in a place you did not know, and when you awakened, you were someone else. You had a drink in your hand, and a woman was looking at you, and, dragon, the world was yours again. 13. January 6th, 1971. "Airplane," Tabby said once in a voice full of wonder, and then was silent as Monty Smithfields' car rolled down the thruway past the lower end of Hampstead, past fields and houses, past Norrington, past the office buildings and high-rise motels of Woodville with their bright signs, under bridges and past the crank of the window at toll booths, past Kingsport, into Westchester County, where the thruway grew grimy and pitted, into Queens. "What's the matter?" his father asked brusquely as they took the interchange which led to Long Island. For some time everything they passed looked bleakly threatening. From the trim hills and sparkling landscapes of Patchen County, they had gone into the land of the alien. Tabby felt that here was the world that had killed his mother. "Don't you want to take a trip?" "No." His father cursed. Cars, gray with filth, complained about them. "I want to be home," Tabby said. "From now on, we're going to have a new home. Everything's going to be different, Tabby." "Everything's different now." "I don't have any choice, Tabs. I have a new job." The first time he was to utter that lie. It would become habitual. Clark left the car in the long-term parking garage. Gray concrete blocks mounted tomb-like on all sides. The air, too, was gray, smelling of dust and grease. When Tabby opened his door and climbed out, he saw a wide stain on the concrete beside him, and thought it was a living thing. A hoarse shout boomed from the level beneath, portents of a world without love or grace. "Move it, Tabby." "I can't help it. I'm nervous." Tabby moved it. He trotted beside his father all the way to the elevator, and stood in the shelter of his legs. The elevator lurched downward. Inspected by. Permit issued by. In case of emergency, use telephone. "The emergency is getting to the airport," said a man in cowboy boots and a leather jacket. A woman with lion hair laughed, exposing feral lipstick-stained teeth. When she saw Tabby staring at her, she mussed his hair and said, "Cute." "Stop daydreaming," Clark said, pushing his way into cold air. Doors whooshed open. They entered the terminal. Clark loaded the suitcase on the scale, produced a folder. "Non-smoking," he said. "Daddy," Tabby said. "Please, Daddy." "What? What the hell is it now?" "We didn't bring Spider-Man." "We'll get another one." "I don't want—" Clark grabbed his hand and jerked him toward the escalator. Tabby cried out in fear and despair, for in that second he saw the wide, crowded terminal as filled with dead people, corpses flung here and there, one naked man covered with crawling white sores. It was only the vision of a moment, less than a second even, and when it passed, his mouth was still making that noise. "Tabby," his father said more gently, "you'll get a new one." "Uh-huh," Tabby said, not knowing what had happened to him, but knowing that somewhere on the edges of what he had seen had been a boy with burning clothes, and that the boy had been the most important part of what he had seen, because he was the boy. Bright red and yellow lights filled his vision, and he swayed on his feet. The little dots of light swarmed. His father was kneeling beside him, holding him up. They were no longer on the escalator, and people were pushing past them. "Hey, Tabs," his father was saying. "Are you okay? You want some water?" "No. Fine." "Pretty soon we'll be on that old airplane. Then we have a nice ride, and then we'll be in Florida. It's nice and warm in Florida. There'll be sun and palm trees and places to swim, and good tennis courts we can play on. Everything's going to be great." Tabby looked past his father's shoulder and saw a corridor endlessly long, down which some half ran, others rode on a moving belt. "Sure," he whispered. "We need this, Tabby." The boy nodded. "Have you ever seen the tops of clouds? We'll be able to look down and see what's on top of the clouds." Tabby looked up with a flicker of interest. His father stood. They stepped on the moving belt. Tabby thought of the tops of clouds, of an upside-down world. Then ahead of them was a wall of light, a curved wall of windows, blindingly bright with sun, before which huge numbers blazed, 43, 44, 45. People eaten by the sunlight lined at desks. Floppy suit bags claimed chairs in the bays before the windows. Animated uniforms strutted down a shadowed arch. Tabby saw a familiar body, a flame of silver hair. "Grandpa!" 14. May 17th, 1980. You carelessly put down the drink, and it spilled to the floor. You watched the woman's face change, and you took her, not without tenderness, by the wrist. 15. January 6th, 1971. "I thought you'd try a dumb stunt like this," said the old man. "Did you actually think you'd get away with it?" Tabby froze between the two men. "You can come to me, Tabby," his grandfather said. He extended a hand. "We'll all go home again and forget about this." "To hell with you," his father said. "Stay put, Tabby. No, go sit down on one of the chairs in there." "Just stay there, Tabby," his grandfather said. "Clark, I pity you. There's no way in the world this crazy stunt could have worked." "Quit calling it a stunt," Clark said. The old man shrugged. "Call it what you like. The boy is staying here. You can do what you like." "Sit down over there, Tabby," Clark ordered. Tabby was incapable of going anywhere. "How do you know I was going to be here?" "You talk like a child. Nothing could have been easier than to figure out what you were up to. All right, Clark. Are you ready to give up this ridiculous idea?" "Go to hell. You're not going to get my son." "Come to me, Tabby. We'll let your father decide how crazy he wants to be." Tabby made his own decision, for that comforting voice, for the softness of the cashmere coat and suit with chalky stripes. In that way he thought he was deciding for both of them, for a present that was like the past. He expected no more than that. He stepped toward Monty Smithfield and heard his father scream, "Tabby!" His grandfather bent down and took his hand. "Let go of my son!" his father screamed. Tabby felt his world shredding. "Get away from him, no good!" his grandfather yelled, and his soul, what seemed to be his soul, divided in two as if sliced by a cleaver. In such confusion, no reason. Monty's hand closed hard around his own, hard enough to make him cry out. "Let go of my son," Clark growled, "you old bastard." He took Tabby's other hand and tried to pull the boy toward him. For what seemed an endless time, neither of them let go. Tabby was too panicked and shocked to utter a sound. His father and grandfather hauled on his arms as if they wanted to pull him apart. He was only dimly aware of other people rushing toward them. "Let go!" his grandfather barked in a voice not his. "You can't have him! You can't have him!" his father said. In their voices he heard that they would indeed pull him apart. "Daddy, I see something!" he screamed. He did. He saw something that would not happen for 9 years, 4 months, and 11 days. 16. May 17th, 1980. For a moment you paused in your occupation. You had a witness. From Stony, Baxter, Friedgood, the last of life bubbled out. 17. January 6th, 1971. "I see something, Daddy," Tabby wailed, unable to say any more. He became aware that his grandfather had dropped his hand. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tall man in a blue uniform grasping his grandfather's shoulder. He was on his knees in front of his father, looking up dazedly, seeing the angry pilot and his grandfather and the others behind them. His grandfather's face was very red. "Are we going to settle this here, or do we call the cops?" the pilot asked. Tabby got slowly to his feet. "I've had enough of you," his grandfather said. "You're totally irresponsible. Go. Get out of my sight." "Just what I had in mind," his father said in a ragged voice. "You'll deserve everything that happens to you, but my grandson will not. That's the terrible pity. He'll pay for your stupidity." "At least there's one thing you won't pay for." The old man shrugged himself away from the pilot. "If you think that's an answer, I'm sorry for you." "Okay?" the pilot asked. "No," said Monty Smithfield. "If he leaves the terminal," said Clark. "Yeah, sure." There was triumph in it. Tabby backed away and leaned against a sand-filled ashtray. He watched his grandfather shake out his sleeves and turn away down the long corridor. "That bitch Emily called him," his father said. Tabby's legs were trembling. "What was all that about seeing something?" his father asked. Both of them were watching the old man march straight-backed down the corridor to the moving belt. "I don't know." They sat in the lounge 20 minutes, neither of them speaking. The animated uniforms glanced at them anxiously from time to time, as if suspecting that it might have been wiser after all to have called the police. After the Eastern 727 took off, Clark Smithfield unbuckled his seat-belt and turned, grinning, to his son. "From now on, we're a couple of poor guys." Part 1. Entry. "Were such things here as we do speak about?" William Shakespeare, Macbeth. 1. What Sarah Didn't See. 1. May 17th, 1980. A wonderful day, you would have said, if you lived in Patchen County. No clouds, no moisture to spoil anybody's picnic on this Saturday. There would be a drought, but now the grass was still green and sappy. At Franco's, Pat Dobbin and his fellows had a few beers before lunch and looked out the front window at the train station and pitied the commuters, so dogged that they went to work in New York on a Saturday like this. Dobbin left before Stony Friedgood came in. He had drawings for a children's book called The Eagle Bear Stories he wanted to get back to. Bobby Fritz, the gardener for most of the big houses above Gravesend Beach, rolled back and forth on his giant lawnmower, already working on his summer's tan. Graham Williams erased a sentence, wrote it inside out, and smiled. Patsy McCloud carried her Herman Wouk novel outside and sat in a lawn chair to read in the sun. When her husband, Les, jogged by in his red play suit, she lowered her head and concentrated on the page. And when Les saw her perched on the chair, her neck bent like an awkward bird, he bellowed, "Lunch, girl, lunch! Get busy!" Patsy read until the end of the chapter. Les would not make the swing back into Charleston Road for half an hour. Then she went inside, not to make the roast beef and onion sandwich he would demand, but to write in her diary. For we are in the company of diarists. Graham Williams kept a journal, Richard Allbee had done the same since he was a famous 12-year-old boy, one of the stars of Daddy's Here, which was brought to several million American homes by the National Broadcasting Company, Ivory Soap, Ipana Toothpaste, and the Ford Motor Company. Richard did not make an entry until 10 at night, Laura already in bed, exhausted from packing, when he wrote, "Home, but this isn't home. May it become so." He paused a moment, looked out the window at enfolding night, and put down, "Still it is beautiful here. Casa nueva, vida nueva." If on that day, which was Stony Friedgood's last, and the Allbees' first day in Patchen County, we had an aerial view of Hampstead, Connecticut, we would first have noticed the profusion of trees. Green Bank, where the Allbees would live, in particular looked forested. The Sound cradled the eastern edge of the town, and here are two strips of bright gold. Sawtell Beach, near the country club, is where most of the town goes to swim and sunbathe. Gravesend Beach is smaller and somewhat rockier. This is where the fishermen come at 6 in the morning, looking for bluefish from June to late September. It is Greenbank's local beach. Above it, on a steep bluff, perches the old Van Horn house. Along what should be the southern edge of town runs the Nowhatton River, 50 feet wide just before it narrows down at the parking lot beside Hampstead's business district. In fact, the town extends a mile or two south of the river. The yacht club, a vast assemblage of moored boats, sits in the curve of the estuary across from the country club and its smaller marina. From the air, all these boats are little fluttering stamps, brown, red, blue, and white. Hampstead itself, roughly trapezoidal, is divided by the Conrail tracks, Highway I-95, and the Post Road. All three of these go through Hill Haven and Patchen, and through Norrington and Woodville as well, on their way to New York. But from the look of this town, you would never know that New York existed. On Hampstead's northwestern edge lie placid little man-made lakes and reservoirs. The great bossy heads of the trees half obscure the houses and roads beneath them, and obscure, too, the Mercedeses and Volvos, the Datsuns and Toyotas and Volkswagens which cruise along them. As the lights go on, you can see the massive white-columned front of the Congregational Church on the post road just before it dips into the business district. It is flanked, on either side of its extensive lawn, by a bank, which has copied its style, and a mansard-roofed shopping center with a record store, a theater, an ice cream parlor, a health food store, a craft shop, macrame holders for pots, and giant effigies of Snoopy, and a store where you can buy down jackets and woolly hats for twice what they would cost in Norrington or Woodville. And very late in the day, when Richard Allbee wrote "God Help Us Both" in his unpretentious little book, you would have seen the streaming headlamps and flickering roof lights of two patrol cars speeding from the police station along the post road, then down leafy Sawtell Road, and up the Green Bank Road to the Friedgood house, where every window poured light. Seconds before they reached the Friedgood house, a light went out in the offices of the Hampstead Gazette on Main Street, just across from the bookstore. Sarah Spry finished her column for Wednesday's paper and was going home. Once again, Hampstead's famous, near-famous, and obscure had been immortalized in the Gazette. 2. This is a part of what Sarah wrote for that Wednesday's column. What Sarah Saw. This town presents a shifting kaleidoscope of moods and impressions. This town gives us memories and joys and ever-changing beauties. Our wonderful painters and writers and musicians give us spice. How many of you know that famed F. Scott Fitzgerald, the Gatsby man, and his family lived a stone's throw from Sawtell Beach, in the Mr. and Mrs. Irving Fisher house on Bluefish Hill in the 20s? Or that Eugene O'Neill and John Barrymore and George S. Kaufman, too, sojourned for a time here on the shores of Long Island Sound with us? If you ask Ada Hoff of that grand old institution, the Books and Bob's bookstore, right across Main Street from this great newspaper, chuckle, she might tell you of the day when poet W.H. Auden dropped in to buy a cookbook by this town's Tommy Bigelow. Way to go, Tommy. Just thought I'd mention it, dear ones. This is a week when my poor old brain wanders through the delights of this town, admiring our beautiful old Main Street, our grand old churches of all denominations, our precious shoreline, and our colonial past, which is preserved in so many of our homes. Why, a week like this makes your tough old scribe feel positively bicentennial. And as that dashing young dragon-slaying lawyer Ulick Byrne said to Sarah the other day, ain't it grand to live somewhere where absolutely nothing happens at least twice a week? But you want to know what's going on, you say? Sarah saw that Richard Allbee, that darling boy from Daddy's Here, catch a rerun on the late-night tube and see what a cutie he was, is moving in with his bride, Laura, which is one of my all-time favorite names. Will we be seeing you around the playhouse, Richard? But rumor has it he acts no more, alas. Sarah saw a yummy long letter from former residents Bunny and Thaxter Bainbridge in Los Claros, California, where they met this town's Jix and Pete Peters out there visiting grandkids. A slow week for Sarah. 3. For Leo Friedgood, there would never be any slow weeks ever again, though of this he was happily ignorant when he took the telephone call at the yacht club that Saturday morning. He was puttering with his boat, as he did most warm Saturdays. His 18-foot lightning sloop, the Juicy Lucy, had been in the water only a week, and he wanted to repaint some of the interior trim. Bill Terry, whose Grand Banks boat was docked at the next slip, answered the phone when it rang on the dock and called out, "For you, Leo." Leo said, "Shit," put down his paintbrush and paddled down the gently swaying slip. He was sweaty, and his right arm was sore. Despite his bushy, bristling appearance, Leo was not at heart a physical man. His ancient keep-on-truckin' sweatshirt bulged over his belly. His jeans bore a constellation of white specks. He wanted another bottle from the six-pack of Coors on the sloop's deck. "Yeah," he said into the phone. The mouthpiece stank of cigarettes. "Mr. Friedgood?" came the anonymous female voice. "Yeah?" "This is Mrs. Winthrop, General Hogajus's secretary," the woman said, and Leo felt something icy stir in his gut. General Henry Hogajus. Leo had seen him only once, at a Telpro general meeting, a gray flannel slab of a man whose face was the color of cooling iron. The face was slab-like, too. He had been a hero in the Korean War, and looked as though he took no more pleasure in that than in anything else. A willful tide of strength and propriety, of sternness and distaste, emanated from the stiff red face and armor of gray flannel. "Oh, yes," Leo said, regretting that he was not already out on the still frigid water. "General Hogajus has requested that you go to our Woodville plant immediately." "We don't have a plant in Woodville," Leo said. Mrs. Winthrop silkily answered, "We do, if the general says so. I understand that it will be new to you. Here's how you get there." She gave him an exit number on I-95, and then a complicated set of directions that seemed designed as much to confuse as to elucidate. "The general wants you there in 30 minutes, she concluded. "Hey, hold on," Leo wailed. "I can't make that. I'm on my boat. I'll have to change my clothes. I don't even have ID. I can't get into some—" "They'll have your name at the gate," she said, and Leo could have sworn he heard that she was smiling. "As soon as you check into things, the general wants you to call him at this number." She rattled off a 212 telephone number he did not recognize. He repeated it, and the secretary hung up. In Woodville, Leo got lost. Following the directions the secretary had given him, he had found himself in the city's extensive slums, driving past rotting houses, abandoned gas stations, and tiny bars where groups of black men congregated on the sidewalks. It seemed to Leo that all of them stared at him, a white man conspicuous in a shiny car. He drove in circles, the secretary's complex set of rights and lefts now a hopeless muddle in his mind. He began to sweat again, knowing that the 30 minutes the general had given him had passed. For a time, no matter where he turned, he seemed to swing back and forth between two poles, the Thruway and the Red Devil Lounge with its crowd of lounging, already drunken men. Going for the third time up a dingy street, he noticed the narrow track between two houses, which he had previously taken for a driveway. This time he looked in and saw an iron gate before a slice of high gray wall. As he cruised past the little track, he glimpsed a guardhouse just inside the gate. Leo reversed his car and turned in between the houses, feeling like a trespasser. For a second he thought he was wrong again, and frustrated rage burned in him. A sign on the gate read, "Woodville Solvent." A uniformed man jumped out of the guardhouse and pulled open the gate. When he approached the car, Leo lowered his window and said, "Hey, do you know where the Telpro plant—" "Mr. Friedgood?" the guard asked, looking suspiciously at Leo's grubby clothes. "Yeah," Leo said. "They want you in research. You're late." "Where's research?" Leo stifled the impulse to tell the man to go to hell. The guard, moon-faced and moon-shaped, pointed across a vast, nearly empty parking lot. His belly wobbled as his arm rose. The only cars in the lot were near a windowless metal door in the high blank facade. "You go in there." Leo sped across the lot and parked his Corvette diagonally across two spaces. 4. A white-coated man with sandy hair and rabbit teeth darted toward him as he reached the top of the iron stairs. "You're the Telpro man, Mr. Friedgood?" Leo nodded. He glanced toward the little group of men and women the man addressing him had just left. They, too, wore white jackets, like doctors. His eyes snagged on a bank of television monitors. "Who are you?" he asked, not looking at the man. "Ted Wise, the director of research here. Did anybody fill you in?" Leo was self-conscious in his sweatshirt and paint-spotted jeans. One of the monitors before him showed his mop of hair, the back of his sweatshirt hoisted up above a roll of skin. His self-consciousness fed his anger at finding himself thrown into a plant Telpro had not trusted him to know about until there was a disaster. He yanked the shirt down over his belt. It had come to him that General Hogajus had sent him to the plant the same way he would send a first lieutenant over a hill, because he was expendable. "Look, the general wants me to report back to him," Leo said. "Suppose you just stop worrying about what I do or do not know and fill me in fast." He was still taking in the room, white walls, black and white checkerboard tiles on the floor. The television monitors were set above a desk on which sat a time-sheet, a telephone, and a pen. A nervous-looking girl sat at the desk. She swallowed when he glared at her. In fact, the entire group assembled here at this second-floor foyer was as nervous as cats, more than nervous, Leo was realizing. Even as Ted Wise groped for words, the other 3 men and 2 women before him exuded a gloom of panic and fear. They were rigid as poles, restraining themselves because he had appeared. Not sensitive, Leo was an intelligent man, and he could see them holding in their twitches. If they let go, they'd roll across the floor like marbles. At the moment that Wise nerved himself to ask Leo for some identification, Leo finally began to assess what sort of abyss might be before him. "You want what?" he asked Wise aggressively. "Just as a precaution, sir." He was covering himself, as the general was covering himself by sending Leo Friedgood into this mental hospital. For that was what the interior of the plant resembled. In disgust, Leo took his wallet from his back pocket and showed Wise his driver's license. "The general got me off my boat," he said grandly. "He wanted me to take care of this thing as quickly as possible. Just show me the problem, and then all you basket cases can take a Valium or whatever the hell it is you need." "This way, Mr. Friedgood," Wise said, and the tense little group of 5 parted to let them pass through a door. "We've been in this plant since 1978, Wise said. "After Woodville Solvent went under a couple of years before, the referee in the bankruptcy sold the buildings and the name to Telpro." Yeah, Leo said, as if he knew all about it. "It took almost 6 months to make the necessary alterations. When we moved in, we sort of picked up where we left off in Wyoming. All of us, the bunch you see here, had been working out there in another Telpro facility until we had to shut down." "Something go wrong there, too?" Leo asked. Wise was opening another door and blinked at the question. "We had been sited in a chemical factory, and the pipes in the drainage system were corroded. Some of the waste penetrated the aquifer to a very minor extent, 2 parts per million. It was not a serious problem. There was very little feedback. Leo peered into the room beyond the door. Sullen-looking monkeys peered back from cages. Zoo odors drifted through the open door. "Primate section," Wise said. "We have to go through it to get to the testing area." "Why don't you just tell me about your work?" Leo said wearily. Of course he had known that Telpro had certain Defense Department contracts. One of the divisions he oversaw, a plant in Trenton, manufactured the latching mechanism used in half-tracks. Another factory in New Jersey put together circuitry panels that later formed a small part of the Minuteman missile. "But we're special weapons," Wise said, as the 7 of them stood in the room full of caged monkeys. Special weapons was a separate endeavor, which reported only to General Hagajas and his staff. They were 2 microbiologists, a physicist, a chemist, and a research assistant. Other research assistants and laboratory technicians were hired from the local pool. For 18 months they had been working on a single project. "It's more complex physically and chemically than this, but for our purposes let's call it a gas," Wise said. "It's odorless and invisible, like carbon monoxide, and highly dispersible in water. It doesn't have a name yet, but the code is DRG. You'd have to call it a real wild card. We've been working to refine it down so we could increase the predictability factor." Predictability was the problem, Leo learned. The Pentagon and Defense Department had been excited about DRG since it had been first synthesized in the early 50s by a German biochemist at MIT named Otto Bruckner. Bruckner had not known what to do with his invention, and the government had happily taken it away from him. "For a long time the project was in limbo," Wise said. "The government had a lot of simpler concepts it tried to develop, mostly unsuccessfully. In the late 70s, interest in DRG revived again. From the point it came to us, special weapons, all of us here, had the job of localizing the effect of Bruckner's brainchild. We put it through a dozen changes, from ADG-1 and 2 all the way up to what we've got now. But it's still very random in effect. Some people are not affected at all, though only a very few. In some cases, inhalation is immediately fatal. Lack of effect and termination are within acceptable parameters from 5 to 8% each. And as a sideline here, let me assure you that the agents in it which cause fatality are relatively short-lived. An exposed population is at immediate risk for no more than 25 minutes. It's with the mid-range that we're most concerned." "You've heard of the Army's experiments with LSD?" Leo nodded. "Of course, that was regrettable in the extreme. We have been at pains to avoid any taint of that sort of thing, and our brief does not extend that far in any case. DRG, originally ADG, is far more various in effect than LSD, and all we've been working on is the isolation of a strain which would consistently reproduce a single effect." Wise now seemed very nervous. "We had quite a range of choice. Some of the wilder effects take months to appear. Skin lesions, hallucinations, outright madness, flu, changes in pigmentation, even narcotization. Some percentage of a treated population will simply be mildly tranquilized. There may even have been evidence of fugue state and telepathic ability. To tell you the truth, the stuff is so various that after a year and a half we're just beginning to get a handle on it." "Okay," Leo said. "Let's get to the good part. What happened?" "Barbara," Wise said, and a tall, dark-haired young woman with puffy eyes came past the wall of cages to open another door. Leo saw a room within a room, the top half of the inner room lined with glass. Stepping in behind Barbara, he vaguely took in a clutter of laboratory tables, tissue slides, projectors, gas burners. His attention was focused on the 3 bodies in the glass enclosure. The 2 farthest from him lay sprawled a few feet apart on a black floor. Their eyes were open, their mouths yawned. They had clean, innocent, dead faces. Wise coughed into his fist. His face was pink. "The people in there were preparing the chamber for an infusion of DRG-16. He wiped his face, and his hands were shaking. The man nearest the wall is Frank Thorogood, and the man next to him is Harvey Washington. They were research technicians. Thorogood was a graduate student at Patchen University, and Washington had no academic qualifications. He performed low-level tasks for all of us. One of them was supposed to connect a line from the storage facility to the vaporizer, which in turn is connected to the mask you see on the floor. Instead, he plugged it accidentally into the vent line immediately below the vaporizer, and undiluted DRG flooded into the chamber. Washington and Thorogood died immediately. Leo was staring in horror at the third body in the glass chamber. It had bloated. At first, Leo thought the body had burst. Lathery white scum coated the hands. The man's head, a white sponge, had seemed to leak toward a drain in the center of the chamber's floor. It took Leo a moment to realize that the lather that had once been skin was moving. As he watched, his eyes incapable of shifting away, the froth of the head crawled into the drain. The third man was Tom Gay, who was one of our best researchers, though he had been working with us only 6 months or so. The woman, named Barbara, began to cry. One of the men put his arm around her. You can see the effect of the lesions. He died only a few minutes before you arrived. We had to watch him go. He knew he couldn't open the chamber. Jesus Christ, Leo said, shocked out of his pose. Look what happened to him. Wise said nothing. Is it safe to go in there now? Can you get rid of that stuff? I mean, I don't care what the hell mess you people get yourselves into, but I'm not going in there. Leo jammed his hands into his pockets. He saw wads of brown hair floating on the lather, and turned away from the glass, his stomach lurching. It will be safe in about 15 minutes. As safe as we can make it, anyhow. Then you go in. Wise abruptly turned an alarming scarlet. I'm afraid that isn't all. The circulators will more or less vacuum out the traces of DRG-16. It's still your job, baby. I was going to say, Harvey Washington would have replaced the filters on the exterior vents immediately after the chamber was empty. But Bill Pierce here switched on the circulators before we realized that the filters were still in their boxes. Why the hell don't you leave the filters in all the time? Bill Pierce spoke up. He was taller than Leo, built like a football player, and the sole scientist to wear a beard. We don't do that because they have a strong odor, which very quickly leaks back into the chamber. The smell prejudices the experiments. Our procedure was to seal the chamber, make our observations, and to have Harvey Washington install the filters while we dissected the subject. Then we switched on the circulators. He glared at Leo, full of guilt and challenge. But when I saw Tom Gay going crazy in there, I just thought of getting the DRG out of the air. I was thinking that if I could change the air fast enough, I could save Tom anyhow. The other two just dropped where they were standing. And I guess I had our old procedure in the back of my mind. So where did that stuff go? Leo asked. Wait, let me guess. The circulators circulated it right outside. That's the good part, isn't it? You dummies pumped a batch of this stuff straight into the air right after it zapped 3 guys in the monkey chamber here. So in about a second and a half, we got 1,000,000 dead Schwartzes in Woodville, right? Right? Leo inhaled deeply. And not only that, but we got 1,000,000 lawsuits. And I'm supposed to get you jerks off the hook. Leo clapped his hands over his eyes. Mr. Friedgood, Wise said, we've just lost 3 of our colleagues. Bill was acting in accordance with former procedure. For months we did keep the filters in place. You think that's a defense? Leo bellowed. You want me to feel sorry for you? I'm sorry, Wise said around his rabbit teeth. We are not quite in control of ourselves. Things may not be as bad as you imagine. Let me explain. The words were confident, but Ted Wise was still the most scared-looking man Leo had ever seen. 5. I'll do better than write a statement, Leo was telling the general 30 minutes later. "I'll get us out of this whole mess. Telpro will never come into it. First of all, these geniuses that you have up here say that because this DRG was vented from the roof of the factory, it'll carry for miles before it settles. We've got a pretty good breeze going right now." Leo was remembering the sloops, Marlins, and Lightnings whipping along out on the Sound while he worked on his boat that morning. "And the stuff is going to travel. It could get to Rhode Island before it settles. Maybe it'll get all the way to Canada. No one in the world is ever going to connect it to Telpro, and if we're lucky, it'll blow out over the Sound and kill a few fish. And if we have a good rain any time in the next week, the worst will never happen at all. Water dilutes the effect fantastically. Bottom line, somewhere north of here could have a few deaths almost immediately. In a month or two, some citizens of Pawtucket or Stowe might start to go funny in the head. Wise says that the mental effects can take that long to show up. We've got no exposure, that's the bottom line." He listened to the general's voice for a time. "Months, that was what Wise said." The general spoke again. "He guarantees it, sir." Leo heard the general out once more. "That's right. Our problem now is to take care of the situation right here. That's what my idea is all about. One of these geniuses gave me the idea when he said that this DRG stuff is sort of like carbon monoxide. We'll rig it is what we'll do. As far as anybody knows, this is Woodville solvent. We'll keep it that way. And we'll give an anonymous phone call to the television stations in New York. We'll call the Times. We'll get all the agencies and public health people out here, and we'll have the place all cleaned up and looking like a factory." Pause. Leo swept his eyes across the 6 people staring at him from the other side of the desk. "No, they won't say a word. We'll announce that the plant is closing while safety inspections are carried out, and you can move them somewhere else and start up all over again after everybody forgets about this. In the meantime, we can talk to this Bruckner guy in Boston and see if he can give us any help. He invented this crap. He ought to know if we can do anything about it." Pause. "Thank you, sir." He hung up the phone and turned to the scientists. "Let's go down and take a look at your furnace. We're going to hide this mess in plain sight. Some of you yo-yos are going to make the 11 o'clock news." An hour and a half after his arrival at the plant, Leo Friedgood was seated on a wooden crate in the basement, watching Ted Wise and Bill Pierce work on the furnace. 2 unmarked green trucks from an army base in New Jersey sat in the parking lot, and a team of soldiers was carrying out the monkey cages, canisters, crates of laboratory equipment, and boxes of records. What remained of the body of Thomas Gay had been scooped into a zippered bag and removed. 2 hours after that, Leo stood at a window and watched a CBS car pull into the lot just behind a police car. The temperature in the office was over 80 degrees. Everybody knew his lines. Leo turned back to the desk and called the Environmental Protection Agency. Then he called the Patchen County Health Department. At the start of both conversations, he introduced himself as Theodore Wise. Turning back to the window, he saw the research director and Bill Pierce leaving the building to confront the police. A tall, lean figure in a blue suit, the reporter, a technician, and a man carrying a video camera and portapack left the CBS car. The reporter drifted toward Wise and the policeman. When a sound truck came through the gates, Leo left the window to go downstairs. Barbara, the research assistant, and 2 of the scientists stood by the desk in the foyer. Leo smiled at them, descended the stairs, and ambled out of the building. The famous reporter from CBS stood next to Bill Pierce and held a microphone between them. "Is there any proof to the rumor that this tragedy occurred because of carbon monoxide poisoning?" "To the best of my knowledge," Pierce began. Thus for several hours it went. By the time the police had finished, calm, still night had descended. And by the time he left to drive home, Leo Friedgood had almost forgotten about the invisible, odorless cloud of something called DRG-16, which was floating high up in the air currents over Patchen County. 6. Eventually, when Ted Wise and Bill Pierce broke their silence, they and 100 newspapers would blame this almost thinking cloud for everything that befell Hampstead and Patchen and Old Sarum, Wychley and Red Hill and King George, all these excellent towns between Norrington and New Haven, with their commuters and artists and country clubs and granite hills and salt box houses. There would be investigations, there would be indictments, petitions, demonstrations, lawsuits. There would be speeches, pompous, self-serving, and well-meant. All of this would be proper, but beside the point. For the blame for the months of coming turmoil was not the sentient clouds. It was yours, you who lay on your bed now, dazed and satisfied. You who had to begin discovering yourself once more. Your history. Hampstead's history. 7. 200 years ago, there was no Hampstead, only Greenbank, a collection of farms and a church above Gravesend Beach. The beachside trail, now Mount Avenue, connected Greenbank to Hillhaven and Patchen, of which it was considered an adjunct. Thus, when General Tryon sailed down from New Haven to burn Patchen and landed on Kendall Point in 1779, a small detachment of soldiers, only 10 or 11, went down the beachside trail to burn Greenbank, too. Patchen's men took pot-shots over hedges and fences with their brown besses. The women and children and animals took shelter on Fairley Hill or in Patchen Woods, and some lingered in their town, boys and women. Reports said that 1 or 2 male residents joined the destruction. The Reverend Elliot, Patchen's vicar. The burning parties carried on their business with horrid alacrity, headed by 1 or 2 persons who were born and bred in the neighboring towns. A boy, one of 9 fatalities, was shot and killed at such range that his clothes began to burn. The other 8 murders are known to have been committed by Jaegers, German mercenaries, and British soldiers. This one, the murder of the boy, was unobserved, and so remains a mystery. This event, the killing of a 13-year-old boy in the midst of a general destruction, is the second stain on the land. 10 years later, George Washington, the President of the 13 United States, visited Patchen. His diary mentions that along his route, he took the beachside trail, he saw many chimneys standing in the ruins of burned houses. For the next 200 years, the same names recur in the parish records: Barr, Wakehouse, Jennings, Annabelle, Williams, Winter, Allen, Kent, Moorman, Buddington, Smithfield, Sayer, Green, Taylor. The names go backward, too. The original 4 farmers on the beachside trail, settled in 1640, were named Williams, Smith, Green, and Taylor. In 1645, they were joined by a landholder named Gideon Winter. Monty Smithfield's manor on Mount Avenue was built on the site of Gideon Winter's farmhouse. And some of the names appear in Hampstead criminal records. In 1841, a traveling man who had camped himself like a gypsy in the woods bordering Anthony Jennings' onion fields murdered 2 children named Sarah Allen and Thomas Moorman, and roasted the bodies in a pit before he was captured by a posse of farmers led by Jennings. By torchlight they led him back to the Hampstead Common, now lost, cut in half by the post road, and under the eye of the town sheriff put a rope around his neck and tried him on the spot. From his elegant house in Patchen, Judge Thaddeus Barr rode down the beachside trail on his bay gelding. He wore his robes and hanging hat, and sentenced the man to death. He knew he could never have got the murderer to the county courthouse in Norrington. Under Barr's questioning, the murderer refused to give his name, saying only, "I am one of your own, Judge." After his death, he was recognized by a man in the crowd as a feeble-witted cousin of the Taylor family who had been sent to the poor farm as a boy. In 1898, Robertson Green, known as Prince to his friends, a 22-year-old man who had dropped out of divinity school in New Haven and lived in separate quarters in his parents' big clapboard house on Gravesend Avenue, was tried and convicted for the murder in the spring of that year of a prostitute in Woodville. Details of Prince Green's life emerged during the trial, and they were bizarre enough to be taken up by the New York tabloids. His habits had altered after his return from New Haven. He had insisted on sleeping in an oaken coffin, which he had ordered from Bornley and Holland, the Hampstead undertakers. He never opened his curtains. He invariably dressed in black. He was addicted to laudanum, then readily available at any pharmacist's shop. He had been visiting the Norrington and Woodville prostitutes since his return from New Haven, Hampstead assumed, and 4 of these women had been butchered by an unknown person from May to September 1897. Prince Green never confessed to these killings, but he was sentenced to be executed as surely for their deaths as for that of the woman over whose body he was discovered in a Woodville slum back street, Redbone Alley. The New York Journal-American quoted the young man's father as stating that his son had been deranged by excessive absorption in the verse of the decadent poets Dowson and Swinburne. Early on, they had begun calling Green the Connecticut Ripper. In some later editions, he was called the Ripper Poet. There were days, his father said to the reporter, when he behaved as though he did not know his mother's name or mine. In 1917, legalized murder occurred in France, and boys named Barr and Mormon and Buddington were killed in the trenches. Their names are on the World War I monument erected on the Post Road, just opposite where the Lobster House restaurant is now. The model for the soldier who appears on the monument, a lean and handsome young man in puttees and campaign hat, was Johnny Sayer, who in 1952 took his own life with a .45 caliber automatic pistol on the grass leading down to the dock behind the Sawtell Country Club. No one at the time understood what made the 53-year-old John Sayer, who had been lawyer and a power in town and much admired, decide to end his life. He had canceled his appointments that morning. His secretary told the police that Sayer had seemed distracted and short-tempered for days. Bonnie Sayer told the police that she had not wanted them to go to the club that evening, but that John had insisted. They'd had a date with Graham Williams for 2 weeks, a premature birthday celebration for John. On his actual birthday, they would be in London. The secretary said that he had skipped lunch and stayed in his office. Bonnie Sayer reported that he had ordered only a salad for dinner. While the rest of them were having their drinks, John had excused himself. Then he had gone outside. He must have been carrying the gun in his belt all the time. They had heard the shot a few minutes later, but it had sounded like a car backfiring in the parking lot, like a door slamming in the rear of the club's restaurant. A waiter on his break had discovered the body. Neither Bonnie nor the secretary thought it worthwhile to tell the police that John Sayer had written 2 names on the jotting pad beside his desk phone on the morning of his suicide, Prince Green and Bates Krell. End of Side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. The secretary, who had lived in Hampstead only 2 years, did not know the names. Bonnie Sayer had only the dimmest memory of Prince Green's crimes. There had been a big house on Gravesend Avenue before which she and her sisters had been forbidden to linger. In it lived 2 old people who never came out. There was a shadowy memory of shame, of disgrace, of scandal. Bates Krell, now. When Bonnie Sayer saw the name deeply scratched into the telephone pad 2 days after her husband's death, Some half-fledged feeling stirred in her, and it took her a moment to recognize it as unease. He had been of the generation immediately before hers, which is to say the generation following Prince Green's. Bates Krell had owned a lobster boat, docked it on the Nowhatton River, where the Spaulding Oil Company was now. He had been disreputable, perhaps threatening, a broad, filthy man, bearded and agate-eyed, who hired boys to assist him with his nets and beat them for the most minor infractions. One day he had vanished. His boat sat moored in the Nowhatton River until the state impounded and sold it. There was a story which went through Bonnie's school, a husband or a father ordering Bates Krell out of town, a story of wives or daughters out on the lobster boat at night. But why would her husband invoke this name before he killed himself? Prince Green, Bates Krell. John Sayer's pen had nearly torn through the paper. Now there are no lobster boats along the river, no fishermen at all where once there were many. Now there are Spaulding Oil and the Riverside Building, which houses dentists and an insurance company, the Seagull Restaurant and the Blue Tern Bar, where teenagers drink, the Marina Restaurant, and the offices in a little dingy section of warehouses of the Scientology movement. Now no one knows the old Hampstead names. Now the hateful anti-Semitism of the 20s and 30s in Hampstead is gone, and the town is more than a quarter Jewish. Now people move in from New York and Arizona and Texas, and move out to Washington and Virginia and California. The publisher who bought the Green house does not know that 80 years ago well-brought-up girls were ordered by their parents to walk quickly past his 6-bedroom brown clapboard house, nor that in his home office on the side of the house a dazed boy used to sleep in a coffin and dream of traveling through the sky on wings like a gull's, his mouth and hands stained red. Now Hampstead has a trailer park, carefully hidden behind a screen of trees on the post road, 2 burglaries every hour, 5 movie theaters, 2 health food stores, more than a dozen liquor stores, 21 trains a day to New York. 13 millionaires live at least a part of the year in Hampstead. There are 5 banks and 3 famous actors, a private psychiatric hospital with an active drug rehabilitation program. In 1979, Hampstead had 2 rapes and no murders. Until 1980, murders were almost unknown here since the days of Robertson Prince Green, who had observed decorum by committing his crimes in Woodville. The first murder of 1980 was discovered just after 9:45 at night on the 17th of May, when the victim's husband entered his bedroom. It would be a long time before anyone thought to remember Prince Green and Bates Krell, or even John Sayer, the statue of whom, at 17, every one we shall be concerned with in this story drove past, seeing it or not, 4 or 5 times a week. 8. The thinking cloud, 1,000 feet above Woodville and Norrington, preceded Leo Friedgood on his way toward Hampstead. It moved without haste, ultimately without direction. When a curl of air sent its wings sifting down, it brushed random lives. A week-old infant, lying asleep near an open window on this warm May night, suddenly died, stiffened, and ceased to breathe, while her parents watched television in a downstairs room. 6 blocks away, we are in Norrington now, in an area called Cumberland Acres, a 14-year-old boy cruising past a row of mailboxes on stakes pitched off his bike and lay still on a little mound of gravel. His bicycle sprawled a few feet beside him. Joseph Ricci, the third of the Dragon's accidental victims, had been traveling home, much later than usual, to Stratford from a bar near the Kingsport offices of Lowen & Lowen, the accounting firm where he worked. It was a 50-minute drive each way, but Joe Ricci had grown up in Stratford and could not yet afford a house in Kingsport, which, because it was closest to New York, was the most expensive of Patchen County's towns. Joe was 28. He and his wife, Mary Louise, had a 3-year-old son who had his father's black hair and dark blue eyes. Joe reached the first of the 2 toll stations he would have to pass through before he got home. This was at the southwestern edge of Hampstead. The next toll came just before his exit. Joe cranked down his window, held out the book of tickets, and the uniformed woman in the booth extracted the loose ticket from the pack. It was 8:10. He'd told Mary Louise to expect him at 8, and he still had half an hour's drive before him. Joe Jr. would be in bed already. It irritated Joe to miss his son's bedtime, especially for an unhappy reason like tonight's. His immediate superior, Tony Flippo, had asked him the day before to save Saturday night for him. They had to have an important talk. When Tony had asked him to come to Kingsport, Joe assumed that his boss and friend was going to go over some business ideas. They had talked in the past about starting their own office. But tonight, Tony had not wanted to talk about Patchen County real estate, in which he fervently wished to invest, nor about the leasing company, which was his other fantasy. He'd wanted to complain about his marriage. He wanted to hear himself rehearse his arguments for divorce. Tony was halfway to being in love with Michelle Sparks, one of the firm's typists. It had been a pointless evening. Joe Ricci left his window down and gunned his car into the left lane. 2 cars sped on before him. His mirror showed a phalanx of cars and a semi pushing on to the northeast. For no reason at all, he found himself reminiscing about his high school girlfriend. Then, suddenly, the almost empty scene before him changed. His first impression was that I-95 was crowded with wrecked cars, bleeding people stumbling toward him. He saw a huge truck canted over on the guardrail, the flashing lights of police cars and ambulances. This vision jumped into his eyes with the power of reality, and for a moment he could not breathe or think. He slammed on his brakes and cut his wheels to the side, realizing finally that he could swerve around the dreadful scene by using the shoulder. His head was buzzing oddly and painfully. For a fraction of a second he was conscious that the fillings in his teeth were vibrating. Yet in the midst of this buzzing pain, he knew that none of what he saw ahead could really be there. He took his foot off the brake and slammed it on the accelerator, wanting only to get past whatever it was on the highway, and the back end of his car fishtailed around. When he saw his hands on the wheel, he bit through his tongue, bit right through it. Blood oozed over his lips. His hands were covered with white bugs. That was all he could make of the shifting, almost fluid white surface coating his fingers and the backs of his hands. Joe opened his mouth but could not scream. His car was moving toward a swarm of lights. Banshee noises, unearthly screeches battered him. The truck behind him, which had been blasting its air horn, crushed in the side of his car and slammed it into the guardrail. Another car struck the rear of the semi, shearing off its roof. It began to burn in a quiet, almost apologetic fashion beneath the truck. A green Ford rolled end over end like a flipping domino, and the car which had struck it piled into the side of the semi, and the burning car wedged beneath it. By the time they closed the Hampstead toll station, there were 8 dead. 4 cars, including Joe Ricci's, had incinerated. The state police and 2 officers from the Hampstead police force watched helplessly as the burning cars smoked and sparked. 20 minutes later, a tow truck from the garage on that day's rota sheet began to separate the wrecks. A Hampstead policeman named Bobo Farnsworth, who had responded to an assist call from the state police, peered in the shattered window of a demolished LeBaron, and was amazed to see only charred upholstery and a sagging melted wheel. No grisly mummy lay across the ruined seat. Bobo had seen enough burned-out wrecks to know that in this one a roasted body was inevitable. The hands should be fried to the chest, and the whole black thing no larger than the size of a big dog. He looked closer at the rubble within the car, and saw the glint of a belt buckle resting on black liquid near an exposed spring. Mary Louise Ricci, still knowing none of this, fell asleep in the Ricci's most comfortable chair, just as Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid blew up a train and picked themselves up from the Bolivian dust in a shower of paper money. 9. Leo sat in his car while the engine idled, pushing forward a foot every 15 minutes. From the 2 out of 5 toll booths that were open, lines of stationary cars snaked backward halfway to Norrington and exit 16. Outlaw cars cruised down the 2 left lanes, which had been officially closed, and tried to nose in farther ahead. Leo noticed with satisfaction that drivers were keeping almost bumper to bumper, refusing to let the outlaws improve their place in line. Ahead, on the other side of the Hampstead toll station, he from time to time saw flickers and flashes of red lights. So there had been a bad accident. At 9 o'clock, still 50 cars from the booth, he switched on his radio and turned to the Woodville station. The newsreader described the latest confusion in Iran and announced the number of days Americans had been hostaged there. He moved on to the fracas about property reassessment in Hampstead. Leo listened to all this with faint interest. Then the newsreader pronounced the words, "Woodville solvent." Leo straightened in his seat and turned up the sound. This bizarre tragedy resulted in the deaths of 2 men, Frank Thorogood of Patchen and Harvey Washington, a Woodville resident. Investigations conducted by the Public Health Department indicate that carbon monoxide poisoning was the cause of death. The plant has been closed indefinitely so that safety monitoring measures and repairs may be carried out. The nervous, straining sound of Ted Wise lying through his rabbity teeth cut in. "We became aware of the problem when no one could feel a greater sense of loss than I. Possible that our owners may decide to terminate." That was new to Leo. He must have been listening to Pierce when Wise decided to be cute and refer to our owners. Of course he had not decided to be cute. He had been too rattled to be anything but stupid, but this was a lapse which only Leo would notice. By the time the newsreader had moved on to the weather and the traffic report, Leo was almost smiling with self-satisfaction. All traffic funneled into one lane. An imperious policeman waved a flashlight, flares burned, the bars of light on the tops of police cars flashed blue and white and red. The wreckers had towed away most of the crumpled automobiles, but the 16-wheeler still sagged against the guardrail, a recumbent elephant. The 3 lanes, blocked off by conical orange markers, were littered with broken glass, hubcaps, and detached tires, a fender dented in half like a huge silver V. The smell of scorched metal and rubber hung over it all. As Leo inched into his place in the single line of cars, he looked sideways past the policeman with the flashlight and saw an unrecognizable car jammed beneath the undercarriage of the truck. The entire top of the car was sliced off down to the door handles. Inside that improbable cripple had been a human being. Stony, Leo thought, and then recalled with terrible clarity the 2 young dead men on their backs in the glass room, eyes and mouths open, and again saw white froth sliding toward a drain. He pushed these visions backward into some dark, empty chamber in his mind and snapped his head forward as the tall officer waved the flashlight past his window. Exit 18 was only 3 miles ahead. Now he was in a sweat to get home. It seemed that a massive and cruel movement of ill luck had touched him, brushing past with muscular haste. Or had not brushed past, but clung to him as if he were its epicenter. Darts of alarming light irradiated his mirror, burned across his face. At a mule's pace he crawled the 3 miles to his exit. Rational, Leo knew that nothing had happened to his wife. He understood that his fears were the product of his work at the plant in Woodville, and of the sudden reminder of mortality slipping behind him on the highway. He was not as tough as he had been impelled to be in Woodville, and now his mind was taking the toll for that callousness. You escaped that, his mind was saying, but this you shall not so easily escape. And after all, were not the news items he had heard proof that his strategy had worked? His mind was punishing itself for that success. All shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Again he saw the two young men, Washington and Thorogood, on their backs in the glass room. He squirted out of the line of cars at his exit, gunned his Corvette up the ramp, and faked a pause at the stop sign. Leo wound through the quiet Hampstead streets. Lights burned in the big frame houses. Ordinary family life went on. A man walked a dog. A large woman in a sweatsuit thumped down Charleston Road. On his corner, a lost-looking teenage boy stood at the edge of the road, gazing at the sky as if for direction. For a second, for less than that, Leo thought he knew the boy, who was fair-haired, perhaps slightly undersized, and wore a striped rugby shirt with the sleeves pushed up on his thin arms. The headlights swept past him, the boy jerked away, and Leo swerved into Cannon Road. On their acre-and-a-half lots, the houses sedately marched uphill, pronouncing themselves good investments, not as grand as the houses on Hermitage Avenue up the hill, but shining forth from their lighted windows a solid affluence. In this world, all children were blond, all refrigerators stocked with mineral water, expensive jogging shoes, scuffed or virginal, sat in every closet. 4 houses up, Leo saw Stony's car parked in the driveway. Then he saw that all the windows were dark. The car left out of the garage, the black, empty windows. Leo exhaled, seeing these first signs of disorder. The top of his head suddenly went cold. He turned into the driveway and pulled ahead of his wife's car. On his way to the front door, he paused on the gravel drive and looked about him. The boy had vanished from the Charleston Road corner. The big trees loomed up into the darkness, where they coalesced into one tree. All was silence and growing dark. Mr. Leo Friedgood returns home on a Saturday evening from a noble day's work. Mr. Leo Friedgood surveys his estate. His chest felt tight. Leo turned around and went quickly to his front door. It was unlocked. The house was darker than the outside, and he switched on the hall light. "Stony." No answer. "Stony?" He stepped forward, still thinking that there was a happy explanation. She had gone for a walk, she had stepped next door for a drink. But Stony never did either of those things, not at night. Leo turned on the dining-room lights and saw the empty table ringed with solid wooden chairs. Stony? The conviction that something terrible had taken place, which had begun in him when he had passed the wrecks on the highway, blossomed out urgently. He was afraid to go into the kitchen. "Okay, let's get to the good part. What happened?" They had stood beside a wall of gloomy monkeys in cages. Leo pushed open the kitchen door. A room within a room, a structure like a glass cube, a tile floor. The mute presences of the range and refrigerator bulked in the dark kitchen. His own tile floor, red, was a shadowy sea. Leo flicked the light. He saw the Johnny Walker bottle, the only thing out of place, upright beside the sink. His fingers gently found it. They pushed the bottle back into the corner where the draining board met the wall. Slowly, Leo left the kitchen and went back to the dining room. He glanced up the stairs and continued into the living room. Here were silvery couches and padded chairs, a murky glass table, their colors drained by moonlight streaming in through the window. A tall clock ticked resonantly from the corner. He had seen, when he had come in, that the room was empty. Still, he turned on the nearest lamp, and the room sprang into life. In a little alcove on a far side of the living room was a den with bookshelves and a desk. A previous tenant had outfitted this alcove with track lighting, which Leo never used. He switched on the desk lamp. Framed diplomas stared down, as did a photograph taken at a TelPro institutional presentation of himself in the proximity of red buttons. Of course Stony was not in this little corner. Irresolutely, Leo wandered back to the entry. He looked up the stairs. He called out his wife's name. Leo went up 3 steps, peering into the darkness above him. He wiped his palms on the front of his sweatshirt. Then, grasping the handrail, he went up to the top and switched on the light. The door to his bedroom was closed. Leo went down the hall to the door and put his hand on the brass knob. "This is an empty room," he told himself. "Nothing has happened. Everything is just the same. When I open the door, I'll know that nothing's happened and that Stony will be back in a few minutes." He turned the knob and pushed open the door. As soon as he leaned forward and put his head into the room, he smelled the peaty aroma of whiskey. Stony's flat black shoes sat on the floor beside a neat pile of her clothes. Finally, Leo caught the odor of blood, which, in fact, was very strong in the room. He glanced at what was on the bed, and then found himself back in the upstairs hall without any memory of having left the bedroom. 10. At 10 minutes to 10, the lights of 2 police cars streamed along the leafy streets toward Greenbank and the Sound. Having finished her column, Sarah Spry finally left the Gazette building, unaware that the first page would have to be reset on Sunday afternoon. Richard Allbee put down his journal, undressed, got into the water-bed in his rented house, touched Laura's shoulder, and found that she was trembling. Graham Williams heard the sirens pass by on the street behind his house and rolled over in bed. Tabby Smithfield, still outside, watched the car streak past him and stood riveted to the grass before an unknown house on Cannon Road, incapable of moving because a long-forgotten memory had nailed his feet to the ground. Patsy McCloud did not hear the sirens or see the cars. As he did several times a year, her husband was hitting her upper arms and shoulders every 3rd or 4th blow, slapping her face with his open palm, and she was making too much noise to hear anything but herself. The beating lasted until she ceased any signs of resistance and simply bowed her head into the protection of her raised forearms. Finally, the blows were no more than a succession of taps. "You know, you drive me crazy sometimes," Les McCloud said. "Go wash your face, for God's sake." 11. Leo Friedgood, still being questioned by the police, missed the 11 o'clock news, which reported the apparent suicide in Boston of an MIT scientist named Otto Bruckner. Leo would not be left alone until past midnight, when he would take a room at the Colonial Motel on the Post Road and sleep in his clothes, so tranquilized by the police doctor that the noises from the discotheque in the motel's basement never disturbed him. But on the local news, Ted Wise spoke his piece, Pierce spoke his, and the famous reporter stood sleekly and elegantly upright as he announced that all the agencies had attributed the deaths of the 2 workers to carbon monoxide fumes emanating from a faulty furnace. The famous reporter did not neglect to remind his audience of a similar incident in the Bronx 4 months earlier. The Sunday edition of the New York Times carried a foot-long obituary of Dr. Otto Bruckner. There were anecdotes about his modesty and absent-mindedness, a list of his awards, a reasonable assessment of his place in the development of modern biochemistry. In death, Dr. Bruckner was treated fairly by the Times, which is to say he was accorded more stature than he would ever have ascribed to himself. His obituary did not mention his work on DRG. Nor did the Sunday Times discuss the murder of Stony Baxter Friedgood. There would be only a short article in Monday's paper. But Stony was not to be forgotten in death. Her photograph would appear 4 times in the newspaper, the first in a row of black-bordered photographs. In 13 weeks, over the rest of May, through June and July, 6 more people were to be murdered, just as Stony was. After that, the news which came from this section of Patchen County was spotty and unreliable. 2. The Allbees. 1. For Richard Allbee, the first real shock of being back in his native country had come late at night in the hotel suite he and Laura had taken to wait out the availability of the house on Fairy Tale Lane. Moving house ranks just behind divorce and death of a spouse as cause for anguish, and Richard had been unable to sleep. He felt as though he had just made the mistake of his life. Nervously, he had wandered into the living room, switched on the television, and been confronted, in the most concrete possible way, with his own past. Daddy's Here was showing on an independent station, as it did every night at 12:30 in New York. In almost every large American city, the old series surfaced once a day on one of the less distinguished channels, offering its spurious vision of family life to anyone so fixated that he watched television after midnight or before 6 in the morning. Daddy's Here was a staple. It was fodder for the softest programming hours, but Richard had not seen it since the days of its first airing. In London, that the almost 30-year-old series still had a life had been curious and funny, but no one in London had seen it. The program had been something to joke about at parties. The 10-year-old me is still going strong, that's right. What's more, he's still getting paid. The 10-year-old me had an excellent lawyer. This was truer than he had known at the time. Along with Carter Oldfield, the only other principal actor still alive and the star of the series, Richard got a residual check every month of his life. The excellent lawyer, Phil Sawyer, had been Carter Oldfield's, and he had persuaded Richard's parents to accept a lower salary for the trade-off of an income even he had not expected to be lifelong. "Out here nobody knows how long they're going to work, so make the program the boy's annuity," had been the persuasive sentence. Annuity was a magical word to Mrs. Mary Allbee. The other two chief cast members had turned down Sawyer's suggestion, but for Richard, beginning 10 years after the program's cancellation, the residuals had begun to arrive. He had been 24, and the unexpected money gave him a freedom he badly needed. There it was, every month, enough to keep a young couple afloat as they moved happily into the early days of their marriage. Richard had gone to graduate school in architecture, worked for 2 years in an architect's office, moved to England and tried to write a novel, had finally found the work that satisfied him most. For 3 years the monthly checks had been invested, not spent. They had given the Allbees 7 years of wandering without undue care, and after Richard and Laura had settled down in Kensington, the checks had been almost an embarrassment, like a youthful habit not quite outgrown. Richard had his work, Laura was an editor for a women's magazine, and the green rectangle that meant Daddy's Here was going into its umpteenth year in Cleveland and Little Rock simply went into Lloyd's Bank and slowly multiplied itself. 6 years' worth of episodes, more than 200 of them, circling around the United States, showing the hard-working little Richard Allbee growing from 8 to 14, growing through a youth utterly unlike his own real one. In the world of Daddy's Here, no problem existed that was not amusing and could not be solved by Ted Jameson, Carter Oldfield, in 30 minutes. There was no crime, no death or disease, no poverty, no alcoholism. The problems had to do with homework, girlfriends, buying birthday presents. With a kind of fascinated dread, Richard sat down on the suite's stiff couch and watched himself move through his professional paces. He had missed the first 5 or 6 minutes, and so had also missed the line, thank God. The line, the sentence which his character, Spunky Jameson, uttered in 3 programs out of 5, which brought sacks full of cookies to the studio, had become a curse. At 14 he had hoped never to hear it again, and he still hated cookies. The black-and-white images of his past would spare him that much, anyhow. The Jamesons were seated around the table in their pine and formica kitchen, and lovely Ruth Brandon, Grace Jameson, was in a dither because she had dented a fender on the family car. She wanted to get it repaired before she told Ted. Flustered, she put salt into Ted's coffee and sprinkled sugar on the roast. Ted sampled his coffee, squinted, made a quizzical face. "Hey, what's the matter, Pop?" asked David Jameson, played by Billy Bentley. "This coffee just doesn't taste right," said Carter Oldfield, projecting kindliness and wisdom, as well as momentary puzzlement. "Switch brands, honey?" 10-year-old Richard Allbee giggled right on cue. He knew about the bent fender. That was how it had gone, more or less, for 6 years. Richard could not help thinking of their fates, of what had happened to the 4 of them. None of the other 3 had found fame in movies that each to different degrees had desired. Ruth Brandon, that beautiful woman, the most professional actor on the set, had contracted breast cancer a year after their cancellation. While working on the pilot for another series, she had collapsed, and the doctors found that a new cancer had spread throughout her internal organs. She was dead in 3 months. Carter Oldfield was the only one of the cast to still have a career in television. That aura of kindly wisdom had been inextinguishable throughout Oldfield's sieges of depression and boozing. Oldfield had moved from Daddy's Here to another long-running series about a law practice in a small Midwestern town. Now he appeared in ubiquitous commercials for a brand of orange juice, the juice that wakes up your body. His hair had gone from dark brown to silvery gray, but he still looked much the same. In fact, age had improved him. Now he was like a hybrid of James Stewart and Melvin Douglas. Richard smiled, remembering in how many scenes Carter Oldfield had kept his hands in his pockets because they were shakier than poplar leaves. Still, he had survived, and Richard could now think of him with affection. It was not the love with which he remembered Ruth Brandon, but the man was a better actor than anyone credited him with being. He had only a 1-octave keyboard, but he played it beautifully. But Billy Bentley, that was painful to remember, even more painful than seeing Ruth Brandon again. In the days of Daddy's Here, Richard Allbee had been a boy without a father, without brothers or sisters. His father had apparently vanished days after baby Richard's arrival home from the hospital. Richard had idolized Billy Bentley. There was something of James Dean in him, something sensitive and rebellious. 10 years old to Richard's 8, 14 to his 12, he had looked 5 years older, with his dark, broad face and fall of hair over his forehead. Billy had been a great, though an unschooled, dancer, and had a small but real talent for music. Billy drank beer, smoked cigarettes, drove his own car around the studio lot, and shouted comic things at script girls. At 12 and 14, he had been innocently wild. Drugs had ruined him. And that had ruined Daddy's Here. On a street corner in West Los Angeles, he had tried to buy 2 nickel bags of heroin from a narcotics detective. He was 17, and he looked at least 25. The publicity had scuttled the series. Scuttled Billy Bentley, too. Billy had disappeared into penal institutions for 2 years. In his absence, he had been like a large, unpaid bill, a nagging, guilty center of awareness. He had written 3 times to his brother, "You still getting high on 7-Up, Spunky? Walking through fields of flowers? In here we got the whole elite of junior dope fiends, and life ain't too bad, Spunks, not too bad. We ain't finished yet. We'll see the old red robin again some day." In his sophomore year in college, Richard had read that Billy, now 22, had been arrested again on a drug charge. He was still Billy Bentley, actor and former child star of Daddy's Here. 4 years later, out again, he had called Richard in New York. He wanted to do a film about drug addiction, and he was looking for money. Richard had sent him a couple of $1,000 against Laura's opposition. Chances were it went straight into Billy's arm. Richard had not cared. He felt he owed him at least that much. He had loved Billy, loved him just as if he had been a real brother. But he had refused to work with him. That had come up first in Paris, where Richard and Laura were living for 6 months. Billy had called up in the middle of the night, full of an idea for his resurrection. "Hey, man, there are all these dinner theaters out there now, all over the East Coast, man. We're naturals. They'd drop dead to get us. We just find the right play, and we're in. And we get on pretty good. Hell, I practically raised you." Richard thought of the last time he had seen Billy. He had looked into the window of Horn and Hardart's on East 42nd Street and seen him at a table, his face still broad and dark, but all the innocence burned out of it. He wore the clothes of the hip urban poor, corduroy jeans and a Salvation Army suit jacket too large for him. His face was oddly pocked, full of small, shadowy scars. Billy looked dangerous, sitting at the table in Horn and Hardart's. He looked like he did not belong in daylight. "Are you clean now?" Richard asked him. "Hey, don't be a drag. I'm in the methadone program. I can get clean any time I want. I'm ready for work, Spunks. Let's get something together. People want to see all that old stuff again." Richard had said no, and felt it like a betrayal. In the second year in London, there had been another midnight phone call. Billy was still thinking about dinner theater. "Billy," Richard had said, "I was an actor because my mother wanted to see my footprints outside the Chinese theater. It was fun, but that's over for me. I'm sorry." "I need you, man," Billy had told him. "Like you needed a dad in the Red Robin days." "I'll send you some money," Richard had said. "That's the best I can do." "Money ain't spunks," Billy said, and hung up before Richard could ask for his address. Not long after, Richard read of his death in Newsweek. He had been shot to death in what the magazine called an altercation over drugs. Richard thought of all this while watching the innocuous 20 minutes of Daddy's Here. In the morning, he knew, Laura would listen sympathetically and then say, "Billy didn't belong to you, lunkhead. You didn't wreck his life, he did." It was true, but Laura had not heard Billy Bentley's half-whispered, "I need you," and responded with an offer of money. "Sorry, Billy, I can't save your life right now. How about a nice fat check instead?" Welcome home, Richard. He switched off the set as soon as When the Red Robin Goes Bob Bobbin' Along, the theme song, began to swing joyously beneath the credits. 2. It must have been because of the accident of unexpectedly seeing himself and Billy Bentley as the children they had been that Richard dreamed of being back in the series on his second night in Hampstead. Richard and Laura spent the Sunday unpacking their clothes, the summer clothes only, for all the rest could wait until they had their own place. The house on Fairytale Lane was theirs for 2 months only. Already they knew that this was a blessing. Hampstead was even now very humid, and the rented house was not air-conditioned. The attic fan cooled the bedroom floor, but it roared like a jet engine. The huge fireplace in the living room, though spotless, stank of ashes. The kitchen had only a few feet of counter space. What could have been a useful spot beneath some of the upper cabinetry was occupied by a microwave oven, the first one the Allbees had seen. The 4 bedrooms were small and dark, the stairs ominously steep. Whenever he rolled over on the hated waterbed, the resulting wave threatened to knock Laura onto the floor. In the vest-pocket dining room, a large water stain announced that the ceiling would one day introduce itself to the table. All the wiring, to Richard's experienced eye, had been installed before the Second War. A third of the window frames had rotted, leaving a papery, wafer-like layer of paint. All in all, the house was a good candidate for Richard's professional services. He was a restorer of such rotting beauties. He had worked on a dozen large houses in London, starting with his own, and had built a reputation based on care, exactness, and hard work. He took a deep satisfaction in bringing these abused Victorian and Edwardian structures back to life. What showed in his work was that the man behind it understood where the beauty in such houses lay, and knew how to make it shine again. Richard had put himself to school to the buildings an earlier generation had dismissed as monstrosities, and in a short time, guided by an instinct he had not known was his, had learned their secrets. In a few years he had even a small kind of fame. 2 magazines had done features about his houses. He was offered more work than he could accept. This would happen, he fervently hoped, in America, too. 2 couples, one in Rhode Island and the other in Hillhaven, had already contracted for his services. The commissions had given him the impetus to move back to America. That and the impending birth of his child. His son or daughter would be American and would sound like one. Before he conceived a child, he had not imagined that to be important, but important it was. The child of Laura and himself would not have a Kensington accent. It would have the accent of Connecticut, where both his parents and Laura's had been born, where he and Laura, too, had been born, on the same day, a year apart. Richard also felt easier about enrolling Lump, the only name they had yet, in a Patchen County school than sending him to a London comprehensive. Him? Lump would be a girl, Richard secretly knew, and loved the knowledge. Shortly before the Packers had come, while the London house was still recognizable, Richard had dreamed that he was walking in Kensington Gardens. It was a day 5 or 6 years in the future. The sunshine which fell on the lovely broad lawn was sunlight still far out in space. The grass and flowers were the grandchildren of the grass and flowers he knew. The trees were slightly, though noticeably, taller. This atmosphere of futurity extended to Richard, who in the dream was slightly heavier than his actual 160 pounds. A child was tugging at his hand. He was taking this future child out to play in the future park, and all was well. Dream Richard dared not look down at his child for fear of weeping with joy. Lump was tugging him along toward the round pond, and he let Lump pull him, for the moment simply and quietly stunned with happiness. At last he did look down. She was a small, vibrant child with Laura's straight, reddish-blonde hair. She wore a little print dress and black childish shoes. Pride and love burst in his chest, and he sobbed, overwhelmed by the force of these emotions, and his bursting feeling woke him up. He had seen her, and she was perfect. The calm radiance of this dream had stayed with him for days. He had never told Laura about seeing their child in the dream. Neither did he tell her of the other dream. Husbands and wives divide psychic responsibilities, and Richard's duty was to represent the optimistic side of the wrenching move. It was Laura who could express their joint fears and doubts. So it was Laura who asked, "Is this really going to work?" They were taking a walk that first Sunday, plunging off into unknown territory. The Allbees had gone down to the steep end of Fairy Tale Lane and wandered across a bridge, gone past immense trees entangled with creeping vines, then briefly joined by an amiable scurry of rotund dogs. All the houses seemed huge, set at vast distances from each other. A chainsaw burped and spat from behind a screen of trees. "Sure it is," he said. He put his arm around her shoulders. "It might be a little tough at the start, but good things are going to happen to us here. I already have 2 customers. That's a good start." "I'm in culture shock," Laura said. "We grew up here," Richard pointed out. "You grew up in Los Angeles. I grew up in Chicago. This whole state looks like Lake Forest." "Can't be bad." He caught the flash of her eye and said, "Oh, I know what you mean." They had been born here, but it was strange to them. Laura's father had been transferred to Illinois, and she had grown up in a townhouse similar to their London house. He had grown up in a series of apartments and small rented houses. His first house had been the one he and Laura had bought together. They were used to terraces, row houses, and shops close enough to walk to. They were used to traffic and pubs and parks. Hampstead, neither city nor country, had a dissociated, unreal quality. The name conjured up pictures of the Everyman Cinema, and Holly Hill, Galsworthy's serene white house, and brick walks for both of them. "I think it will take a year or 2, he said, "but we'll adjust to this funny place." "I'm not sure I want to adjust," Laura said, and he silently applauded. At that point, a pack of men in short pants and sweat-stained T-shirts burst from around a corner and pounded toward them. "Hey!" shouted the leader, a Viking with flowing hair and a blond, bouncing beard. Richard, who was wearing a tweed jacket and a necktie, suddenly felt overdressed for this sunny May morning. One of the things they had noticed already was that Patchen County was resolutely healthy. Not only did joggers come down Fairy Tale Lane at all hours, but the stupefyingly lavish grocery stores were filled with people returning from or going to tennis matches. The local drugstore was stocked with an amazing array of cigarettes, but he had been the only person buying them. Of course there was a culture shock. When Laura went to the grocery store, where the customers all seemed to be modeling tennis clothes, she did not recognize the cuts of meat. Most of the breakfast cereals were pap coated with sugar, and strangers spoke to you with astounding directness. "My sister died," a woman said to Laura over the frozen yogurt. "She just fell over and died, and of course her husband never changed a diaper in his life." "What a shame," Laura replied, backpedaling. The men, like the Viking jogger, looked you in the eye and beamed, showing a million white teeth. They looked like talk-show hosts. There was an assumption of intimacy in that glad, dopey gaze. They would get used to all these things, which were finally unimportant, because they had to. And Richard knew that their first days in America were particularly strained because they were supposed to be at home with everything here. That was another expectation, one they had of themselves. The Allbees went early to bed that night. While Richard read aloud from their current project, Madame Bovary, they from time to time stroked each other's thighs, caresses full of comfortable, marital tenderness. Laura occasionally smiled to herself as the baby moved, which it had only lately begun to do. Tonight the baby was active, and she wanted Richard to feel it steeplechasing. He fell asleep with his hand on the rising loaf of her belly. Sometime in the night he dreamed of being back on the set of Daddy's Here. He was not 10 years old. He was his own 36. He was saying the line. Billy Bentley, likewise adult, smirked from out of his shadowy, pitted face. "Not tonight, darling," Ruth Brandon said, bustling onto the set through the door from the kitchen. "Don't you remember? There was an awful murder. There's something terrible outside. I couldn't make cookies with that on my mind." "Oh, sure, Mom," he said. "I remember now. No, cookies sure would be a bad idea." "Booga, booga, booga," Billy Bentley said. "There's a big bad killer, and he's going to get you." An episode about a killer? Surely that was wrong. The sponsors would never have. "He's going to pounce on you out of the closet." Billy Bentley grinned at him. "The door is going to swing open, and he's going to crawl on out, coming to get you, babe." "Now, David," said Ruth Brandon, "that's not nice." "Dad's been looking a little weird lately," Billy said. "The old juicer needs a jolt. About time Dr. Feelgood gave him a happy pill. We'll be lucky if he makes it to the end of the season." "I won't have you saying such things about your father," said Ruth Brandon, still imperturbably in character. They were not on the set, Richard finally noticed. They were eating in the Vestbucket dining room. There were no cameras and no crowds of stagehands and studio people looking on. "Hey, Mom," he said. "I want you to go to your bedroom now," Ruth said. "Lock your door, and make sure the windows are locked, too." "This isn't the—" "Get upstairs!" Ruth Brandon shouted, and for a second her face was crone-like, rattled and drawn. "Get up there and lock your door!" The room had 4 walls, but somewhere a camera was recording all this. "Scene 2, called a voice. "Places." He was up in the bedroom, pajamas, night. Model airplanes covered the desk. A college pennant was tacked to the wall over the bed. Arhoolie. Arhoolie? This was the set bedroom, and he was now truly Spunky Jameson, for he was in his 10-year-old body. A pair of skis leaned against the wall by the closet, a tennis racket in its zippered case, all the old boyish clutter. He touched his face, ran his hand over his crew cut. Yes, all was right. He knew what the script called for. Spunky walks to window, looks out anxiously, turns back to David. Richard went to the window. He remembered that view, the back wall of the studio, unused flats, dangling ropes. He looked out. What he saw was not the view of the studio, but a street, grass, a neighbor's picket fence. In moonlight, street lamps marched down Maple Lane, a street which had never existed. A 1954 Chevy went by, its headlights making lines of tar in the road blackly shine. He turned around, his mouth dry. "Hey," he said. "Spunky, hey." Laura lay asleep on the waterbed, her hair spilling over the pillow. Billy Bentley, his face barely visible in the darkness, lay beside her, grinning at him. Richard knew that Billy was naked under the sheets. "Booga booga booga," Billy said in an evil voice. "Bad stuff coming your way." "Front door slams." The front door slammed. "David, guess it's here now, bro." "Guess it's here now, bro," Billy said. "You sure you got the door locked?" In shock, Richard gaped at the spectacle of Billy Bentley naked in bed with Laura. There was a definite atmosphere of post-coital ease. Laura breathed in and out through slack, beautiful, blissfully unconscious lips. "Hell of a good woman you got there," Billy said, and Richard, in the midst of a searing blast of resentment, felt his powerlessness before Billy Bentley's adult body. "This is one woman who's got it all, you know what I mean?" Billy's spatulate hand, black in the dark room, rubbed Laura's sheeted rump. "But if you don't mind my saying so, you got yourself another little problem now, Spunks. I ain't too sure you locked that door after all." "The door?" "The bedroom door, Spunks. Bad old thing a-comin'." Richard could hear terrible noises coming from downstairs. A heavy object fell to the ground, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and china. Ruth Brandon screamed. A heavy, vicious, splintering sound, as of an axe repeatedly striking wood. Ruth screamed once more. There came a series of heavy thuds, and Ruth's screams abruptly stopped. "Better get your ass in gear," Billy said. Someone was shouting downstairs. Richard went to the door and punched in the button on the knob. "Kind of lost his cool when he saw that dent in the fender." Billy was still grinning at him, still rubbing Laura's rump. "Bedroom door rattles." The door noisily shook against the lock. The person on the other side knocked once, then twice more. "Spunky? Hey, Spunky. Let me in, will you?" It was Carter Oldfield's expressive voice, but the voice sounded ragged and out of breath. "I paid for this house. I own it. Let me in, you little creep." The voice also sounded drunk. Richard had heard that dragging slur before. "Go away," he said, and Billy Bentley chuckled from the bed. "Don't tell me to go away," roared Carter Oldfield. "I've got some business to take care of with you." The axe began to strike the door with great, thudding, splintering blows. Richard shuddered into wakefulness, his heart thundering in his chest. The digital clock on the bedside table read 4:04. Laura whiffled in her sleep, disturbed by the sloshing Richard had created when he had awakened. Striped wallpaper he would never have chosen shone for a moment on the walls, picked out by the glowing scoops of a passing car's headlights. 3. On Monday morning, the Allbees met the real estate person, Ronnie Wrigley, at her office at one of the shopping centers on the Post Road. Ronnie was a big, brash, transplanted Californian with an eager laugh and short, shining platinum hair. She had the physical grace and confidence that follows some former athletes throughout their lives, and Richard supposed that she had been a good high school swimmer or diver back in Marin County. When the Allbees had arrived the previous spring to look at rentals, two innocent know-nothings, Ronnie had taken them in hand. Despite its flaws, the Fairytale Lane house had been the most suitable of all the houses they had seen that spring. Ronnie had treated them fairly, had even steered them away from rentals less suitable and more expensive. They liked her. She made the wearying business of house hunting more enjoyable than it would have been otherwise. "Let's hit the trail." Ronnie held up a sheaf of listings. "We'll look at 3 this morning, have a nice lunch somewhere, and then hit 2 more this afternoon. I want you to get an idea of what's available in your price range." They got into her car, a blue Datsun with RONNI license plates. "I hope you're sleeping all right," she said. "It can be hard in an unfamiliar place." "Not really," Laura said from the back seat. "The bed sloshes." Ronnie whooped with laughter. "Oh, darn, I forgot. That house has a water bed. But don't you think you'll get used to it?" "I'd rather not get used to it," Richard said. "Surfing is surfing, and sleeping is sleeping, and never the twain shall meet." He picked up the first of the listing sheets between himself and Ronnie. "Is this where we're going first?" Ronnie nodded. "Say, I feel a little tacky asking this, but I just have to do it. Could you... would you mind saying it for me? You know what I mean." She wanted him to say, "the line." He glanced at Laura, who was grinning wickedly at him from the back seat. "Or do you just hate it when people ask you to do that?" "Nobody's asked me to say it in 10 years at least. Okay. Hey, Mom, I want a whole plate of cookies." Both women laughed. "Well, my voice changed." Laura said, "That wasn't so bad, was it, dear?" "Not so bad. It was wonderful," Ronnie said. "I just had to ask. I can't believe that was you. I told my boyfriend, Bobo, the guy who's a cop. I was showing you houses, and Bobo said, ask him to say it. Sometimes when Bobo's on 8 to 12, we watch your program after he gets back. It's on nearly every night, I think it's just so neat that you're moving back to Hampstead." "Of course, we hardly knew it," Richard said. "Both of us were practically babies when we left." "Oh, you'll love it here. There's always something going on. When we had our big office party for our customers last Christmas, Jane Frobisher, she works with me, came up to some people I just sold a house to, and she said, 'You just moved into Hampstead? You're so young to get divorced.' Oh, my gosh, listen, do you know about the murder yet?" Ronnie broke into their laughter. "Bobo told me about it. It happened Saturday night. And after Bobo got back to the station after that big accident on the thruway, everybody was talking about it. I hate to talk about the wages of sin and all that, but I guess the lady got turned into lamb patties by her Mr. Goodbar while her husband was out working." That was how the Allbees first heard of Stony Friedgood. "Madame Bovary in Patchen County," Laura said. "So there's another house for sale in Hampstead," Richard said. "Oh, it's not for you," Ronnie said quickly. "I know that house. It's strictly IBM. I've been moved." 4. If, during lunch at the same French restaurant Clark and Jean Smithfield had liked, Ronnie Wrigley went into perhaps too much detail about the circumstances of Stony Friedgood's death. If these circumstances suddenly reminded Richard Allbee of his nightmare about a crazed Carter Oldfield battering at a bedroom door with an axe, if none of the houses they had seen were right, the affordable ones needed so much work Richard would have had to neglect his clients, and if even 3 houses tended to blur into each other after an ice-cold martini and a glass of the excellent house white, still the 3 of them began to experience the glow of a beginning friendship. Richard even told a few well-worn anecdotes about Carter Oldfield's tantrums on the set of Daddy's Here. Laura lovingly described the Kensington house, which gave Ronnie some very specific ideas about what to show the Allbees. Ronnie gave them hope that life in Patchen County could be satisfying, interesting, and fun, too. Sitting across from them, with her smile, her swimmer's shoulders, and shining helmet of hair, she was a signpost toward a future where the things that shadowed them could be weightless. She even offered the hope of an infant social life by saying that they should all go out to dinner with Bobo some night during the next week. "Then you'll really get the lowdown on Hampstead," Ronnie said. "Bobo knows it all, and he's a great guy besides." "Well, I would think so. I'm only in love with him." And she gave Laura the name of a good doctor. "Everybody uses Dr. Van Horn," she said. "He's the best gynae man in town. He's extremely sensitive, which you'd think was pretty special if you had gone to some of the turkeys I trusted with my life before I switched to him. He'll treat you like a queen, and recommend a good OB person, too." She smiled at Laura. "Lump. I think that's so cute. Lump Allbee, the healthiest kid in stride rights." Laura pulled a notebook from her bag and wrote down, Dr. Ren Van Horn, Gyne. 3. Graham. 1. Instinct tells me that now is the time to emerge from the cover of the godlike narrator who knows what all his characters are thinking and doing at all times and who takes an impartial stance toward them. Already this pose has slipped, never more so than when I alluded to myself. This is me, Graham Williams, writing this account. Call me Graham. No, you damn well better not. Call me Mr. Williams, unless you happen to be within at least a decade of my age, which is 76. I have outlived every doctor who had warned me that I was smoking and drinking myself into a premature grave, and I am a cranky old party. My views are fixed, and my bowels are still good. I have 12 of my original teeth, which is pretty fair going, and a lot of expensive bridge work. I wrote 13 novels, only 3 of them crappy, a self-consciously harrowing memoir of my years on the booze, and 7 screenplays. At least one of these still sounds pretty perky when the movie shows up on the tube. This was Glinda, which starred Mary Astor as, and Gary Cooper and James Cagney as lover and husband of. I am a failure and a coward. As a young man, I learned to undermine my enemies by knocking myself before anybody else got the chance. Of course, these days I don't have any enemies left to speak of, which is a damn shame. All those battles turn into ancient history when your foes die off. Nobody cares about them anymore. And when you talk to a bunch of kids about the time you went head-to-head with some crass, knuckle-brained demigod of a studio boss, their eyes turn to stone. You might as well be talking about cavemen and saber-toothed tigers. Even that sweaty weasel who bitched my life, the junior senator from Wisconsin, Tail Gunner Joe, died a long time ago. And so did most of his fellow weasels on HUAC. Sterling Hayden, there's a man. Him I could talk to. The reason for coming out of cover and talking directly like this is that I lived through everything that happened in the lower end of Patchen County, and the book I was writing turned into this one. What I didn't know about I had to make up, but it all could have happened, and maybe did, just the way I wrote it. I kept my eyes open, and I saw plenty. At the end of it, Richard Allbees said to me, "Why don't you sit down and tell the whole story?" And that's how this book will end. If you're one of those folks who has to turn to the last page to see how it all comes out, my friends let me read their diaries, and that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. 2. But a lot comes from what I saw and heard, as I said. Consider where I lived. My house was on Beach Trail in Greenbank, right across the street from the old Sayer house, which the Allbees finally bought. 4 Hearths, where Tabby went with his father and stepmother, is just 2 minutes up the hill. Patsy and Les McCloud lived catty-corner across from my backyard. Mount Avenue, the Golden Mile, runs up toward Hillhaven just down the end of Beach Trail. I knew Monty Smithfield, not well, and I met Stony Friedgood when she was in that book group, High Minds. If I stood on my roof, I could chuck a rock right through the window of the bedroom where they found Stony. At least I could have 20 years ago. High Minds was talking about one of my books that week, Twisted Hearts, and Stony asked me if the husband in the novel understood that he was forcing his wife into the affair with my hero. Forcing her? I asked. They finally got a new paperback deal for Twisted Hearts because some editor thought it was a feminist statement. From the neck down, no, Ms. Friedgood replied. Gary Starbuck, the professional thief who played a minor role in some of our lives and who will appear in these pages soon, rented the roomy old Fraser Peters house only 2 blocks away. And after his death I walked through the astonishing display of stolen silver, television sets, paintings, and furniture with most of my neighbors, before Bobo Farnsworth and the other cops sealed the place. And I knew that rascal Pat Dobbin, because I had seen him grow up. His father was a friend of mine in the boozing days I wrote about in Lost Time. I rescued myself. Dan Dobbin didn't, but he was a better illustrator than his son. But more important than all of that, or as important anyhow, I couldn't look at Mount Avenue without seeing the Jaegers running down it with their torches in 1779. I couldn't look at Monty Smithfield's big house without seeing the wooden shack enigmatic Gideon Winter had put up on that spot in 1645. I knew the area. My father knew it. And my great-great-grandfather, too. When I looked at some happy kid named Mormon or Green, some kid in jeans and braces, I saw in him the leathery old onion farmer or blacksmith who'd had the same name and had given him a 16th of his jeans. 3. One thing is more important than my eccentric knowledge of the genetic makeup of fifth graders whose names were on the oldest tombstones in Gravesend Cemetery. I was one of the first to see the immediate effects of what I called the thinking cloud after it settled down over us. Of course, I made no more sense of it than anyone else at the time, having no idea that there was sense to be made. 4. Effects, I said. 2 effects. I encountered the first of these, the second 10 minutes later, while I was taking a walk down Beach Trail on Sunday morning, the 18th of May. On most sunny mornings I limp down the street to Mount Avenue, turn right, and walk past the gates of the Academy and turn into the short public road to Gravesend Beach. I look at the water and the people moving up and down on the beach. I breathe in the salt air, which has kept me alive all this time. No salt on your food, lots of good salt air in your lungs. If I see them, I generally say hello to Harry and Babe Zimmer, who materialize in their beat-up old Ford pickup around 8 or 9 to fish off the breakwater. Harry and Babe are a couple of kids in their mid-60s. They look like old jack-o'-lanterns left outside since last Halloween. Harry and Babe call me Mr. Williams. Then I crawl back. The whole exercise should take about 10 minutes, but it takes me over half an hour. That morning, I never got as far as the beach. There had been a small interruption in the epic wander while I inspected the latest damage to my mailbox, several heavy bangs and dents I took as a homicide attempt. The mailbox killer had apparently switched from cherry bombs to blunt instruments. After the inspection, I resumed the death-defying journey. I was just toiling past the immaculate lawn of the last house on my side of Beach Trail when I saw a body on the grass. The immaculate lawn was Bobby Fritz's work. Bobby knew every blade, every tree, every flower surrounding these houses, except for the poor stuff on my lawn. The body was Charlie Antolini's. Charlie appeared to be deader than my mailbox, and I scuttled up on the lawn to get a closer look. Charlie was a toughie, about 40, the son of the family that owned the Lobster House and a couple of other restaurants in Patchen and Westchester counties. As a kid, he had been a hustler at 9 or 10 back in the days before mailbox assassinations. He was my newsboy. Even then, he was a nuts-and-bolts human being, jittery with the need to make more money, money. He had finally accumulated enough to put himself and his family into the big green clapboard on Mount Avenue. The wrong side, not the sound side, but still Mount Avenue. "Need any help, Charlie?" I asked. I had seen right away that he was not dead. He was very still, but his green eyes were open, and he was smiling a little. This was not a typical Charlie Antolini smile. It was positively blissful. He was wearing pale blue silk pajamas. "Liable to get a nasty burn, Charlie," I said. "Hi there, Mr. Williams," he said. Charlie had not addressed me by name since about 1955. I thought he figured that a grubby old scribbler like me sort of lowered the tone of the neighborhood. "You sure you're all right?" I asked. "Just fine, Mr. Williams," he said, giving me that smile his mother wouldn't recognize. "Felt like taking the air, eh? It's a good idea, Charlie. Keeps the tubes clear. Why don't you come down to the beach with me? Say hello to Harry and Babe." "Got up this morning and felt great," he said. "Just unfucking believable. Got outside. Felt even better. Felt too good to go to work." "It's Sunday, Charlie," I said. Nobody goes to work on Sunday. Then I remembered that he was probably due at the Lobster House to help out with the brunch crowd. Sunday, he said. Oh, yeah. I looked up at his house. His wife was semaphoring from the living room window. I think you ought to get off the lawn, Charlie, I said. Florence looks pretty upset. Then I spotted his mailbox, formerly one of the apples of Charlie's eye. Metal, like mine, but twice as large. It was painted the same shade of green as his house. Over the green, Charlie'd had someone paint a pattern of flowers and vines trailing through a big red Antolini. Now this contraption lay on the driveway, knocked right off its pole. The side was bashed in, and shiny aluminum shone through the paint. I said, Say, the gang that killed my box got yours, too. Yours is more of a case of outright decapitation. Just feel that sun, Charlie said. Flo Antolini was waggling her arms behind the window, either telling me to clear off or to pick Charlie up and carry him inside. The latter was out of the question. Charlie must have weighed about 240. Under the blue silk and the flab, he still looked like the halfback he'd been on the J.S. Mill High School football team in 1959. I couldn't have lifted one of his legs. I shrugged to Flo, put my hands in my pockets, said, Well, enjoy yourself, to Charlie, and prepared to maneuver myself back onto the sidewalk. I had just accomplished this when I heard a woman screaming Charlie's name. Mr. Antolini! Mr. Antolini! Better hustle inside, Charlie, I said, figuring that one of the neighbor ladies had taken offense at the sight of him beached out there on his beautiful lawn. This was Hampstead, after all, not Dogpatch. Then I saw the woman from across the street barreling toward us. Evelyn Hugart, Mrs. Dr. Hugart. She was wearing a pink housecoat and had pink fuzzy things on her feet. She looked terrible. Mr. Antolini, please, she yelled, and ran across the street without bothering to look both ways. When she got closer, I saw how terrible she really looked. Normally, she was a nice-looking blonde lady, almost as big and healthy as that real estate woman Ronnie Wrigley. Plenty of tennis keeps them that way. She damn near knocked me over and knelt down on the grass beside Charlie. She grabbed one of his hands and tried to yank him sideways. It's Dr. Hugart, my husband, she said. Oh, please, I don't know what to do, and he'd be so ashamed of me. Hi there, Evie, Charlie said, giving her that beautiful green-eyed smile. Come on, please, Mr. Antolini. Please help me. Gosh, Charlie said. Too much sun, I said. Knocked him flat. Damn shame. Maybe I can give you a hand. When she looked up at me, I realized that she literally had not noticed me before. She blinked me away and went back to yanking on Charlie's paw. No help there, like I said, I offered. He's just been born again. An uncle of mine did the same thing at a Chautauqua on Fairley Hill in 1913. Went down like an ox, but I'm pleased to offer my own services. She gave an agonized pull at Charlie's hand once more and then looked up at me. Please, Mr. Williams, she said. Her voice was all trembly. Help me with the doctor. Lead the way, I said, and followed her at a quarter of her pace across the street. She had the door open and was waving me in when I was only halfway there. 5. Norm Hugart was what I guess they call an internist today, now that GPs are out of date, and he was a pretty good doctor and a very good snob. His dad used to be the same way. When I was some kind of a hotshot, old Dr. Hugart was happy to see me and tell me to lose weight, change my habits, etc. But after I fell into disgrace, he wasn't so happy about it anymore. Norm went to J.S. Mill about 10 years before Charlie Antolini did. After that, he went to the University of Virginia and Yale Medical School. When he was about Charlie's age, he returned to Virginia for some kind of seminar and met this big blonde tennis player and brought her back here. He was in practice with his father, but after his father gave up on me, the old man died pretty soon after. He wouldn't take me as a patient because he thought I was a communist, which was a lot of bilge. Still, he was supposed to be the second-best doctor in Hampstead, the best one being Wren Van Horn, who shines up the plumbing of half the ladies in town. Wren and I went back a good ways, but he was no good to me as a doctor. I guess Norm told his wife to always refer to him as Dr. Hugart in front of other people. He had a pointy little beard and an impressive bald head. He couldn't be bothered with you unless you were famous or likely to be. He worked on all the actors and illustrators around town. When he thought of something funny, he called up Sarah Spry so she could put it in her column. He hadn't spoken to me in 20 years, I bet, maybe 25. Evelyn was sort of hissing at me when I got to the front door. I could tell that even though she was too rattled to do anything herself, she wasn't easy about letting me in the house. I was Joe Stalin's nephew or some similar nonsense. Besides that, I wasn't even dressed up to the pink housecoat and fuzzy footgear standard. I was wearing a pair of old black high-top basketball shoes, lumpy, baggy tweed suit pants, and a green turtleneck sweater with ragged holes at the elbows. Also, I had not shaved. I almost never shave under my chin, anyhow. I don't want to cut my throat. "Well, what is it, Evelyn?" I asked. The entry was papered with framed cartoons, and I recognized the styles of Hampstead's and Hillhaven's half-dozen famous cartoonists. The one signed, "Hope this hurts you more than it does me, best, Pat Dobbin," showed a little bald guy with a pointy beard sawing into the belly of a Dobbin look-alike, while bills and coins spilled out of the wound. Pat Dobbin had made himself look the way he likely looked to himself in the medicine-chest mirror, which is to say, handsomer than he really was. "Please," she said, "come to the back, Mr. Williams. Dr. Hugart was just going outside to check on the sprinkler system, and I saw him fall, and—" She was pulling on the ratty old turtleneck, trying to get me to increase my speed. "He fell, did he?" I asked. "Tripped, maybe?" She let out a sob. "You just call the ambulance, Evelyn," I said. "They'll get here in a jiffy." I knew this from experience, and I told her the number. "Tell them Norm's unconscious, and give them your address. I can find my own way to the back door. I've been in this house 100 times. Sure I had. About that, anyhow, back in the 20s. The kitchen had been enlarged into the butler's pantry, and the range looked like a spaceship, and a big copper hood floated in the middle of the room, but the back door was in the same place. It banged to and fro in the little breeze we had that morning. I heard Evelyn dialing the phone. I got outside and stood there, breathing hard. The sun seemed a lot warmer than it had been while I inspected the damage to my mailbox. Norm Hugart was lying down on the dry part of his lawn. Water from underground sprinklers sprayed up just beyond him, wetting most of the grass and the red brick wall at the back of his property. A hopeful little rainbow arched over one of the fountains. 3 of the jets, the nearest one, seemed to be out of whack. Norm's face was in the grass, and the toes of his shoes pointed straight down. He didn't look anything like Charlie Antolini, or even like my Uncle Hobart, who collapsed on Fairley Hill when he discovered Jesus. I moved myself toward him. "Norm," I said, "how you feeling?" Norm did not answer. Stroke? Heart attack? I knelt effortfully beside him. He was dressed in the vest and pants of a blue 3-piece suit. His shirt was clean and starched. I bent over to look at his face, and saw that his eyes were open and staring into Bobby Fritz's springy grass. "Oh, damnation," I said, and pushed at his shoulder. His top half pitched over. Under the vest was a neat red and blue striped tie. I used both hands to push at his hip and rolled him over. Now he was staring straight up into the sky. "Norm, you stuffy bastard," I said, "wake up." I wondered, not for the first time, why someone so right-wing would wear chin hair like Lenin's. I put my head to his chest. Nothing moved in there. Then I put my face up against his mouth. No breath, just the smell of cologne and mouthwash. I pinched his nostrils and breathed into his mouth the way they do on TV. I was sweating. It was terrible that someone so much younger than myself was dead. I repeated the breathing gimmick. "What are you doing?" his wife screeched from the back door. "My best, Evelyn," I said. "You called him?" She gulped and nodded. Then she fluttered near Norm and me. "Mr. Williams," she breathed, Do you think... "Best to wait for the medics," I said. "He looks so normal," she said, which was pretty close to the truth. "Help me up," I said, and stuck out my arm. She gaped at my outstretched hand as if it were holding a turd. "Give me a pull, for God's sake, Evelyn," I said, and she grabbed hold and got me up on my feet. Both of us stood there looking down at Norm Hugart, lying face up on the grass. He's dead," Evelyn said. "Does sort of look that way," I allowed. "What a damn shame. Not a mark on him." It could be that this was a tactless remark. Evelyn Hugart stepped away from me, wrapped her arms around herself, and went into the house. But maybe she had heard the bell, for after a few seconds she reappeared with my old acquaintances of the Emergency Services medical team. They froze when they saw me. "You again?" the big mustached one said, and the cop with them shook his head. This was a blowhard named Tommy Turtle Turk, the worst cop on the Hampstead force. He was only a couple of months away from retirement and had a belly the size of a half-grown walrus, but he still liked to use his fists. "Not me, Turtle," I said. "Open your eyes." I sometimes call the paramedics when I get my bad chest pains. But this time the boys were all over Norm Hugart, hooking him up to the stuff I hope they never have to use on me. Turtle got tired with trying to slap me down with his eyes and went over to grill the widow. I watched the boys jolting Norm with one of those things that resemble truck batteries. Norm jerked, but not with anything like life. "He's gone," said the big one with the mustache. Then he looked up at me and said, "This is the second one this morning for us, and the other crew had one of their own. What the hell's going on here?" 3 heart attacks? "Who the hell knows?" he said, and sent one of the other boys out to the ambulance for a stretcher and a blanket. I wandered over to Turtle and Evelyn. Turtle was asking her if they'd had an argument before the doctor went outside. He glared at me, then he glared back at Evelyn. "No," she said. "Okay, what are you doing here?" Turtle bellowed at me. "This lady asked me to help. I rolled Norm over. I told her to call the medics. I was just walking by." "You mean you were—" He stopped, and I wondered what word he had censored. Slinking, oozing. Turtle hitched up his belly and grinned like an ape. "I scare you, don't I?" "I know I do, Williams." "Mr. Williams," I said. "And I know why. You're yellow. You're as yellow as they come. I know all about you, Mr. Williams." "Nuts," I said. "Goodbye, Evelyn. I'm very sorry this happened. Call me if you need anything." She blinked. I wanted to hug her. Turtle would probably have jugged me for attempted rape. I went slowly through the house and out the front door. Charlie Antolini was still lying blissfully on his immaculate lawn. Flo Antolini squatted beside him, weeping but talking fast. I crossed the street. "Norm Hugart keeled over in his backyard," I said. "Damn shame. You want any help?" This was sheer bravado. I needed to lie down, bad. "He won't get up, Mr. Williams," Flo said. "I can't make him come inside." I craned over to look at Charlie. "How you feeling, Charlie?" "Beautiful." "Beautiful." "It's time to go inside now. We might get a little rain soon." "Okay," he said, and held out his arms like a child. I took one, Flo the other. He almost pulled us over, but Flo planted her legs and kept us steady. "Geez, that was nice," Charlie said. "I never did that before." Flo thanked me and began to lead Charlie toward the house. He kept stopping to admire the grass and the daffodils, but finally she got him inside. The curtains closed with a silent crash. Turtle blasted away from the curb with a big manly roar of the patrol car. The paramedics were just bringing the stretcher out of Norm Hugart's house. I looked up and down Mount Avenue and mentally saw a crowd of Jaegers and lobsterbacks racing toward me, waving torches and muskets. I saw the storm, the bolts of lightning of that night. The big houses were burning. Rest was imperative. Among the German mercenaries and the British soldiers, there was one other, the one the Reverend Andrew Elliot had mentioned, headed by 1 or 2 persons who were born and bred in the neighboring towns. One person I knew, born and bred in Greenbank. Reverend Elliot, a decent man, had been protecting one of his own. I could almost see his face. He looked a lot like me. Out there was a dead child, a real child, though I did not know it then. The ambulance zipped past me, blowing the illusion apart. I got myself turned around and went home. 6. Now, suppose that the thinking cloud had been born in Hempstead instead of Woodville. Suppose also that Dr. Wise knew what he was talking about. We have about 25,000 people in town. If the immediate death rate was from 5 to 8%, between 1,250 and 2,000 people would have dropped dead Saturday night. The streets would have been full of bodies. Instead, only 5 people died in Hampstead over Saturday night and Sunday morning. The murder of Stony Friedgood stole everybody's attention, especially when it was followed by another murder like it. And we never got around to putting things together. The oldest person to go was a guy my age, a retired boat dealer who lived on Gravesend Road. The youngest was a 7-year-old boy. That bites at me. No kid should die from something like that. It could have been Tabby. See, it could have been Tabby Smithfield. The kid's parents had only moved here 18 months before. Somewhere in between the boy and the boat dealer was a friend of mine. I heard about it when I got home. The phone was ringing. It was Harry Zimmer. Babe was dead, he said. She'd had a little emphysema, but that wasn't what killed her. She had just dropped dead as soon as she got out of the pickup. Fell down, a goner, in the parking lot at Gravesend Beach. Wasn't that a hell of a note? Harry was crying. I just wanted you to know, Mr. Williams, he said. Babe always said you were a real gentleman. I said the things you say. Hell, and double hell. I can't write in my own voice any more. Savage old Turtle was right, and I'm yellow. This is a screwball way to write a book anyhow. So what I'm going to do is put down about the Allbees buying the house across the street and how they met Patsy McCloud. Pasta is prologue, and that. Pretty soon we'll get back to Tabby, and then I'll tell you about Gary Starbuck, the thief, and the little gang Tabby almost got into, and the stories Pat Dobbin was illustrating. It all belongs here, believe me. Or don't, you'll find out anyhow. Then we'll get to the part I hate to write about. I loved Ren Van Horn. He was only 8 years younger than I, and we grew up here together. But I loved Babe Zimmer, too, that nice pumpkin-faced old lady who thought I was a real gentleman. If I'd been like Tabby when I was a kid, I wouldn't have ended up this way. 4. Recognitions. 1. The husband didn't do it, Ronnie Wrigley told the Allbees on Wednesday morning as she turned out of the shopping center. There was something funny going on with that lady. I don't mean she was the town pickup or anything, but she definitely gave out her favors. Bobo thinks that her husband knew about it. On Saturday, she came into Franco's and met some guy there. They didn't stay long, and none of the dummies at the bar recognized the man. From out of town, Laura suggested. Could be, but we always say that in Hampstead, Ronnie laughed. If someone's house gets broken into, which happens all the time, people always say the burglar came from Norrington or Bridgeport. But what happened is that the guys at the bar looked at Stony and didn't even bother to look twice at the guy. Bobo says they have about 5 different descriptions of him. He could be a blond guy in his 40s or a white-haired guy in his 60s. The only thing they agreed on was that he wasn't a regular at Franco's. But I guess a few of the guys recognized Stony. I shouldn't be telling you this before you even move here, but I gather that some of our executive wives hang around Franco's. I don't know. What do they think they're going to find? Lumberjacks? I'm probably too straight-laced, but I think that's so dumb. It still could have been the husband, Laura said. You said he knew about her affairs. Oh, he's got an alibi, Ronnie said. Good old Leo Friedgood was in Woodville all afternoon. He works for some giant corporation, and not only could a couple of people vouch for him down there, he spoke to General Haugajas a couple of times on the phone. Henry Haugajas? Richard said in surprise. The one who was in Korea? Is there another one? Ronnie asked. Iron Hank. One of the detectives talked to him personally. He told Bobo he felt like standing up the whole time he was on the phone. A real character, I guess, Richard said. Still carries his guns around with him. He shot a mugger 2 years ago, Ronnie said. Can you imagine that? It was in Midtown, New York. Ronnie laughed. We're going to look at a 4-bedroom house right on the Hampstead-Old Sarum border first. It has lots of character. And then we'll look at a house in Greenbank. I have a feeling about that one. 2. Ronnie was doing her best, Richard knew. Any real estate agent is limited by the range of houses actually on the market. Besides that, house prices in Patchen County had tripled in the past 10 years. Mortgage rates were currently at their highest level in history, and many houses he and Laura would have liked were now far beyond their price range. Old Sarum is a lot more rural than Hampstead, Ronnie said, quite unnecessarily, after they had gone for nearly a mile without seeing a house of any sort. A lot of people like that. Laura made a non-committal sound from the back seat. Unfortunately, the owner will be in the house while I'm showing it. Something happened, I guess. She really wanted to stay home. She's a widow. Finally, they reached an overgrown driveway. The house was a cottage to which rooms had been added by various owners. A glassed-in studio topped the modern garage. The whole thing had been built on the side of a densely wooded hill, and appeared to swarm over it, working its way toward the top like a bank of ivy. Laura asked, Can we really afford this one? Mrs. Bamberger wants a quick sale, Ronnie said as they left the car. She's going to Florida in a couple of weeks. I thought it was worth a look, anyhow. She gave Laura and Richard a rueful look. I'm afraid she'll talk your ears off. Mrs. Bamberger, a wide old woman in a dark blue pantsuit, met them at the door. Gold eyeglasses dangled from a chain around her neck. Hello, Mrs. Wrigley, she said to Ronnie. Mr. and Mrs. Allbee? Just come in and poke around. I'll stay out of your way. But, as Ronnie had predicted, she did not stay out of their way. Mrs. Bamberger accompanied them on their tour, describing the house and her possessions. These were uniformly eccentric. The rooms were so crowded with heavy antique furniture that Richard had to strain to get an idea of their true size. Some of the rooms were interconnected, so that going through them was like passing down a line of railroad cars. In some cases they had to go up a set of steps to enter the next chamber. Mrs. Bamberger talked and talked. That fire screen we bought in All That Meissen was a gift from Don't You Love Fireplaces? My children once. The ceilings in most of the house were only a few inches above Richard's and Ronnie's heads. Mrs. Bamberger kept up her commentary until they reached the studio over the garage, where she seemed to relax. This is the only part we added ourselves, she said. It's a wonderful place to come to see the animals outside, the birds, too. It's on a separate zone, so you can sit here in the cold season without spending your money on heating the rest of the house. That's nice, Richard said, thinking, and then you take a quarter-mile hike to get to the kitchen. You'd probably like it if the rest of the house were like this, Mrs. Bamberger said. Most young people feel that way. My husband and I just love the old cottage, low ceilings and all. It reminded us of Miss Marple. Richard smiled. That was perfect. The original building needed only a thatched roof to make it an English country cottage in an Agatha Christie novel. Is there anything else you'd like to ask Mrs. Bamberger about the house? Ronnie put in, a little desperately. The Allbees looked at each other. Let's get out of here. Of course I have too much imagination, Mrs. Bamberger said. That's what my husband used to say. But I know something that's not imagination. You're Richard Allbee, aren't you? Yes, Richard said. Here it comes, he thought. You were born in Hampstead at the end of the war, and you moved out to California before you went to school? Puzzled, Richard nodded. Then I knew your father, she said. Richard's mouth fell open. I never did, he managed to say. I never knew him, Apparently he didn't care much for babies. Mrs. Bamberger was fixing him with a very steady gaze. She suddenly reminded him of his fifth-grade teacher. Never should have married, that's what. But he gave you your handsome face. He was shortish, like you, a very well-mannered man, but Michael Allbee was a butterfly, could never stick to anything. Richard felt as if the floor were swaying. He knew he would always remember these moments. They would be part of him forever. the fat old woman in a polyester pantsuit, standing before a bookshelf in a room with a glass wall. Then I knew your father, Michael Allbee. He had never heard his father's first name before. "What else can you tell me?" he asked. "He was good with his hands. Are you?" Yes, I am." "And he was pure charm. He only lived down the road. Michael used to come here to help out with the repairs and the lawn. He worked on houses all over this town. After he met Mary Green, he stopped coming here, and pretty darn near broke my husband's heart. We were going to help put him through college. But then he had the Green money to back him up, so he didn't need us any more." She smiled at Richard. "Most ways he was a good man. Nothing to be ashamed of. He didn't marry for money. Your father wasn't that sort." "He worked on houses?" Richard asked, scarcely believing it. "As much as he did anything, that was what he did. My husband always thought he could have been an architect, but he could have been a contractor, anything of that sort." "Do you know if he's alive?" She shook her head. "I don't know. He was one of those people who never spend a minute thinking about the future, so it could be he still has one. He'd be in his early 60s today." Somewhere in the world, a white-haired man with his face was buying a paper or cutting the grass, living in a flophouse, playing with children who would be Richard's own nieces and nephews, standing on the deck of a cargo ship, smoking a pipe, asleep in a hut on a beach, begging from strangers in Billy Bentley clothes. "Is your mother still alive?" Mrs. Bamberger asked. "No, she died 6 years ago." "Mary was the strong one. I bet she made you work. She would have been afraid of that irresponsible streak." Yes, I worked." "Well, you've come to the right place," the old woman said. "On your mother's side, you go right back to the earliest days in these parts. Your great-great-great, and a couple more greats, grandfather settled this town in 1645. Josiah Green, one of the original Greenbank farmers. You've got pure Hampstead blood all through you. Greenbank blood. That's where we started." "How do you know all this?" Richard asked. "I know more about this town than anyone except old Graham Williams and Stanley Crane up at the library. And maybe I know almost as much as they do. I studied it, Mr. Allbee. I know all about those Greenbank farmers. A sharpie named Gideon Winter came in and got most of their land from them. I have a few ideas about him, but you wouldn't be interested in them. You're looking for a house, and you don't want to listen to an old woman talk all morning long." "No," Richard said. "No, that's not true. I... She squared her shoulders. "Are you going to buy my house?" "Well, we have to talk about it. There are a lot of factors." She kept on looking into his eyes. "No," he said. "Then someone else will. I'll take you back to your car." As she opened the door for them, she said to Richard, "Your father had a lot to offer. I hope you have as much, young man." When they were safely in Ronnie's Ford, Laura asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't know. I'm glad we came. I'm sort of stunned." "Let's go back to town for lunch or coffee or something," Ronnie said. "You look like you could use it." He nodded, and she backed out of the driveway. Just before she pulled out onto the street, Ronnie said, "Do you want to go up the other way? You could see where your father lived. There are only 2 other houses up this way. It has to be one of them." "No," he said. "No, thanks. Let's just go back to town." 3. That was how the Allbees came to Greenbank and Beach Trail. They came in the afterglow of a revelation, and they bought the first house they saw. "I think you'll like this one," Ronnie said as she took them down Sawtell Road. They turned right at the traffic light into Greenbank Road. "It belongs to another widow, Bonnie Sayer. Mrs. Sayer moved out last week, and the house has only been on the market a couple of days. We got the listing Monday. The Sayer house has 4 bedrooms, a living room, and a beautiful study Richard could use as an office. Both the living room and the study have fireplaces. There's a nice porch, too. The house was built in the 1870s by the Sayer family. and it's never been on the market before. The Sayer's son is in Arizona, and his mother went there to live with him. She went over the bridge which crossed I-95, and then the smaller, almost humpbacked railway bridge just beyond it. And Greenbank is a special sort of area. It has its own zip code and post office, and it's the oldest part of Hampstead. Well, you know that. It might even have been named for one of your ancestors. My mother never talked about Hampstead much, Richard said. All I knew was that we and my father were born here. Laura's parents, too. Is that right? Ronnie asked, delighted. So this is a real homecoming. Oh, take a look to your right. That big house right on the Sound is Dr. Van Horn's. We're on Mount Avenue now. They call it the Golden Mile. How much would a place like that cost? Richard asked. Dr. Van Horn's house, 3 stories of spotless white clapboard, was as long as a hotel. Its front looked directly over the last stretch of Gravesend Beach. A long drive wound through park-like grounds. Right now, I'd have to say nearly $800,000, and that's without a tennis court or in-ground pool. We can't afford this neighborhood, Laura said matter-of-factly. The Sayer house is priced lower than the carriage house we were looking at, Ronnie said. It has 2 drawbacks. Don't groan yet. The first is that it faces backward. You see the rear of the house as you drive up. There's a little hill, and the original Sayer, the one who built it, I guess, wanted to look down into the forest that was there. What's the second reason? Laura asked. Well, Mrs. Sayer lived alone for a long time, I guess. She took in a lot of cats. I guess she got a little crazy a few years after her husband died. In fact, she took in all the cats. She must have had 100 of them. When I heard about her, people just called her the cat lady. Oh, no, Laura said. Well, they're not still there, Ronnie said. But the memory does linger on. Be grateful. If it weren't for all those cats, the house would have been sold on Monday. There was an offer in for the asking price, but the prospect backed out when he got a whiff. It's really bad? Laura asked. It's rank, just rank, Ronnie said, laughing. I know how to handle that, Richard said simply. White wine, vinegar, and baking soda, then a lot of soap and water. The car turned up Beach Trail. Ronnie knew, but did not tell the Allbees, the reason why all the shades were drawn in the Ugart home. Charlie Antolini, still too happy to go to work, waved from his porch swing. They went past an impoverished-looking party in black tennis shoes, Yankee cap, and baggy black sweatshirt. The old party was pushing himself home on the last leg of the Daily Constitutional, and his own last legs. They never noticed him, but being inquisitive, he noticed them. I saw your mother, Lump. You would have been beautiful. 4. A second or two later, the Allbees beheld their house for the first time. 5. From the Journals of Richard Allbee. We're house owners again, or will be as soon as I get a mortgage. We signed the papers and paid the first small check this afternoon in Ronnie's office. Does anybody know if he's doing the right thing when he buys a house? I can see myself waking up in the middle of the night tonight, wondering if the kitchen is even smaller and darker than I remember. Are all the sash cords broken? Will I find some way to run wires down through the house without knocking holes in the walls? The wiring is ancient. How much water got in past the deteriorated flashing on the roof? Rotted timbers? And will one of those chimneys have to come down? The list of these questions could go on forever. And there's the smell, of course. It's bad enough to cause brain damage. The whole house was one huge cat box. But it's a beautiful house. When Laura and I walked in, we had one of those flashes of marital ESP and simultaneously said, "This is it." I think Laura will love it, and that makes everything else unimportant. It's a Second Empire house, mansard roof, rounded dormer windows, pillars beside the door, lots of good ornamentation. Very much the kind of house Laura and I hoped we'd find, but were afraid we couldn't afford. The back, which faces the street, is very plain, but the front is stunning, and even the view into the gardens down the little hill is wonderful. I'm high on the place. I'm even pleased by its looking backward, which seems so appropriate to my work. And when I look into the future, our future, Laura's and mine, I think the old Sayer house will be a perfect place to raise our children. Big rooms, 2 acres of nice ground, an attic to make into a playroom. What fantastic, fantastic luck! I asked God to help us a couple of nights back, and I guess he did. This day, I acquired both a house and a father, and I cannot keep the latter out of my thoughts for long. Michael Allbee. I am sure he is still living, and I wonder if he might have worked on the old Sayer house while he lived in Hampstead. If he was a sort of freelance carpenter, it's possible. Maybe luck really has visited us, and our troubles will begin to leave. Maybe at least I will stop dreaming of Billy Bentley. This is such a happy entry that I don't want to mention last night's dream, but for the sake of having something to smile at years from now, I'll put it down. I was in the living room of a strange house. It was stripped bare. I was waiting for something. Outside was a streaming, violent storm. I looked out the window and saw a figure pacing on the front lawn, and when I looked more closely, I saw that it was Billy Bentley. In that instant, he whirled around to face me directly. He scared me. That is the simple way to put it. He was grimacing at me fiercely. Rain had plastered his long hair to his skull. He was the embodiment of bad luck, of coming doom. The sky raged, and a ragged bolt of lightning sizzled into the ground behind him. Billy knew I wanted to keep him out of the house. That was suddenly the crucial element. He had to be kept outside in the storm. In agitation, I began to move around the empty room, and I woke up, barely able to keep myself from going downstairs to make sure the doors were locked. Enough of such stuff. As soon as we have the house tied up, I'll go to Rhode Island to locate a contractor for the work up there. I have a couple of leads. 6. Telpro had given Leo Friedgood a week off, and he had requested another week, promising to be back in the office on Monday, the 2nd of June. For 7 days, he had seen policemen almost every waking hour, either in his house or in a dingy little room of the cramped old Hampstead police station. During these sessions, he had been forced to admit that his wife had been intimate with several other men, and that he had condoned, if not encouraged, her sexual activities. Admitting this had made Leo feel stripped bare. It was a humiliation deeper than any he had ever known. The police, at first sympathetic, had turned cold, almost contemptuous toward him. A massive old uniformed cop, the others called Turtle, smacked his lips at Leo the 3rd or 4th time he went to the station. That this ravaged old brute, a failure even by police standards, might be expressing an attitude held by the other officers and detectives, gnawed at Leo. He was a success. They were not. By Leo's standards, no policeman could be a success. He paid more in property taxes and mortgage payments than they made in a year. He was more powerful than they, more an engine in the world. His wristwatch was worth 1/3 of their salary, his car 3/4. But these things, which meant so much to Leo, seemed to count very little with the police who questioned him. Even when he was no longer even faintly a suspect, he had felt their contempt. "How many times a month did your wife go to Franco's? How many times in the past month? Didn't you ever ask her the names of the men she brought back? Did you ever take any pictures?" The face of that fat old wreck called Turtle, pushing out his meaty lips. Bah! He was sure they laughed about him in those little rooms. This knowledge, as much as his genuine mourning for Stony, kept him home, incapable of working. For the first time in his life, Leo drank at night. He warmed TV dinners or burned hamburgers under the grill, and invaded his cellar for good wines to waste on these terrible meals. Before dinner there would have been several whiskeys. With rubbery, salt-heavy goulash in a tin tray, he would drink a bottle of Blanc Contenac 1972 Margaux while the television blared out soothing stupidities. When the uneaten half of the awful dinner went into the garbage, he began on malt whiskey or cognac until he passed out. One day he found an Israeli liqueur made of chocolate and downed the entire bottle in 2 nights. He could not weep, as if the sight of Stoney's mutilated body, disarrayed on their bed, had burned all the tears from him. Sometimes he put on a record and shuffled around the living room in a drunken, lonely dance, his eyes closed, glass slopping in his fist, pretending he was a stranger dancing with his wife. "Doesn't your husband mind you're doing this sort of thing?" "Mind? It's how he gets off." He slept in the guest room. If he managed to get to bed before unconsciousness felled him, he took a glass with him. 2 mornings he woke up and caught an odor like that of death from a half-filled tumbler perfectly balanced on his chest. The pale brown duvet bore a damp kidney-shaped stain that smelled equally of the distillery and the graveyard. The television set facing the bed showed crazed American couples leaping open-mouthed before an oleaginous gent with a racetrack suit and dyed hair. A game show. "Oh, my God," Leo said. Head, mouth, stomach, all were in disorder. He was due at the police station in 3 hours. Maybe Turtle Turk would be there again, leering at him. Hurriedly he got out of bed, switched off the television set, and went into the bathroom. His bowels released a ribbon of flame into the toilet. He dialed a shower up to an uncomfortable hotness and stepped in. The water boiled his hair and face. His hands found the soap. Leo lathered his chest, belly, balls. The stink of the night before sluiced toward the drain. He soaped himself again and more luxuriously, now feeling no worse than on the 9 previous mornings. Leo let the water drum on his skin, needle against his tongue. For a moment he forgot about Turtle Turk, about Stony, about General Hagajas, about Woodville Solvent and D.R.G. When he turned off the shower, he noticed the specks on his hands. He stared at them with incomprehension, dimly aware that the appearance of white spots on his hands meant something important to him, but momentarily unaware of what they signified. Then he remembered what had happened to the body of Tom Gay. "Hey," Leo said, grabbing for a towel. He dried himself quickly and inexpertly, all the while trying to keep his hands in view. Blue jeans, polo shirt, boat shoes. He licked at the spots and encountered slipperiness. He scrubbed the backs of his hands on his jeans. A few of the spots were now pink, like pitted little mouths. Leo watched in dread as the pinkness gradually filled in with white. "Oh, my God," he said. His mind seemed frozen by the touch of an icy thread emanating from his belly. Panic recalled to him an irrelevant vision of a burning car wedged beneath a truck, the more pertinent memory of the 3 bodies in the glass room. Oh, God! Oh, God! The telephone rang 4 times behind him, then ceased. Leo was staring at the backs of his hands, which were flattened on the rumpled duvet. How many spots were there? 10 altogether? On his left hand they described an irregular oval from the bottom of his thumb to the base of his little finger. On his right they fanned upward from his wrist. He prodded with his index. A trace of slipperiness came off. Leo shuddered. Still in the first stages of his panic, he began to pace aimlessly around the bedroom, holding his hands out before him. Atop the dresser were strewn coins, books of matches, loose collar stays, rolled belts, a pair of suspenders, and a red Swiss Army knife Stony had given him years before. He seized the knife and sat on the bed. Leo pulled out the smaller of the 2 blades and scraped at one of the specks. The white stuff gathered transparently on the blade and instantly began to replenish itself. He scraped again to the same effect. More recklessly, he jabbed the point of the little blade into the speck at the base of his little finger and revolved it. A second's flash of minor pain, blood welled out from the cavity. When he dabbed at the spot with his handkerchief, he saw that the bleeding had stopped. A tiny spot of white lay at the center of the red pit. Leo ran into the bathroom to inspect his face in the mirror. Some dark webbing beneath his eyes, no white spots. He tore off his shirt and pushed down his jeans. One of the little specks rode just above the bone on his left shoulder. Another rested in the fat part of his upper left arm. Below his waist there was nothing. Again, and with perfect clarity, Leo saw the white, lathery sponge which had been Tom Gay's head, saw it leaking into the drain. But that had happened instantly. Maybe these few spots on his own body were unrelated to the fate of Tom Gay. Maybe they were just some kind of infection. He experimentally squeezed the spot on the underside of his left arm. A trace of blood appeared through the whiteness, which told him nothing. Naked, Leo went back to the bedroom and took the matches off the dresser. Seated at the desk, he lit a match and applied the flame to one of the spots on his left hand. The pain made him squirm. "Burn it out," he said to himself. He lit another match and touched it to 3 more of the spots. Sweating, he used another match to sear the last speck on his left hand. He smelled burned flesh. His left hand was now in agony. It looked like an illustration from a medical textbook. Grimacing, he went back into the bathroom and held his hand under the cold tap. When the pain had subsided, Leo wrapped the injured hand in a towel and sat on the edge of the tub, cold porcelain on his buttocks. He closed his eyes, and his head was swimming. He tasted bile and a cottony after-wash of whiskey. Like his head, the floor, too, seemed to wobble. At length he dared to unwrap the towel. The back of his left hand looked appallingly unfamiliar. Blisters surmounted blackened and reddened flesh, from which clear fluid drained. Leo closed his eyes again. He had seen no whiteness. After a moment he got up to bandage his hand and returned to the matches. 7. From the Journals of Richard Allbee. Today I heard from the bank. We have the mortgage we wanted, at a rate that is almost reasonable for these days. We called Ronnie, who was jubilant, and celebrated with a bottle of champagne. So it is settled. We're in the land of our fathers and grandfathers. Unfortunately, I have not been able to shed what seems to be my obsession with Daddy's here. I know what it is now. It's going back to where Michael Allbee lived and waking up everything about him I buried inside me without even knowing it. Daddy's here. Daddy's here. It's got to be that simple. But knowing the reason does not keep me from having those dreams about Carter Oldfield battering at the bedroom door with an axe, and poor Billy outside in the rain. Billy in bed with Laura. Billy coming toward the window to break in. The theme is the same. Chaos, violence, disorder are out there, and I have to keep them from breaking in. Stray thought, maybe it is Laura I fear for, not myself. Pregnant and in a strange place. It is unsettling for her. But I don't dream of Laura in danger. Unless, another thought, Laura is the house in these dreams. I don't know where to take this idea. Restoring our new house equals restoring Laura to her old self? Saving the house equals saving Laura? I can see that she is close to tears often, in a state where boredom and depression are very close. When we talk, she says only that she misses London, misses it in almost a physical way, wants to see Kensington High Street and Holland Park, to walk down Ilchester Place. She wants to go to the Standard Restaurant for an Indian meal, take the tube into the West End for lunch, go back to her office in Covent Garden. She knows the name of the hospital where our baby should be born, that big new hospital on the Holland Road. That is where her thoughts went, while we drank champagne to our new house. I didn't want to put this down, but now I guess I have to. The other day, Laura and I were in one of the shopping centers on the Post Road. Our arms were full of grocery bags. We were going up toward our car. We passed a sort of cafe, what I'm used to calling a caf, a diner. A counter in front, little tables in the back. I glanced in. Laura said, "What's the matter?" I shook my head. I followed her to the car. Nothing was the matter, but I didn't tell her that for a second, when I first looked in the window, I'd seen Carter Oldfield, Ruth Brandon, and Billy sitting at one of the little tables in the rear. Seen them very clearly. I could describe the clothes they were wearing. Billy was in his urban wave clothes, a tweed cap on his head, and he was looking at me. And the expression on his face, triumph, pure triumph. As soon as I shook my head, my little family transformed themselves into the teenage boys they had been all along. One of them, the one not a monster, was staring at me. But after all, I had been staring at him, no doubt with a peculiar expression on my face. Our glances held, and I was sure that the boy, who was slight and fair-haired, knew me, or thought he knew me. There was recognition in his face, but there was also pure fright. One of the twin monsters, the one with bib overalls, jabbed his hand with a fork, and the boy's eyes jerked away from mine. No dreams tonight, I hope. 8. From the Journals of Richard Allbee. Nice days, terrible nights. My subconscious ignored my plea for relief from those absurd nightmares about Carter Oldfield and Billy Bentley. Evidently, I'm still worried at some level about the effect of this move on Laura and me, about chaos versus order, the legacy of Michael Allbee, who probably never spent a minute of his life worrying about such things. There have been 2 cases of chaos intruding on our little version of order here, one slight, one serious, but I'll get to those. I met the famous Sarah Spry near the produce counter in Greenblatt's grocery. She said, "Allbee, Richard Allbee. You look just the same. I've been meaning to call you. I hope you saw your name in my column." She's about 50, very tiny and energetic, with owlish glasses and skinned-back hair redder than Laura's. She knew we were buying the old Sayer house. "John Sayer killed himself, you know," she said. "Lovely man. No wonder poor Bonnie went crackers afterward. When can you give me an interview? I'd like to do it as soon as you move in." She's not a woman you can fob off with vague excuses, so I'm being interviewed on the day we move. "Half an hour," she said, nobody's life being so interesting that it should take more than 30 minutes of her time. What she didn't say was that in half an hour she'd wring anybody dry. But maybe the interview will drum up some new business. On Sunday night, we're invited to another house very near our new one, an evening Ronnie Wrigley arranged. The people are named McLaren. Ronnie sold them their house, too. We'll finally meet Bobo, something I look forward to. Now for the 2 intrusions. Our mailbox here on Fairytale Lane was pounded to a pulp last night. We heard the noise about 10 o'clock, and it scared both of us. I went outside and saw a black car streaking off. Besides the mailbox, the vandals also broke a half-dozen pickets in the fence, just snapped them in half. They must have used a baseball bat or something similar. It's funny how even minor violence upsets you, as though it promises more to come, when, of course, it's just kids who roam the streets looking for something to break. But I'll have to repair the pickets and buy a new mailbox. And to save the worst for last, there's been another murder. This happened yesterday, Friday the 30th. As before, a woman was killed in her house. Ronnie knew all the details, which were gory. Apparently there were no signs of a break-in. The body was in the kitchen, more or less eviscerated. Hester Goodall was her name, in her late 40s, active in church work. This time there was no question of promiscuity. Her children were at school, the husband out of town. The Goodalls live out near the country club in Sawtell Beach, according to Ronnie. Whoever he is, I hope they catch him fast. 9. From Mount Avenue, the Allbees turned into Beach Trail, went past Cannon Road, looked speculatively and pridefully at their new house, turned into Charleston Road and found number 3, just where Ronnie had said it was, a long 2-story house with brown shingles on a short lawn beside a stained split-rail fence. The blue Datsun with RONNI plates was already pulled around the side of the house, and Richard swung in beside it so that he, too, was parked facing the double garage doors. A magnolia beside the drive had dropped a carpeting of pink, tear-shaped petals over the grass and the asphalt, and Richard and Laura walked over these as they left their car. "Did Ronnie tell you anything about the McAllisters?" "Their name is McCloud," Laura said. "Patsy and Les McCloud. Ronnie sold them their house, and she says they're a lot of fun, whatever that means. I guess Les McCloud is some kind of executive, and they've moved around a lot." "Real Patchen County people," Richard said, and rang the bell. A giant opened the door. At least 6'6", he wore a tan corduroy jacket and a chocolate turtleneck over a massive chest. With his wide white smile, fuzzy mustache, and frothy curly hair, he looked no older than 25. "Hey there," he said. "Come on in." "Mr. McCloud?" The giant laughed, gripping Richard's hand. "Geez, no, I'm just Bobo Farnsworth, the neighborhood cop. Les is up there in the kitchen, and Patsy and my girlfriend are in the game room." He ushered them into the little entry. Now they were crowded into an area about 3 feet square. In fact, a landing on a staircase that led up to the main part of the house and down to a family room that shared a wall with the garage. "You must be Richard, the famous actor guy, and I guess you're Laura." He beamed down at her. Richard saw that Bobo was well suited for Ronnie Wrigley. "If you're the neighborhood cop, I feel safer already," Richard said. Bobo laughed again, motioning them toward the stairs. "I take tall pills." Richard led the way up. As soon as he entered the living room, long modular sofa with zigzag purple and blue stripes and shiny black coffee table on a dark blue carpet, a framed poster of a Steinberg New Yorker cover, he heard a voice shouting, "Is that Dick Allbee? I'll be right out." A man 6 inches shorter than Bobo Farnsworth strode into the room, holding out a damp hand. He had close-cut sandy hair, a beefy face of the sort that always looks tan. "Patsy!" he yelled. "Dick Allbee's here." The cold, wet hand closed, and Les McCloud put his face within 3 inches of Richard's as he pumped his arm. A clear wave of alcohol, also of somehow possessive intimacy, came from him. "Loved your show. Just loved it. That was a hell of a good series, you know. Patsy," this over his shoulder, "I gotta respect what you people can do, you know. I'm Les McCloud. Welcome, welcome. You met the fuzz here? Good. And this must be your Frau. Nice to meet you. Laura? Great. Patsy'll be here in a sec, and you can talk woman talk. Hey, Dick, you got all dressed up." Les was wearing a pink crew-neck sweater and cuffed wash pants. He looked like Dartmouth, vintage '59. "Get that tie off, Dick, or do they call you Dickie?" "Richard." "Whatever." McCloud finally let go of Richard's hand. "Just putting ice cubes in glasses. What do you fancy? How about you, Laura? I make the best martinis in the whole of Connecticut." "Nothing for me," Laura said, and "just a beer," from Richard. "You want that nothing with olives or a twist? Are you in the theater too, Laura?" "No, 2 non-drinkers tonight. What do you people do to unwind? Do you sail or do you flail?" He was still staring directly into Richard's face with friendliness so aggressive it was like hostility. "Neither one," Richard said. "We don't have a boat, and it's been a long time since we played tennis." "What a relief," said Patsy McCloud, and both the Allbees turned to her. Standing next to Ronnie Wrigley's large-boned blonde health, she looked fragile, with her thin, exposed shoulders and enormous brown eyes under lank, rather untidy dark hair. Her face was very finely drawn. Nearly invisible creases bracketed her mouth when she smiled. The smile exposed small, white, slightly irregular teeth. She looked like her husband's appetizer. "Now, please tell me that you don't jog, either. I'm Patsy McCloud. Welcome, Richard and Laura." Her handshake was fleeting and graceful. "I don't jog, and Laura can't," Richard said. "Anybody can jog," Les asserted. "Not pregnant women," Patsy said. "At least I don't think so. Do you have any other children?" Laura's face relaxed at Patsy's intuitive remark. "No, it's our first." Les ducked away into the kitchen, and Ronnie kissed both Allbees. "I'm so happy you two are moving here." "Thanks." "Yes." "Have you and your husband been here long?" Richard asked. 2 years. Before that, we were in Los Angeles for a year. Before that, England." "Les has been very successful." This last seemed ambiguous to Richard, as if Patsy were distancing herself from her husband's travels as well as his career. "We were in Belgravia," Patsy went on. "Les hated it. He couldn't wait to get back here. He absolutely detested England. I was in no condition to argue with him." She wrapped long fingers around the chunky glass she carried. "I'd just had a miscarriage." Even Bobo Farnsworth seemed chastened for a moment, and when Les came back in with Richard's beer, he said, "What a dead bunch. Patsy must have said something. My wife can murder cheerfulness like nobody's business. Happen to tell these good folks something gloomy, little girl?" His jaw colored. Richard finally saw that the man was already drunk. The evening would be a torture. "Let's do it now, honey. What do you say?" Patsy nodded in a gloomy, distant manner. Les McCloud looked up and beamed fiercely at Richard, the class bully grown up. "Hey, Dick, do us a favor, will you? Say what you used to say. Say, 'Hey, Mom, I want a whole plate of cookies.'" "Hey, Mom, I want a whole plate of cookies," Richard said. He was grateful for Ronnie Wrigley's laugh. "Gotcha," Les said, and ran back to the kitchen. He returned with a bowl filled with Oreos. "Go on, take one. I got them for you." Bobo Farnsworth. "Oh, no." But Les pushed the bowl toward Richard, who took one and slipped it into his pocket. Patsy McCloud, in evident desperation, asked, "Would you like the obligatory tour of the house?" The evening toiled on. They toured the house, admired the pinball machines and juke-box in the game room, made the appropriate noises during dinner, which had a hasty, absent-minded quality. The fettuccine— "Pasta is prologue," Richard said, winning one of Patsy McCloud's best smiles— "was overcooked, and the lamb raw in the middle." Les McCloud drank unceasingly, refilling Patsy's glass only slightly less frequently than his own. Laura grew exhausted early, and Richard wanted only to get her home. Bobo Farnsworth almost saved the evening. Unquenchably good-tempered, he drank Coke, ate hugely, and talked funnily about police work. Like Ronnie, he had taken to the Allbees on sight. Anecdotes poured from him. "Here I am in the patrol car, cruising down the post road behind this runaway horse, and I turned on my lights. 'Pull over, buddy,' I said to the horse." Bobo was doing his best to lighten the evening, and the Allbees were grateful for his presence. Patsy McCloud winced when Les, competing with Bobo, told an obscene joke. "Okay, you don't like jokes," Les said. "I don't like the way you do police work. Why don't you catch that guy who's killing women? That's what you're paid for. You're not paid to sit here and eat my food. You're supposed to be out there catching creeps." "And there are a lot of creeps out there, Les," Bobo said in a magnanimous tone. "We're working on it." "Hey, why don't we all go sailing next weekend?" Les asked. "This is a great bunch. We'll go out on the boat, and my wife will do her party trick." Patsy looked down at her plate. "She won't tell you what it is. Hell, she doesn't even want me to tell you." "I don't do any tricks." Patsy looked genuinely discomfited. "Her trick is she's weird," Les said, and smiled as if he said something funny. "Dick, you and Patsy have something in common. Didn't Ronnie say that your family helped found this area? Well, Patsy's family did, too. She was a tailor. They moved in here even before the real estate had any value. But that's not why she's weird. Listen to this. When we were in college, Patsy used to be able to predict how I'd do on my exams to the exact number. A couple of times she guessed the football scores, too." Les looked at all of them, immobile in their chairs. "Does that run in your old swamp Yankee families? You ever do anything like that, Dick?" Patsy McCloud's discomfiture had multiplied itself into embarrassment. She looked pale, stricken. The enormous brown eyes in her grown-up child's face seemed to reach out to Richard, begging for help. He thought she might faint or cry out. It was as though her husband had struck her. He did strike her, Richard suddenly knew. That was the meaning of this scene. Les McCloud beat his wife, and poor trapped Patsy let him do it. And a second thought came to him, not a thought, but an image. Patsy's horrified face called back to him the face of a teenage boy staring at him through the window of a post-road diner. "Silence means assent, another weird swamp Yankee," Les McCloud shouted gleefully. He would have to repair this rapidly. Laura, too, had grown more uneasy than anything in the situation called for. "Not exactly," he said. "Nothing like that, no." "Well, what?" "Just a couple of bad dreams," he said. "You ought to see Patsy shrink," Les told him. "Good old Dr. Lauterbach. Or get out on the golf course, take in some fresh air. You golf, don't you?" "I'm sorry, but I'm very tired," Patsy said. She stood up. Her long fingers trembled. Her eyes met only Richard's. And this time, too, he understood their plea. "Don't judge us by this. We're not always this bad." "I must apologize, but please stay on. You're all having so much fun." Then a bright, brisk smile for everyone, and she left them. Les reached out for her, but Bobo intercepted his hand. Got to run myself, Les. I'm on 12 to 8 tonight. Then all of them were standing, smiling as falsely as Patsy, trying not to move too obviously toward the stairs. Let's do it again, huh? I guess I shouldn't have, in vino veritas and all that. Come over any time. We'll go out for a sail some weekend. Sure, any time, Richard said, as soon as our house is fixed up. Lots of busy weekends ahead. Finally, they got out the door. The four of them said nothing until they had reached their cars. Ronnie whispered, "Gosh, I'm sorry I got you into this. They seemed so nice whenever I met them before. I don't know what got into Les. Honestly, he was just terrible." Bobo said, "Let's the four of us get together later, okay? Hey, I never met the guy before. I didn't know he was a sadist." "Yes," Richard said. "Yes, let's meet. And yes, he is a sadist. That poor woman." "All she has to do is walk out," Laura said. "Let's get home, please." RON and I pulled out ahead of them, and Laura moved close to Richard on the front seat of their car. "I can't stand it. I can't stand it," she said. "That man, that fat carnivore. Are these the people we're going to have to live with? I hate this, Richard. I just hate it." "I do, too. I want to make love. Let's get back to that awful bed as fast as we can." 10. So on that mild night in Hampstead, Connecticut, at least two couples renewed themselves in the best way. While 28-year-old Bobo Farnsworth showered before going to work, Ronnie Wrigley shed her clothes and popped her big, luxuriant 41-year-old body next to his under the warm spray. She was giggling, and Bobo let out a great whoop of laughter. Together they rid themselves of the aftertaste of Les McCloud, and Bobo went to work jubilant. In the bedroom on Fairytale Lane, the Allbees undressed together, but on opposite sides of the bed, as married people do. And, as married people do, they hung up their clothes. "He beats her, doesn't he?" "I think so." "I saw a bruise on her arm when the top of that thing she was wearing slipped. He hits her on the arms, so no one will know." "Oh, maybe she likes it," he said, and felt it as treachery. Even then he knew that this was untrue, and crudely so. Laura stood like a tribal totem, her watercolor hair down, her breasts huge, her belly a soft, pronounced bulge of taut skin and blue veins. Richard had not suspected how sexually beautiful women became when they were pregnant. Nature, having accomplished her aim, rewarded her servants in her own coin. But Laura's face was almost as tense and drawn as Patsy McCloud's. She grasped his shoulders when they were on the rolling bed, gripped him hard enough to cut off his breath. "I don't want to lose you, Richard." He extracted his throat from all of her flesh. She seemed exactly his size, her arms round and soft, her legs enfolding him. "You won't lose me, not unless you suffocate me." "Do you really have to go to Providence?" "Only for a day or two. Do you want to come along?" "And sit in a hotel room while you talk about gesso and masonry with some contractor?" "That's what I have to do." "I'll stay here, but I'll miss you." "Oh, my God," he groaned, at this moment unable to believe that he could part himself for longer than a breath from his wife. He kissed one of her nipples, rolling it on his tongue, licked the underside of the breast. A delicious sweetness exuded from her skin. "You know I hate it here, don't you? I do hate it. But I love you, Richard. I never want to lose you. But that man, it's so horrible here. And I want my friends back." Throbbing, he held her. Her body was a furnace, a pot-bellied stove. "I do love being in bed with you," she said. His fingers were brushing, rubbing, sliding. "Oh, yes." The amazing fullness of her belly pushed hard into him. "Sorry, baby." He was still able to slide into her while they lay on their sides, facing each other, her hip up on his, knotted together in the closest embrace. They exhaled in unison, moving together gently. The bed comically yawned and pitched. "Such a sweet man. You even said you'd go out on his boat." "I'd rather be here in your boat." Silence for a time. Intense, bursting pleasure. Pleasure stretched so taut it imitated pain and made them gasp. "Stop having nightmares," Laura breathed into his ear. "Don't stop this. Just please stop having nightmares. They scare me." Together, they brought themselves home. Richard awakened hours later, feeling clean and refreshed in spirit, aerated, as if his soul had been laundered. Gently he drew his arm from beneath Laura's shoulder, kissed her back, and tasted salt and cloves. Eased back down into sleep. No nightmares, none of the old nightmares ever now, not at night. 11. Graham. My own journals remind me that I saw this Sunday night as peaceful, even dull. And so it was for me, at least until some short time after I made my constipated entry. I had read the book section of the Times in a complicated state, yoking ire and disbelief, then written several pages. After dinner of a cheese sandwich and an orange, I napped at my desk with my pencil in my hand. I dreamed about my pages and understood that they would not do. In these pages, a woman had just met the man who would become her lover. The problem was to let us know how she first sees him. There had to be an erotic undercurrent, and this I had flubbed. My own experience of erotic undercurrents of any kind was sadly out of date. Yet I could remember meeting my first wife, also meeting my second. Both events took place in courtrooms. The emotions experienced were primarily boredom and lust. The rest came later. Currents of another kind, not erotic, rolled through Hampstead. The bars were open until 1. Tabby Smithfield was out wandering with his new friends. Bobo Farnsworth patrolled happily in his black and white and decided to do a good deed. Gary Starbuck had already robbed a house on Redcoat Lane and was preparing himself to rob another. Dr. Wren Van Horn, my fellow widower and old friend, sat up late at night in his conspicuous mansion and thought about buying a mirror for a spot he had just cleared on his living-room wall. Charlie Antolini lay in his hammock, smiling blissfully at the stars while his wife wept in the bedroom. On this night, birds began to fall dead and dying out of the sky. In my imagination, ghostly German mercenaries ran whooping down a Mount Avenue denuded of all its grand houses. Among these was a fellow to whom my mind gave the flat, whiskery face of Bates Krell, the lobster fisherman who had decamped, as it seemed. He had not decamped. I had killed him with a sword, tra-la-la. And Joe Kletzka, the chief of police in those days, knew I did it. He didn't believe a word I said about it, not consciously he didn't, but he pretty well believed that Bates Krell had accounted for the disappearances of 4 women, and he saw the bloodstains on the lobster boat when I pointed them out to him. One other person soon knew about me and Bates Krell, Tabby Smithfield. He knew because he saw it the way I see the burning of Greenbank by General Tryon's men, mentally. Tabby saw it the first time he met me, which was late that Saturday night. Put purely and simply, he recognized me. And that, tra-la-la, scared the living piss out of both of us. Wake up, indeed, you sleepyhead. Sleepyhead, not Tabby, even though I could still smack him for keeping quiet about the Norman brothers the way he did. 5. The Smithfields and the McClouds. 1. Skippy Peters had gone crazy, that was the problem, though to speak absolutely factually, he had always been a little bit crazy. In the 6th grade, he had shaved off his eyebrows and replaced them with shoe polish. At the time, he had been talking on the telephone with Dickie and Bruce Norman, the twins from the large, irregular family that lived in the trailer park Mr. Norman managed, and he had tried to persuade them to do the same. The next day, the Norman twins, who had agreed to Skippy's suggestion, showed up at school with their eyebrows intact on their bulbous heads and screamed with laughter when the teacher sent Skippy home. In the 8th grade, when they were in the middle school next to J.S. Mill, Skippy Peters had been caught masturbating in the shower room by the gym teacher, who had looked back in to check why he was taking so long. A 2-week suspension. On their first day in high school, he had defined himself by falling down in Cancer Corner the back corner of the parking lot where the older kids went to smoke, and pretending to foam at the mouth. He had once tried to get himself tattooed on his rump with the Marine Corps insignia, but the tattooist had thrown him out of his shop. The Norman twins valued Skippy, especially for his willingness to do anything they suggested. By the time they were 15 and sophomores at J.S. Mill, the twins weighed 210 pounds apiece and had long Indian black hair which fell to their shoulders. Their faces were round, fat-cheeked, sallow. If it had not been for their eyes, which were hooded and knowing, they would have looked retarded, with these sallow, inhuman, otherwise monstrously dimpled and innocent faces, but they looked like born malefactors. The twins had been blamed, most often correctly, for every trouble which had occurred in their vicinity since they had outgrown Pampers. They lived on their own, in an abandoned trailer down the weedy drive from the trailer where their parents and 4 sisters carried on their rackety, disordered lives. They sometimes ate in their parents' trailer, most often at Burger King or Wendy's. At night they drove the rusty black Oldsmobile they had repaired over to Riverfront Avenue and the Blue Turn Bar, and bullied college students into bringing 6-packs out to them. The Blue Turn bouncers and bartenders all knew them and would not let them in. When Bobo Farnsworth or another Hampstead cop drove around the parking lots of the Blue Turn and the nearby warehouses, the twins sat in the Olds' back seat and grinned. They thought Bobo Farnsworth was a twink. All the Hampstead cops were twinks, except for Turtle Turk, who had once actually scared Bruce Norman by lifting him off the ground and threatening to drop him off the overpass at exit 18. They hated Turtle Turk. Nobody trusted Dickie and Bruce. They attracted suspicion, as fighters attract bruises, and so someone like Skip Peters was useful to them. The child of affluent, well-traveled, distant parents, Skippy was an outcast who at least looked normal. In grade school, Dickie and Bruce had discovered that they could send Skip into Greenblatt's with a list of things to steal, and he would come out with twice what they asked for. Hostess cupcakes, bottles of Coke, steaks, whole chickens, Mars bars, jars of Planters cashews. He was a walking shopping bag. Skip Peters looked so honest, also so nervous, that even if he were caught, shopkeepers felt sorry for him and sent him away with a warning. But toward the end of May, this eager, erratic instrument of the Norman twins began to lose both his usefulness and his amusement value. One Tuesday, during first-period geometry class, Skippy stood up from his seat in the last row and started shouting at Mr. Nord, the teacher. "You jerk, you dumb jerk, you're doing it wrong." Mr. Nord had turned around from the blackboard in a state between terror and rage. "Sit down, Peters. What am I doing wrong?" "The problem, you dumb jerk. Don't you see that the angle is... He burst into loud sobs. Mr. Nord had excused him from the class. In the hallway between classes, Skip was waiting for the Norman twins. "Hey, man," Bruce said. "What's happening?" Skippy was even paler than usual, his eyes red as a rabbit's. "You're a dumb pig, that's what's happening. Tell me to multiply any 2 numbers." "What?" "Go on, any 2 numbers." 468 and 3,942. 1,844,856. Bruce hit him just below the ear and knocked him into a bank of lockers. They must have talked together, the Norman twins. When Jixon Pete Peters removed Skippy from J.S. Mill a day later and shipped him off to a place like a resort hotel with a golf course, a gymnasium, and an indoor and outdoor pool, the Norman twins must have lazed round their funky trailer and talked about the new boy. They must, while pushing chocolate cake into their mouths, while passing joints back and forth, while drinking beer and watching The Thing on their stolen television set, have measured his usefulness. They had a plan. On the Friday that a holidaying, already sunburned Chicago priest named Francis Leary walked into his sister's luxurious kitchen and in shock and terror dropped a heavy grocery bag into what seemed a lake of her blood, Tabby Smithfield looked up startled when a slopping cup of Pepsi-Cola, encased in a grease-blackened fist, thumped down before him on the lunchroom table. "Hey, new kid," said a voice from above him. "You thirsty?" Tabby looked up and was unable to speak. The two most threatening people in his class were grinning down at him from their monstrous faces. One wore overalls over a T-shirt, the other a filthy sweatshirt, which still, though barely, read, "Roll over." They put their trays on the table and sat down on either side of him. "I'm Bruce and he's Dickie," said the one in the sweatshirt. "Go on, drink it. We got it for you. We're the welcome wagon ladies." By the time the Goodall lawn was filled with Goodall neighbors, and Bobo Farnsworth was simultaneously trying to keep Turtle Turk from popping a state cop in the jaw and lead the two hysterical Goodall children to the house of whatever Goodall neighbor could be coaxed away from the kitchen windows, Tabby Smithfield was seated in the last row of his world history class. Dickie and Bruce Norman hulked beside him like a pair of huge watchdogs. "Tell him about Skippy and the eyebrows," Bruce whispered to Dickie. Both of the brothers smelled, to Tabby quite nostalgically, of beer. 2. Relations between Clark and Monty Smithfield had eased and mellowed as the 70s came to their end. Tabby was the reason for this. Though Monty had sworn to himself, after the terrible embarrassment of the scene in the airport, that he would live as though his son were dead, he was incapable of pretending to himself that he no longer had a grandson. He dreamed of Tabby several times a month, sat in Tabby's old room and stared at the rows of toys his grandson had left behind. And because they had led to the loss of Tabby, he eventually came to regret the insults he had spoken to his son. Maybe he should not have scoffed at Clark's tennis. Maybe he should not have insisted that Clark join him in the company. Maybe he should have let Clark bum around out west playing tennis, as Clark had wanted to do after college. Maybe it had been a mistake to give half the house over to Clark and Jean. Maybe that closeness had been the worst mistake of all. These recriminations chased each other through his mind. After a couple of months, he looked up some of Clark's old friends and classmates. He promised that he would not interfere with his son's life, that he wanted only to send money from time to time. An old man holding out his checkbook as if it were his heart. Two of Clark's friends took pity on him. One of them had an address in Miami, the other a street number in Fort Lauderdale. Monty called information in both cities, but Clark was not a telephone subscriber. On Tabby's birthday, he sent checks and notes to both addresses. 2 weeks later, he received a thank-you letter, in Tabby's childish writing, from Fort Lauderdale. On Clark's birthday, Monty sent him $1,000, but the letter was returned unopened. Thereafter, Monty sent a small check to Tabby every month, and Tabby wrote him whenever he and his father made one of their frequent moves. On his 8th birthday, he sent his grandfather a photograph of himself from Key West, a brown, barefoot Tabby Smithfield standing on the end of a pier, sun-bleached hair and puzzling eyes. Shortly after Tabby's 11th birthday, another photograph, Tabby in a peacock wicker rocker sent from Orlando. Monty received an almost telegraphically brief note from Clark telling him that he had a new daughter-in-law. Her name was Sherry Stillwell Smithfield. Sherry and Clark had been married a month. Monty, having learned his lesson, bided his time. He wrote a letter expressing congratulations and good wishes, and sent it with a very generous check. This was not returned. 2 weeks after the canceled check came back with his bank statement, Monty finally got a telephone call from his son. Monty told Clark, "I want you to know one thing. I'm leaving you this house when I go. It'll be yours free and clear. And if you want to bring Tabby and your wife back here to live in it, that's fine." During all of these years, Tabby's life was odder than the Norman twins would ever have imagined. He and his father had lived in single rooms, beer-fragrant apartments above roughhouse taverns, in transient hotels where they had to cook on a hot plate and swat roaches off tables. In a bad time, they had spent a week living in Clark's old car. He had known many boys who promised to grow up just like the Norman twins. Violence, stupidity, and craftiness were nothing new to Tabby. He had seen his father swim perilously into alcoholism, and most of the way out. He had seen his father briefly go to jail for what crime he never knew. By the time he was 10, he had finished only 1 year in the same school where he had begun it. Once he had seen his father come home flushed and triumphant, and spread out on the kitchen table $3,000 he had won playing tennis. He had seen 2 men die, one knifed in a bar where Clark was working, one shot to death during a fight in the street. And once, when he had opened the bathroom door without first knocking, he had seen a friend of his father's, a skinny, ghostly Key West transvestite named Poche or Poach, sitting on the toilet and shooting heroin into his arm. When he was 14, he wrote down all the addresses he could remember of the places he and his father had lived, beginning with the house on Mount Avenue. Without even hesitating, he listed 9 addresses, including 3 places that called themselves hotels, 1 boarding house, and 1 foster home. After thinking for a few minutes, he was able to list 3 more. Sherry Stillwell eventually changed all that. She was a hard-bitten, loyal, blonde woman, half Cuban, 5 years younger than Clark. An earlier husband had walked out on her, and she had become a regular at the bar, the No Name, where Clark worked in Key West. Sherry's father had been a Texas oil rigger, often away from home for long periods, and she had helped raise 3 smaller brothers. She liked children. There was still a lot of Texas in Sherry. When she moved in with Clark, she insisted that Tabby stay home with her at night and do his homework, instead of messing around in the streets all night or sitting mascot-like in a corner of the bar. Sherry filled out Clark's tax returns, noisily got rid of worthless and criminal hangers-on like Poche, and made Clark promise that he would never lie to her. "Honey, my first husband filled me so full of lies I thought the sky was red. Once is enough. If you fool around, you tell me who it is, and I'll straighten it out fast. I want one thing, you being straight with me. Tell me one lie, one, and I cut out." With her peroxide hair and black eyes, Sherry looked like no one who had ever set foot in the house on Mount Avenue. But Monty Smithfield would have recognized her goals for her lover and his son. She encouraged Clark's occasional hustling because it could bring in immediate money, but she wanted him to stop tending bar and get into some business. She circled want ads. She made appointments for him. Finally, it was because of Sherry that Clark got a job as a salesman. By this time they were in Orlando, in a little 2-bedroom house with a scrubby sandy lawn, and they had begun to save some money. With the check Monty had sent them as a wedding present, they bought a new car and some furniture. It was Sherry who ultimately talked Clark around to telephoning his father. During these years, Tabby had successfully managed to repress nearly all the traces of the misfortunes which had preceded and accompanied his departure from Connecticut. He thought about his mother, but carefully avoided thinking about the vision of the interior of her coffin which had assaulted him just before her funeral. The odd visions he'd had in the airport, part of a general and numbing panic, were more difficult to suppress. Of his life in Connecticut, he could remember chiefly things so opulent they seemed invented: the front of their house, his pony, and a profusion of mechanical toys, the way his grandfather had looked and dressed. Just when he was trembling on the edge of puberty, he was hit in the head with a Louisville slugger and knocked unconscious while he played catcher in a school baseball game. Coming to on the coarse grass of the diamond with everybody bending over him, he momentarily remembered seeing a man cutting into a woman with a knife, a vision that had the taste of nostalgia. The teacher kneeling beside him kept saying, "Oh, my God, oh, my God." He did not recognize the teacher for a moment, nor any of the boys above him. 2 naked people on a bed, one of them thrashing in her own blood. In the middle of his awesome headache, he saw the scene freshly again, as if it had filled his mind while he was unconscious. And again it seemed as though he had been there and watched it happen. "Oh, my God," the teacher said again, and suddenly he remembered her name. The odd and potent vision left him, his eyes focused. "How do you feel?" the teacher asked. Tabby told her, "My dad said there are no bad men." 3. At only 2 other times during his life in Florida did Tabby Smithfield demonstrate that he might be something other than the quiet, normal boy, the son of an itinerant bartender, that he appeared to be. The first occurred just after Clark had bought the little house in Orlando. They had moved in that morning, and Sherry was fussing from living room to kitchen and back again, trying to pretend that she was not ecstatic. The U-Haul trailer was still in the driveway, unhitched because Clark was at work, and boxes full of dishes and clothes were all over the floors. Sherry was waiting for the delivery truck from Sears. A new bed was on the way. Tabby had found his Monopoly game in one of the boxes and was playing it by himself on the bare floor of his new bedroom. There were 4 Tabbies, and when one of them rolled the dice, the others hoped he'd land on one of their hotels. Tabby 2 was winning so far, and Tabby 3 had had nothing but penalties. Sherry had buzzed into the room, seen what he was doing, said, "You're the craziest kid, I swear," buzzed out again. Sounds of drawers opening, boxes being ripped apart. "Damn!" Sherry shouted from the living room. "I can't find it." He was Tabby 4 then, a good cautious Tabby, not as reckless as Tabby 2 or as unlucky as Tabby 3, with a good chance to overtake 2 and eventually win the game, and he yelled out, "Can I help?" "I can't find it." Sherry squalled, pushed over the edge by frustration. Tabby understood. Moving house was hard on the nerves. And then he, or to be precise, the part of him that was unlucky, Tabby 3, understood even more. Sherry had misplaced her wallet, and she was going crazy because she was afraid she'd have to tip the men bringing the bed and would not have any money. He understood all this in an instant, and then, just as if Tabby 3 across the table with his diminishing supply of funny money leaned over to whisper in his ear, an instant later he saw it. He saw Sherry take the wallet out of her oversized bag and absent-mindedly put it on top of the refrigerator. Tabby never stopped to question this vision or to wonder where it came from. He put down the dice and went into the living room, where Sherry was pacing around with her hand stuck in her hair. "Your wallet's on top of the refrigerator," he said. "You kidding me?" Sherry said, and went off to the kitchen at a trot. A moment later she returned, wallet in her hand, with a grateful look on her face. "You're a genius, kid," she said. "Now, tell me what happened to the charm bracelet I lost when I was 16. "Okay," Tabby said. "It fell down behind the back seat of your cousin Hector's car. That was a '49 Dodge. It stayed there a long time, but when Hector sold the car for junk, the guy in the junkyard found it after they took the seats out." All this information was coming from Tabby 3. He gave it to his little girl, but then she lost it at a party, and somehow it went down a storm drain. He stopped, because Tabby 3 had just given him a very clear picture of Sherry, 16 years old, with her shirt and bra off. Her hair was as black as her eyes. Sherry was staring at him with her mouth open. "My cousin Hector? My sweet Jesus! Did I ever say anything about him to you?" The bell rang. "They're here. Hey, thanks, Tabby. I was going nuts." She turned away, but not before giving him a puzzled, almost frightened look out of her black eyes. The second event happened 3 years later, in March of 1980, just a month before they moved back to Hampstead. Monty Smithfield had died of a stroke, and his lawyer had written Clark that he was now owner of 4 hearths. Clark wanted to leave immediately. Sherry did not want to leave at all, and they were fighting about it. Besides the house, there was an amount of money that seemed fabulous to them all, hundreds of thousands of dollars. "What about your job?" "They can stuff my job. I'll get another job there. Sherry, I won't even need a job for a long time." "I don't want to move up north." "You want to stay here in this cracker box?" "I won't know how to act. I won't fit in. I won't have any friends. I want to stay here where I belong." Clark had now swung part of the way back into alcoholism, and he was drunk. As in the old days on Mount Avenue, he skipped work 2 days every week. Clark and Sherry had begun to fight about these matters. "Where you belong is wherever I take you," Clark yelled. "So I am like something you pack in a suitcase?" Whenever Sherry got mad, her voice became much more Spanish. Tabby slipped out the door, wanting only to get away from the sounds of their fight. He scuffed across the weedy lawn. Sherry's voice rose up like a flag from the house behind him. A glass shattered. Then it happened again. He was somewhere else. For the first time he understood that he was seeing forward, seeing what would happen. It was night, a few degrees cooler than the actual night. The noises of the fight had vanished, and Tabby knew, without looking back, that his house had vanished too. Tall, dark trees stood all about him. Before him was a meeting of two roads. Light from a number of large houses shone steadily through and around the trees. He knew that this was not the countryside it appeared to be, but a rich neighborhood that imitated northern country. Once he had known this place. A bad thing had happened here. Lights from a car set low to the ground swept toward him. In a moment they were on him, dazzling his eyes. 4. So he stood there in real time 6 weeks later, on the night of May 17th. His father claimed he had already found a job. When he got home at night, he talked about the accounts he was getting, the commissions he was earning, all the while drinking steadily. Sherry had grown puffy with misery. She hated Connecticut. Tabby knew that Hampstead felt entirely snooty and unforgiving to her. He wandered the streets, looking for something. Twice he found himself in front of the gates on Mount Avenue, staring at his grandfather's old house. Still unaccustomed to the spaciousness of his new home, he could scarcely believe that he and his father had once lived in such a mansion. It was twice the size of 4 hearths. Wondering, he turned away. A feeling of imminence drove him. Something, he knew not what, was due. Some contract was to be sealed. He was silent and inconspicuous at school, half thinking that his real life lay elsewhere, out on the quiet green-banked streets at night, where it was. On that Saturday, Tabby was tormented by the certainty that it was about to happen. He still had no idea what it was, but it lay over Hampstead like a thundercloud. His anxiety kept him from eating his French toast at breakfast, would not permit him to read a book or watch spaced-out films on Channel 9. Clark said, "Such a nice day, why don't we go out and play catch?" And Tabby's feeling of coming doom stripped half his skills from him. He dropped balls, threw them wildly. "Pay attention!" his father yelled, and finally gave up in anger and disgust. Tabby walked for miles, all the way down to Sawtell Beach, where he bought a chili dog at the concession stand and looked at the faces of the people lazing in the sun. Will it happen to you? Will you do it? He trudged back up Greenbank Road, looking at the faces in the cars that passed. At 1 o'clock, he sat on Gravesend Beach and fell asleep. Vivid, clamorous dreams, filled with cries for help, chased themselves through his mind. When he awakened, he was looking at the Van Horn house, shining whitely up on its bluff above a concrete sea-wall. He groaned. It would come, and he would not be able to stop it. Seagulls wheeling over the little combers mocked the cries he had heard in his sleep. He dragged himself home. After dinner, Tabby let himself out again. This time he turned not toward Mount Avenue, but into the little maze of streets inland from it. Charleston Road, Hermitage, Beach Trail, Gravesend Avenue, Cannon Road. He stared into windows and scrutinized faces. A patrol car passed him, then swung around for another look. A woman jogged past, and he managed to say hello. Imperceptibly, the light died. While he walked up Charleston Road for the 3rd time, a wave of dizziness and nausea struck him. He smelled death as clearly as if he stood over a body, and for a second remembered a scuffle in a Fort Myers tavern, one man punching a blade into another. It had happened, he knew, and then was swept by a series of images too rushed and incoherent to be understood. A sweatshirt that read, "Keep on truckin'," a boy falling from a bicycle into a heap of gravel, a huge truck canted on its side, a woman screaming for help in a bird's voice. It It was going on, or had gone on, behind him. Tabby staggered, turned around, ran back down Charleston Road, and found himself on a corner in a stand of old oak trees, with headlights set low to the ground reaching toward him. He looked sideways up Cannon Road. There was the house, its windows black. It had happened in there. The headlights of the car fixed him for a moment, and then the Corvette sped by around the corner. For a moment he saw the frozen, desperate look on the face of the man driving. He was where the sense of imminence had led him, in the place where he had seen himself weeks before. Tabby could not move until the police cars roared past him. Then he recoiled backward as if stung, and ran between the trees and houses until he came out on the next street. He ran uphill to the far end of Hermitage Road, home. Once inside, he could hear his father and Sherry in their bedroom. They were noisily, frantically making love. 5. Skippy used to stick his head in the mailboxes sometimes, Bruce Norman said, to see if the cherry bombs were duds. Man, he liked to have blown his head off a couple of times. What a crazy dude. Tabby Smithfield, lately an intimate of the Norman twins, was seated between them in the back seat of their rusted old car in the Blue Turns parking lot. Dickie Norman had pushed bills into the hands of a suddenly nervous, crew-neck, sweatered college boy, placed his order, and now the three of them were mildly high, Tabby less so than the twins, on beer. It was 10:30 on Sunday night, the 31st of May. Dickie and Bruce had scarcely let Tabby out of their sight since the previous Friday. At first a little frightened by them, Tabby had come to see that though the twins were obviously destined for inglorious ends, they were still just childish troublemakers. Their size and their menacing faces led the world to expect much worse. They shoplifted, vandalized, smoked dope, and loved heavy metal music. Tabby had known lots like them. He preferred the music of Ben Sidran and Steve Miller, but was not about to announce it. Anyhow, we gave up on cherry bombs, Bruce said. Now we get 'em with the Devastator. He fondled the taped handle of a baseball bat. This had been lacquered black, but splintery white showed through all the nicks and dents. Even makes a better sound, sort of a more honest sound. You cruise along, take a good swing with the Devastator, and the whole goddamn side of the box caves in. Ba-joing! How about going out on a run with us a little later, hey? Okay, Tabby said. I'll come along for the ride. Dickie sat up, looked in the rearview mirror, and groaned. Bobo the Clown. All three boys put their cans of beer on the floor behind their legs. A moment later, a police car pulled up beside them. A grinning Bobo got out and ambled over to their window. Well, the Bobbsey twins. Shouldn't you be home in bed? Whatever you say, Officer Farnsworth. Who's your playmate? He looks too normal to be a friend of yours. Tabby gave his name, and the officer looked him over with a friendly and distant regard. Well, kid, it's time for you to go. I'm going to check out the bar, and when I come back, I don't want to see your car here. I tell you something. I'm sorry you guys ever turned 16. It's a bitch getting old, Bruce said. I don't think you'll ever get that far, Brucey. Bobo slapped the top of their car and turned away. As soon as Bobo had gone inside the Blue Turn, Bruce drained his beer and opened his door to get into the front seat. That twink, he said as he turned the key. Calling me Brucey, fuckhead clown. He loudly belched. Let's drive around a little bit. Dickie, why don't you sort of set things up for Tabs? You ever hear of a guy named Gary Starbuck? Dickie asked. 6. It was barely possible that Clark Smithfield, if not Tabby, might have actually met Gary Starbuck in Key West in the early 70s. Gary Starbuck had been told by his father that the only way to keep out of jail was to keep moving, work a town for a while, then pick up and go at least 500 miles away. Following his father's trade, as Clark Smithfield had refused to do, Starbuck had lived off the pickings in Key West, while Clark worked at the no-name bar. In Key West, Starbuck was Delbert Torrey. In Houston, Charles Beard. In Springfield, Illinois, Lawrence Ringler. In Cleveland, Keith Pepper. When he rented the Fraser Peters house on Beach Trail, he called himself Nelson Sutter. From his father, he had also learned to avoid meeting people, to sit alone in bars, to cultivate a professional politeness. This Starbuck was a squat, youngish fellow, dark-haired and broad-shouldered, beardless. His face was solemn and large of nose, out of key with his top-heavy body. Off duty, he wore pastel polo shirts and chinos, drove an anonymous gray van. When he worked, he carried a pistol. When he had first come to Hampstead, he had rented a trailer in the lot off the post road. The twins had seen his van parked beside the trailer day after day. Sometimes it was gone on weekends, most often at night. Eventually, just about the time Starbuck found a house to rent, Bruce and Dickie decided to take a look inside both the trailer and the van. Bruce got into the van one day, while Starbuck must have been asleep. It was as clean inside as its owner kept the exterior, clean and empty. But Bruce looked into the glove compartment and saw that the California registration was in another name than the one under which the trailer had been rented. "We got something here, Dickie," he told his brother. The next night they used one of their spare keys to enter the trailer, and that was even better than they expected, filled with television sets, silverware, racks of suits, and half a dozen shoeboxes stacked with money. "Hey, this guy's the real thing," Bruce said, so impressed he looked poleaxed. After school the next day, they visited the trailer again. They rang the bell. The tenant came to the door and looked at them suspiciously. Bruce said, "Mr. Starbuck, excuse me, I mean Mr. Sutter." When they left, they had a new television set and a baggie full of good Mexican weed. Gary Starbuck had remembered more of his father's advice. When you got partners, even partners you don't want, treat them right. A partner's a partner, even when he's no good, and sooner or later a little grease will keep your ass out of the jug. He was sure he could find a use for the Norman twins. 7. Patsy McCloud lived with one big, simple fear. And even on the night of her failed dinner party for the Allbees and Ronnie Wrigley, it overshadowed all the other little fears. When she was 7, her parents had taken her to the mental hospital where her grandmother Taylor lived. Her parents saw Grandmother Taylor 2 or 3 times a year, but this was Patsy's first visit. Her father had been grumpy on the long drive from Hampstead to Hartford, for he opposed allowing his daughter to meet his mother. But Patsy's mother, who had answered the old woman's increasingly frequent requests with uncomfortable evasions, had held firm. They had been shown into a wide room painted in primary colors like a nursery school. The nurses beamed at Patsy, who was already uneasy because of the tension between her parents, and the odd, damaged people wandering through the ward. People whose heads were too large for their bodies. People whose tongues seemed too large for their heads. One man, obsessively pacing off the length of a wall, had a shovel-shaped dent 2 inches deep in his forehead. The locks and bars she had seen on the way up to this room made her feel she was a prisoner in the hospital. Maybe it was a trick to get her here, and her parents would leave her in this place. Though she was the only child in the room, it seemed appointed for children, with its desks covered with crayons and crude childish pictures taped to the wall. Her grandmother appeared through a bright orange door. 2 male nurses accompanied her. She was talking to herself. Patsy's first thought was that her grandmother was the oldest person she had ever seen. Then that she belonged here. Her white hair was sparse and dull, her eyes glazed. White whiskers sprouted from her chin. She paid no attention to Patsy's parents, but sat in the chair where the nurses put her, and looked down at her lap and muttered. "We brought Patsy," her mother said. "Remember that you were asking for her? We wanted you to meet her, Mother Taylor." Her father made a disgusted noise and turned his back on them. Patsy was looking into the old woman's vague, inward face. "Don't you want to say hello to your granddaughter, Mother Taylor?" "A man is hanging in his backyard," her grandmother startled Patsy by mumbling. "Just swinging on a rope. Too many bills, bills, bills.
They'll find him next week, I guess. You brought Danny's girl?"
The vague, pale eyes lifted to meet Patsy's.
"Poor girl,"
her grandmother said.
"She's another one. Pretty thing. She doesn't like it here, does she? She thinks you'll leave her with me. Poor girl. Will they find him next week, little girl?"
The pale eyes lost a portion of their vagueness, and Patsy had seen the man hanging from the branch of a tree. Through a window she saw a desk covered with paper. "I don't know," Patsy said, shocked.
"I'll love you if you'll live with me,"
said Grandmother Taylor. And that had abruptly ended the interview. Her father scooped her up and carried her down to the car. 10 minutes later her mother joined them. Neither of them had ever suggested bringing Patsy to see Mother Taylor again. 2 days later she asked her father if they had found that man yet. Her father had not known what she meant. She understood that her father felt deep, angry shame, both for himself and for her. But she remembered Grandmother Taylor's acceptance.
Poor girl, she's another one.
When the old woman's eyes had finally met hers, she had felt as transparent as glass. In those eyes had been a matter-of-fact despair and an understanding beyond death. The only difference between Patsy and her grandmother was that Grandmother Taylor was better at it. Before she reached puberty, Patsy was able to move small objects across a table, to switch on lights and open doors, just by seeing these occurrences in her mind and surrounding them with a yellow glow of intention. This ability was her secret, her best secret. She had known instantly that Grandmother Taylor could do much more than that if she'd wanted, Grandmother Taylor could have brought down the hospital on all sides of her and walked away free and unharmed. But Grandmother Taylor didn't want. For Patsy, the old woman, with her deliberately vague face and fractured mind, was an inexorable image of her own future. When she had her first period, the ability to shift objects at will left her. It simply was not there any more. Womanhood had taken it away and left cramps and blood in its place. For almost a year she was like every other girl she knew, and she was grateful. Then a new girl had come into their class, Marilyn Foreman, a mousy creature with glasses, dull hair, and an implacable mouth. The minute Marilyn Foreman had appeared in the door, Patsy had known, and Marilyn had recognized her in the same way. The other girl had been an unavoidable fact. Marilyn was her destiny, as her grandmother had been. At recess, the other girl had come up to her and claimed her. "What do you do? I can see things, and they always happen." "Get away from me," Patsy said, but half-heartedly, and Marilyn stayed. Patsy was passive before her knowledge that Marilyn Foreman was to drive away all her other friends, and the two of them were to belong to each other. "It'll happen," Marilyn said in her grating, drawling voice. "It'll happen to you, too, I know." Even without affection between them, for the other girl did not require affection, she and Marilyn became so close that they began to look alike, in the middle ground between Patsy's prettiness and Marilyn's plainness. Sometimes Patsy caught herself speaking in Marilyn's voice. The Taylors never understood why their popular, attractive daughter allowed herself to be so influenced by nondescript Marilyn Foreman. Together they traveled, their word, Marilyn's idea. They sat side by side, nights when they were supposed to be doing homework, linked hands and closed their eyes. Patsy invariably felt a sick thrill of fear, half enjoyable, as their minds seemed to join and float upward. Traveling, they saw strange landscapes, hot molten colors. They never knew what they would see. It might just be people eating in a restaurant, or a boy in their class taking a walk along Sawtell Beach. Once they saw two of their teachers, not married to each other, making love on the floor of an empty room. Another time they saw a man they recognized as the shop teacher at J.S. Mill, deep in a green wood, lying naked over a boy who was on the high school football team. "That's filthy dirty," Marilyn said. But in general, Marilyn never cared what they saw while they traveled. She was as happy watching strangers eat a meal she could not taste in a restaurant she could not recognize as with their more colorful visions. Another vision seemed to be located in the past, and would have been unusual for that reason alone. The two girls saw a street that was obviously Riverfront Avenue, but the oil company and office buildings were gone. Short, chunky fishing boats were docked at piers. Snub-nosed old cars had been pulled up on a grassy bank long since turned into parking lots. On one of the boats, a bearded man in a knit cap was pouring wine into a coffee cup and a wine glass. A woman in a silk dress lolled against the boat's railing. "This is wrong," Marilyn said. "I don't like this." She had tried to extricate her hand, but Patsy gripped harder. This was for her, and Marilyn Foreman was not going to take it from her, even if it was terrible, for it would be terrible, she knew. The bearded man smiled at the woman and started his engines. The boat putted out into the river and went slowly seaward. The man grasped the woman and pretended to dance. He swayed, shuffled his feet. The woman held to him and laughed. Patsy saw that the fisherman was handsome, as a bull is handsome, uncaringly. "Nasty," Marilyn said. Smiling, the man stroked the woman's neck with his blunt fingers. Then he closed his hands and pressed into the soft flesh of her neck with his thumbs. His eyes glittered. He leaned into the woman and toppled her to the shiny deck. Their bodies struggled and rolled until the man lifted the woman's head and battered it against the deck. All his movements were concentrated and intent. Marilyn began to shake. After the woman stopped moving, the man fetched a roll of oilcloth from a locker and tied her into it. When he had thrown the wrapped, still living body into the Manhattan, he finished the wine. Patsy tingled with revulsion. As soon as the picture of the fisherman, standing alone on his boat, melted into that of another strange man, this one in a double-breasted suit and standing on what Patsy recognized as the country club beach, she dropped Marilyn's hand. She felt as if these scenes of death and violence would cynically unreal as long as she invited them. "Will they find him next week, little girl?" After the Foremans moved to Tulsa, Patsy never tried to travel on her own. She and Les both went to Connecticut State College. They watched the days-long drama of the Kennedy assassination on the television set in Les's fraternity house. Sometimes she would amaze Les by correctly predicting the grades he would earn on his exams. If she had prophetic dreams, she kept them to herself. Les was already calling her a swamp Yankee. After they married in 1964, they lived in Hartford, New York City, Chicago, London, Los Angeles, and were transferred back to New York. They bought their house in Hampstead, and Les commuted to New York to, as he put it, burn ass. Now they never spoke of anything personal. Les, in fact, rarely spoke to her at all. He had started to beat her in Chicago, after his first really significant promotion had followed the best efficiency reports of his life. 8. Les did not beat Patsy that Sunday night. He sourly and drunkenly told her that, compared to Ronnie Wrigley and Laura Allbee, she was not a woman. He roamed around the house, finishing a bottle, while Patsy retreated to the bedroom. Now and then she heard him muttering about pansy actors. When she heard him come up the stairs to go to bed, Patsy fled into the spare bedroom next to theirs, where she had set up some bookshelves, a desk, and a couch that folded out into a double bed. A black-and-white Sony with a 6-inch screen sat on top of the bookshelf, and she switched it on to watch a movie until Les was safely asleep. At 12:30, a noise of crashing and splintering from outside jolted her out of a doze. Les, too, had been awakened by the noises from the street, and she heard him thrashing around in the dark bedroom. The door banged. She called out his name, but instead of an answer heard the front door slam shut. Patsy looked out the window of her hideaway. In the yellow glow from the security lights angling out from most of the houses, she saw a rusty black car speeding around the corner of Charleston Road. A second later she saw Les chasing after the car in his bathrobe and slippers. He was carrying a gun in his hand. She knew Les well enough to know that if Richard Allbee and Bobo Farnsworth had not been in their house, Les would have left the gun behind. But the youth and strength of one, and the fame, however meaningless, of the other, had provoked him. Patsy looked down the stairs to the landing, opened the door, and ran down the street after her husband. A dying sparrow fluttered pathetically on the grate of a storm drain beneath a lamp. Ordinarily she would have stopped, but she heard the crowing of a police siren around the corner ahead of her, and ran toward it, past the trembling sparrow. At the corner where Charleston Road swung into Beach Trail stood a second street lamp, and a child, a little girl with glasses and limp brown hair, stood directly beneath it, looking at her. Patsy at first thought that it was very late for a child to be outside, then that the child looked familiar. Her anxiety for Les kept her running until she was directly abreast of the street lamp. She could see a patrol car nosed in toward a driveway on Beach Trail, that of the house which backed directly onto hers. A policeman stood beside a hunched old man and a slight teenage boy, and Les was crouched down before them, holding his pistol out in the firing position. "Oh, my God," Patsy breathed. Les had gone crazy and was about to shoot someone unless the policeman shot him first. Then she realized that the child beneath the street lamp was Marilyn Foreman. She involuntarily turned from the sight of her husband aiming his pistol at a policeman and looked sideways at the child. Marilyn Foreman, with her ribbon bow tie and rolled white socks and pale, indomitable face. Marilyn stood in the light and cast no shadow. "No," Patsy said. "It's not." Marilyn opened her mouth and spoke, but no words issued from her mouth. Patsy heard the sound of a shot, very loud, in the quiet street. 9. "Gary Starbuck is a pro," Dickie Norman told Tabby as they turned onto the bridge road and crossed the Nowhatton. "He's the real thing. Nobody even knows his real name besides us. Boy, does he have his shit together." "What do you mean, a pro?" Both brothers laughed. They were speeding up Green Bank Road, the Olds's rebuilt engine doing everything but shooting flames out the exhaust. "He takes things," Bruce said, "out of people's houses. Man, when he's done with a house, there's nothing left but termites. I bet Gary Starbuck makes more money in a year than anybody around here. I bet he's a fucking millionaire. Man, the stuff he's got." "Oh," Tabby said. "And we're going to hook up with him," Dickie crowed. "That's not for me," Tabby quickly put in. "No, not tonight. Tonight we're just going to exercise the Devastator in Green Bank. We've got it all timed. We'll get in Green Bank just about 10 minutes after that twink Bobo the Clown pulls out on his way toward the post road. We got that sucker down, man. We know his every move. And he's going to look like a real asshole." "Didn't you just get a few mailboxes in Green Bank?" asked Tabby, who had seen the evidence of the twins' enthusiasms. "Yeah, but this is specially for Bobo," said Dickie, rapping the bat against the palm of his hand. "And afterward maybe we can hook up with Gary Starbuck for a little talk. Unless you think you got to get home, little buddy." "I think I do." "We'll settle that later," Bruce said from the front seat. "I don't steal from people's houses, and I don't want to meet anybody who does," Tabby said, his nervousness making him sound prissy. "I don't even especially want to cave in my neighbor's mailboxes." Dickie patted him on the head. "Hey, man." "It's my neighborhood." "Hey, it's his neighborhood, man," Bruce said. Dickie cranked his window down all the way and stuck out the bat just as they sped around a corner. A mailbox separated from its post with a crack like the breaking of a neck. Dickie shouted with glee, "Got that sucker!" "Hey, we don't want you to do anything special," Bruce said. "We're just friends, okay?" "Yeah." "I don't know, you don't sound too friendly," Dickie said, slapping the bat against his palm again. "Burglary's out of my league," Tabby said. "That's all I meant."
Hey, but this guy takes all the risks, Bruce told him. We ain't as dumb as we look. Tabby said nothing. Here comes another one, Dickie said. They were driving near to the gates of Green Bank Academy. He stuck the bat out the window as Bruce slowed the car. One-handed, Dickie raised the bat and swung it hard toward the Academy mailbox. There was a loud, flat, crumpling sound, and Dickie whooped again as Bruce sped off. When Bruce turned up Beach Trail, Tabby protested. This is right where I live, you guys. Tabs, you're starting to piss me off, Dickie said. Why am I here? Tabby suddenly wondered. Because these two lumps bought me a Whopper and a Coke? This might sound crazy, he said, but have you two guys ever thought about becoming cops? I bet you'd be a couple of great cops. Shit, Dickie said, and Bruce simultaneously. Ain't no money, Tabs, no money. Hampstead cops all live in Norrington, man, you know that? You get the next one, Tabs, Dickie said. They were circling aimlessly up Cannon Road, and did not see Bobo Farnsworth's patrol car, which was parked beside trees on Leo Friedgood's driveway. Leo had stopped turning on his yard lights. You know what I'd really like to do? Bruce offered. I'd like to off somebody really big someday, like the president, man, or John Denver. I'd like to be the first guy that actually tried to off John Denver. Dickie pushed the bat into Tabby's chest. Get on the other side of the road, Bruce. Not my own, Tabby said, seeing where Bruce was going. I won't do it. Pisses me off. Hey, okay. Bruce swung into Charleston Road and swerved across to the wrong side of the street. You better do this one, Tabs. In anger and despair, Tabby thrust the bat out the window, holding the taped handle with both hands. He had never wanted to do anything less. The bat met the mailbox with what seemed terrific force, and almost jolted out of Tabby's hands. All right, Bruce sighed. You're blooded, man. Dickie pounded him on the back. His arms ached from the impact, which seemed to have traveled undiminished up the bat and registered in his biceps and shoulders. Bruce accelerated. One more for tonight, but let me tell you about what we want to do. You know that parking lot in front of the diner, the one with the big sign that goes around? Hey, some guy's running after us, Dickie called out, amused. He thinks he's going to get the license number. He's clean out of his gourd. Tabby looked around and saw a man in pajamas pounding after their car. Bye-bye, Bruce said, and gunned the car around the Beach Trail corner. He reached in back, and Dickie placed the bat in his hand. Hey, I'm almost home, Tabby said hastily. Why don't you... Bruce veered across the road and smacked a mailbox off its post. As the mailbox sailed over the driveway, they heard the sound of a police siren coming down Cannon Road. Let me out, Tabby insisted. Jesus, Dickie yelled. Peel. Hey, it's like with Skippy, man, Bruce calmly said to his brother. Let's let him out. Dickie quickly pushed Tabby toward the door. Dummy up, he hissed. You'll be okay, just dummy up. Tabby opened the door and scrambled out 30 seconds before Bobo Farnsworth, siren going and lights flashing, turned into Beach Trail. Behind Bobo, Les McCloud ran up from Charleston Road, waving his gun and screaming obscenities. 10. In Greenbank, as in most of Hampstead, few lights burned from the houses. High-voltage yard and security lights lit up the lawns like stage sets. No one awake on the upper end of Charleston Road, though 2 second-story windows were alight in the McCloud house. Patsy and Les were in different rooms, Bobo Farnsworth deduced with no surprise. Sometime he would be called there to interrupt a fight, and find that tense, pretty woman with a bulging eye and a broken jaw. And after Les spent a night in a cell, Patsy would take him back and come up with a story about falling off a ladder. No lights on in Beach Trail. He turned into Cannon Road and saw from the corner that, though the yard lights were off, the living and dining room windows in Leo Friedgood's house were ablaze with light. Insomnia. And he had forgotten to close his curtains. Unless Leo were stinking drunk, the odds were that he would welcome company. Bobo pulled his car into the driveway and parked it next to a row of trees. No need to have a neighbor out for a midnight stroll get the idea that Hampstead's finest were still questioning Leo Friedgood.
As he looked up toward the lighted windows, he saw a shadow move across the living room wall. Bobo went up the steps and rang the doorbell. Friedgood did not answer, and Bobo rang the bell again. "Who's there?" called a muffled voice from just on the other side of the door. "It's Officer Farnsworth. I was on my patrol, and I thought I'd stop by and see if you needed anything." Friedgood gave no reply. "Maybe you just want to talk?" "Get away from here," the voice said. "You don't sound so good. Are you all right, Mr. Friedgood?" The curtains on the windows to Bobo's left slid shut. Friedgood seemed to be uttering panicked, fretful sounds. "Open the door, Mr. Friedgood. Let me help you." "You think you can help? Open the door." Bobo turned the knob and pushed open the door. Almost instantly, he smelled the odor of burned meat. Friedgood was walking away from him into the living room to his left. Bobo saw with surprise that Friedgood was wearing a hat. Friedgood switched off the living room lights before he turned around. Bobo first saw that the man's eyes were covered with dark, aviator-style glasses. The hat was pulled low on his forehead. His hands were gloved. Half of Friedgood's face seemed puffy, distorted. The other half, from under the rim of the glasses and down into the collar of his shirt, was as red as raw steak. The bushy mustache was gone. "Stay away," Friedgood said. His lips were white and looked lipsticked. "I've got something. Don't come any nearer." "Who's your doctor?" Bobo got out. Friedgood lifted his right hand and drew it over the red side of his face. Even in the darkness, Bobo saw that the glove came away bloody. It looked as though Friedgood had the world's worst case of acne, and had tried to solve it by cutting off his skin or by burning it off. "My doctor can't help." Friedgood backed farther into the gloom. "Satisfied? Now get out. I don't want your company." Bobo peered at Friedgood, hanging back in the dark. The left side of his face, the puffy side, was as white as his lips. The cheek on that side, either the bone or the pad of skin over it, appeared to be moving independently, like a mouse twitching in its sleep. "Take off your hat and glasses," Bobo said. "Jesus, I never saw anything like it." He heard what sounded like an explosion from somewhere outside, and his heart nearly stopped. Friedgood giggled. A car roared away. "I'd better get going," Bobo said. "That's another one of those damned mailboxes. But if I can get anything, help anyhow." "Leave me alone," Friedgood said. "You can't do anything for me. Just get out." Bobo turned and half ran out the door, his skin creeping. When he got to his car, he saw that Friedgood had turned off all his lights. Bobo had a momentary image of the man in that big, dark house, his ruined skin phosphorescently shining, and gunned his car into the street, scattering gravel. He was looking for the speeding taillights of a car as they swung round the corner into Charleston Road, but noticed out of the side of his eye that Les McClouds' mailbox had been pounded in on one side. As he went by the house, the front door swung open, releasing a shaft of light, Les going out to inspect the damage. Bobo cruised by, looking quickly up and down the intersections for a flash of red light. The vandals could have circled around the little maze of streets in this section of Greenbank, or they could have turned down Beach Trail to get to Mount Avenue. That, he bet himself, was what they would have done. Then he heard again the popping, banging sound of a mailbox being destroyed, and he switched on his siren and swung into Beach Trail. A block down he saw movement, but no car. In front of a weathered old house, a dented mailbox had rolled halfway across the street, and a boy was stooping to pick it up. When the boy heard the siren, he looked in Bobo's direction, but did not run. He carried the box back toward its stump. Bobo swung onto the side of the road, cut the lights and the siren, and got out of his car. "Hold it, son," he said to the boy. "You see any car going by? You see you did that?" The boy shook his head, and Bobo stepped nearer. "Hey, I just saw you. You were with the Normans." "Yes," Tabby said. "I live up on Hermitage Road. I saw this mailbox in the street." "Don't even bother nailing the box to the stump any more," came a resonant voice from up on the lawn. Both Tabby and Bobo turned their heads to see a bent old man in a gray sweatshirt and voluminous white trousers slowly making his way toward them through the darkness. "If I did, some harebrained would come along and make it even worse. See, they gave it a pretty good knock. Last time they killed it, they didn't even knock its head off." Bobo saw the boy give the old man a wild, startled look of recognition, as if, Bobo thought, the old man was someone famous, some kind of movie star. Bobo looked at the old man more closely. He was no movie star. A silvery, gossamer fur clung to his neck and the underside of his chin. The face was deeply seamed, the cheeks sunken, eyes bright under bristling, straggly eyebrows. White hair fell from the back of the man's bald, freckled crown and floated around his large ears. The face was withered but powerful. The old man was somebody, Bobo knew instantly, even if he didn't recognize him, and he altered the tone he would otherwise have taken. The old man took in the boy's astonished stare, which seemed to Bobo to be widening out with every second, and then turned a humorous glance on Bobo. "The name is Graham Williams. I don't suppose this boy is the famous mailbox killer, do you? Are you, boy? You the Ramon Mercador of mailboxes?" Neither Bobo nor Tabby recognized the name of Leon Trotsky's assassin, but Bobo's ear was caught by the old man's name. "Williams, I heard of you." "Ask Turtle about me," the old man said. "He'll tell you a pack of lies. 30-40 years ago, I got into trouble with a couple of polecats named Nixon and McCarthy. A whole other bunch of polecats wanted me to testify before a committee, and I almost—" Shouts from down the street stopped Bobo from saying that the only reason he recognized the man's name was that he had heard it from the emergency medical services team. All three of them looked toward the source of the shouting. A man in a flapping bathrobe was running toward them up the street. His bedroom slippers made a clapping noise on the surface of the road. "Hold it right there," he yelled. "I got you now." Tabby's widening gaze went back to the old man. He whispered something Bobo did not catch, but which seemed to startle Williams. The old man reared back and inspected the boy. "You're Monty Smithfield's grandson? The one they call Tabby?" "On a boat," Tabby said. "Hold it yourself, Les," said Bobo, who did not bother trying to make sense of this exchange. "There's nothing to get excited about." Then Bobo saw Les's pistol, and he held out his left hand to distract Les, while he unclipped the strap on his holster with his right. "Did you see a car, Les?" Bobo asked quietly. "Get out of the way and leave your gun in the holster," Les shouted. Now he was walking, puffing from his run. "You're drunk, Les. Put that gun away." "To hell with you," Les said, and braced himself in the firing position, both arms out straight and knees slightly bent. "That kid just destroyed my property." "You got the wrong boy," Bobo said. Over Les's shoulder he could see Patsy rounding the corner from Charleston Road. She seemed to be moving in a daze and stopped to stare at a lamp-post almost as raptly as the kid was staring at Graham Williams. "And that's Patsy Taylor," the old man said. "She's got that bony Taylor face. Can't you get that man to drop his gun?" "You're shielding a vandal!" Les screamed. "Les," Bobo said quietly, "are you crazy? If you don't put that gun down, I'll have to drop you." "Get out of the way!" Graham Williams stepped in front of Tabby. "I suppose that's your wife back there," he said in a carrying voice. The muzzle flashed. The pistol made a sound louder than a cough, softer than a thunderclap. Les whirled around after firing and let the pistol dangle in his fingers. Patsy had begun to race toward him. Bobo had his .44 in his hand, aiming it at Les McClouds' back. He realized with gratitude that this would not be the first time he had to fire his revolver on duty. Les McCloud was tottering like a man on stilts. Don't! Patsy was shouting as she ran. The pistol dropped from Les's hand and clattered on the ground. A second later, Les sat down like an infant, his legs bowing out. Bobo heard old Williams exhaling, and quickly checked to see that he and the boy were unharmed. Williams had his arm round the boy's shoulders. "Stay there," he ordered, and walked toward Les and Patsy. As he went, he could hear Les sobbing with rage. Bobo bent and picked up the gun, which was a short-barreled .22. "I aimed over your head, you bastard," Les told him. Then he turned his red, bloated face to his wife. "Get the hell out of here, Patsy. I don't want to see you." "Jesus, I ought to take you in and lock you up," Bobo said. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You could be put away for this. What do you suppose you'd get for attempted murder? 15 years? 20?
I was protecting my property."
He was still crying, and he clamped his eyes shut. "You dumbass," Bobo said. Then to Patsy, "You going to be okay? You want me to take him in for tonight?" Patsy shook her head. She looked stricken and half dead with shock, but determined. A good lady, Bobo thought to himself. Too good for this jerk here. "I'll take him home, Bobo," she whispered. "Please." "No, you won't," Les said, still sitting in the middle of the street with his legs out before him. Patsy reached out to him, but he swatted her hand away. "You're getting your tail home," Bobo said, and put his hands under Les's arms and lifted him to his feet. "You come around to the station in a couple of days for this 22, and I want to see your permit." "I got a permit," Les grumped. "If I hadn't just eaten dinner with you, you'd be facing at least reckless use of a firearm. That's the least." "I aimed over your head." Les reeled sideways, then straightened himself with the aplomb of a long-term drinker. "With this shitty gun, that's more dangerous than aiming at me," Bobo said. "Get home." Les took a few staggering steps up the street. When Patsy tried to take his arm to steady him, he batted at her. "Let him go," Bobo said. "Jesus, that's the first time anybody took a shot at me, and I don't even get the satisfaction of an arrest." He looked at Patsy's drawn face. "How are you?" "Not so good," Patsy said. "Do you have to ask?" "Give him half an hour. Maybe you better sleep in the spare room tonight." Patsy nodded. "Does anybody around here have a cup of coffee?" 6. Graham again. 1. "You killed a man," was what Tabby had whispered to me as crazy Les McCloud was yelling at us to hold it. Luckily, the big cop didn't catch the words, but even if he had, I don't suppose he would have run me in. I took my first good look at the kid. Up until then, I'd been thinking that he was just some kind of rich, juvenile delinquent. He was old Monty's grandson, the one he had lost after having such hope for him. Losing him had been at least half Monty's fault, I knew. He'd always been too rough on Clark. All the old faces are dying out. They're all turning into the same round, bland American potato face. But in this kid, I could see some Tab. That's where he got the big wide eyes and fair hair. And a lot more Smithfield. Monty and Clark had once had the same sensible chin and generous forehead, but they had turned flinty in Monty and self-pitying in Clark. "On a boat," the boy said. And I knew. He had the gift. That gift that never makes anybody happy, that bitches up lives right and left. The boy had seen me and Bates Krell out on the lobster boat that night in 1924. It had just unrolled behind his eyes like some kind of movie, and he was starting to shake. The last time I'd seen anybody with the gift so strong, it was old Josephine Taylor, and she'd been shut away before she was 40. Some people have the gift only for a minute or two, and then spend the rest of their lives wondering if it really happened, as I wondered after I met Bates Krell. And other people have it hung around their necks all their lives. I wouldn't want to be one of them. I can remember damn near everything that happened to me, but there are some things that makes me dizzy and short of breath to bring back. The first time I saw Bates Krell, in pure fact, everything that has to do with Bates Krell is in that category, and part of that package is the afternoon on his boat. That this kid with the matter-of-fact Smithfield chin could see it when he looked at me scared me a lot worse than Les McCloud's pistol, which he started waving around at about this point. Right then I saw Patsy Taylor, Les's wife, kind of wandering toward us. At first I thought she was drunk, since her husband was obviously stinko, but she was not drunk. I knew that a second later. I knew that she was sober, and seeing something the rest of us could not see. She was another like the Smithfield boy. The gift had skipped a generation in the Taylor family and gone straight from Josephine to her granddaughter. I'd seen this wispy girl grow up pretty near, not counting the years I was in California and the 3 years I spent abroad, and I'd never seen before that she'd inherited something besides Josephine's endearing good looks. And that rocked me, too. Maybe if Tabby hadn't said what he did about me killing a man on a boat, I would have gone on thinking that the Taylor girl was just a drunk like her husband. But he had said it, you see. And that took me back into the one time in my life when I was at least a little bit like those two. I looked back at Tabby, and then at Patsy again, and they were alike. For a second it was like looking at two photographic negatives, two people, light where there should have been dark and dark where there should have been light. I felt pity and love and fear. Fear because even then I knew that the appearance of two such people, no, these two people, in this one particular square mile of earth, meant the coming of awful things, that we were all going to be shaken up, as if by an earthquake, by a volcano, by an old-time Kansas twister. I didn't have to know anything about Ted Wise and DRG-16 to foresee that. And then right on cue, the world told me I was right. None of the others saw it. They were all looking at poor drunk Les and his pea-shooter. But I looked up and saw a bird falling right out of the sky, dead. It landed on my lawn not far from the stump where I set my mailbox, a little squashy puffball of feathers. "Get out of the way!" Les screamed, and I got myself moving. I put myself right in front of Tabby, because if things were going to be so bad, I'd rather be dead myself, as dead as the fallen bird, than live to see it. Certainly better me than the Smithfield boy who knew nothing of what I knew, or had known, or had suspected anyhow, since 1924. This act of mine was one of sheer cowardice, and I make no bones about it. I even goaded Les by telling him his wife was there in back of him. The gun went off, but even I could see Les wasn't trying to hit anybody. He had that pea-shooter raised up at a 45-degree angle above our heads. Then what I was afraid of was that the big cop, Bobo, was going to plug Les out of sheer overexcitement, but Bobo stayed calm. His gun, a much more serious instrument than Les's, was out, but that was only right. Bobo was making sure that Les McCloud wouldn't try to do in his wife. Les anticlimactically collapsed onto his keister and started to bawl. I had my arm around the boy's shoulders when Bobo went up to confab with the McClouds. The boy was shaking, as much because of me and what he'd seen, as because of Les. "You're a special person, Tabby," I said. "We're all going to need you." "I did get that mailbox," he said. "Not yours, his." He nodded toward the three of them in the middle of the street, Les swatting away the comfort Patsy wanted to give him. "Just keep your lip buttoned about that," I advised. "About the other thing, too. I'll tell you all about that, and you'll see why it had to happen." "It did happen," Tabby said, as if he had not been sure. "On that boat, too." He separated himself from my arm and looked up at me with that same trembling suspiciousness I would even then have sacrificed a limb to erase. "Sure it happened. I just told you it had to." Bobo and Patsy were coming up the street toward us, and I had to shut up. I looked at the unassuming puff of feathers on my lawn, and for some reason thought of Babe Zimmer and Harry's voice choking up when he told me about her on the telephone. Then Patsy Taylor and Tabby saw each other. Patsy had been saying something about a cup of coffee. She was being what they used to call a game girl when I was a kid, trying to act as if the sight of her pajamaed husband waving a gun on the street really wasn't much out of the ordinary. And she glanced up toward us, and this act fell to pieces. She barely looked at me. Her eyes locked on Tabby. She stopped moving. I knew that the boy was a part of whatever she had been looking at back there on the road when I thought she was drunk. He was the only thing on Beach Trail for her. Her grandmother had got that look now and then, when she walked into a shop and froze when she saw someone who was going to fall down dead of a coronary in a week or two. It was simple recognition, but horrifying because it was so simple. Tabby just stood and took it in. He had that strength. Nothing is ever isolated. Nothing is ever random. Everything is connected. And I saw myself rolling over Norm Hugart's body in his fussy little back garden. I saw Charlie Antolini, giving me a smile full of innocent happiness. Ah, shit, I thought. Bobo, of course, thought that Patsy was reacting to what had just happened, and he began to push her along toward us, shepherding her with gentle nudges and pats. Now that nobody was going to get shot, he wanted to get her off his hands. The physicists are right. There is uncertainty, but no randomness. "Could you help the lady out for half an hour or so?" Bobo asked. "I ought to be seeing if I can catch whoever whacked these." He gestured toward my poor old mailbox. "There's coffee on the stove," I said. "Good and strong. I'll see that the boy gets home, officer." Patsy was staring at the ground now, probably to make sure it wasn't going to cave in beneath her feet. "Tell Les to come down to the station with his permit," Bobo said, and she nodded. She glanced at Tabby again. I put my arms around both of them. Patsy was only an inch or two taller than the boy, and I fancied that I could almost feel the blood pounding along just beneath her skin. I towered over them, like some ancient reptilian bird. 2. 5 minutes later, I was pottering around in my kitchen, pretending that I was an absent-minded old slob who had trouble locating 3 clean cups. In truth, I was an absent-minded etc. who had felt the shock waves of the meeting of Patsy Taylor McCloud and James Tabb Smithfield, and who could still virtually hear them booming through my kitchen. The dishes should have rattled on the shelf. The cups rotated on their hooks. The two of them, sitting silently and nervously on my kitchen chairs, set up reverberations so strong. Having seen so much in each other, they could not speak. They would not have known where to begin. The subject of their commonality was so vast. It was as though they were 2 old lovers who, decades ago, had destroyed their marriages, abandoned their children, left an entire town flaming with outrage and rumor, or 2 generals who had once jointly directed a massacre. You see where I am going with these far-fetched comparisons. Part of the immensity of the feeling that made me turn away from them was shame, guilt, too. They had learned to repress and hide their differences from other people. Now each was face to face with the one person who instantly saw through that disguise. They exposed each other. And this was much more difficult for Patsy than for the boy. She had lived longer with her disguise, and it was thinner than Tabby's. At last, I could stand it no longer. "We might as well speak," I said, and took 3 cups to the blackened pot on the range. They stirred on their chairs and pretended to be interested in the scars on the wooden table. I set the coffee down before them. Tabby muttered his thanks, and Patsy sort of minimally nodded. "The 2 of you know what you are," I said. "And if you don't want to talk about that in front of me, that's fine. I know a little bit about it anyhow, at least enough to recognize it when I see it." Tabby was looking at me alertly. Patsy concentrated on her cup. "And I knew your grandmother, Patsy. I remember what she was like and what she could do, though 90% of the people in this town just thought she was a good-looking woman who had a screw loose somewhere." Patsy glanced up at me. "Was she attractive? I never knew her before she was... before." "As attractive as you are yourself," I said. "And she chose to leave the world, to put it that way. Nobody committed her. She wanted to be there. I think she saw too many monstrosities on the outside. She didn't feel she could face them any more." I could not have selected a better noun. She had just used it herself in her diary. "Monstrosities, yes," Patsy said, almost relaxing for the first time. The dishes would have stopped rattling. The cups ceased to revolve. "I am afraid I've become familiar with monstrosities." She darted an inquisitive look at the boy, silently and shyly asking a question. I think it was the first time in 20 years that Patsy had ever, even so slightly, imagined that there might be this comfort in her talent, that it might be shared. But Tabby shook his head, and then he saved it for her. "I guess I have, too, from when I was a little kid. One time, maybe twice, I don't remember." "Maybe 3, I said. "Don't forget me and Bates Krell on his boat." Tabby swallowed, and Patsy kept glancing at him as if he were about to burst into flame. "Well, what have you seen?" I asked her. Startled, she lifted her head. "You say you knew my grandmother. What did she see?" "She knew when people were going to die," I told her flatly. "That's what I gathered, anyhow." "I want to go home," Tabby said. "Do you see people die?" Patsy half whispered to him. "How do you mean? Once I saw a guy get stabbed in a bar where my father worked." "So Clark was a bartender. That must have given Monty the black and blue fits," I said. "But you know what she means, Tabby. Did you ever see it before it happened?" Reluctantly, he nodded. "Okay, if you have to know. I saw something when I was 5. It was that woman, that Mrs. Friedgood, getting killed." "Did you see who did it?" I asked, trying to stay calm. I was dog-tired and my chest hurt. I was beginning to realize how much of the unthinkable was opening up before us. "Sort of." I kept looking at him, and he sipped at the coffee. "It was a long time ago." Then he glared at me with a 15-year-old's resentment. "What do you know about it, anyhow?" For a second I thought he would cry. He must have been thrust back into that moment with his father and grandfather in JFK Airport, but he refused to show that weakness before us. I got the full blast of his resentment again. "Nothing's worse than that. You think it's fun to have stuff like that happen in your head?" All during Tabby's speech, Patsy kept up a silent accompaniment of nods. "Mrs. Friedgood probably thought there was something worse," I almost said, but could not. The atmosphere in that room was extraordinary. Patsy and Tabby had united at last. Even if it was against me, they had found each other. They could admit to themselves that they had found each other, with all that involved, and the release of emotion was like what you feel when you open the door of a blazing wood stove. "He's right," Patsy said, reaching across the table to take Tabby's hand. "To an extent." "Is that what you think? Is that all you know? Do you know what it feels like to know that you're going crazy?" "I did when I saw Bates Krell for the first time," I said. "And when I went out behind the Sawtell Country Club with John Sayer's wife and saw John dead on the grass with a pistol still in his hand." They could have made me weep then, with their beauty and their certainty. I'll tell you all about that, because I'll have to. There are things you both have to learn." "Why?" Tabby asked. Patsy's support made him almost belligerent. "Why?" I echoed him mildly. "For one reason, because Johnny Sayer was a decent and brave man. His ghost deserves that you know what I think the real story of his suicide was. And for another, because the three of us are connected. Connected by history, which is something I know about, at least in this part of the world." I smiled at him. "I could tell you about it, but I'd rather show you." "Show me?" "Would you mind taking a short walk? You too, Patsy. It'll only take 5 minutes, even for me." "I'm not going to that house," Tabby said. He blinked when he realized I didn't know what he meant. "The Friedgood house." "No." I understood. He had been driven to look at it already. The day of the murder? During the murder? At that moment, I began to fear for him. For Patsy, too. And for myself. I believed him, but I could have no guarantee that he would believe the crazy story I would tell him. The more so, since it was less a story than a messy assemblage of hints and intuition. "I don't suppose you ever heard of the dragon?" 2 blank looks met me. "And I suppose you don't know that your name wasn't always Smithfield," I said to Tabby. He shook his head. Disbelief was already setting in. "I'll just get a flashlight," I said. 3. The English term for flashlight is torch, Richard Allbees reminded me when he looked at these pages. And my big heavy-duty emergency flash certainly glowed like a torch as we went down Beach Trail to Mount Avenue in the middle of the night. I was thinking of those other torches that came waving down this road, but the other 2 were not. They impatiently went before me, trying to get me to speed up, I guess, so they could get it over with and go home. At the corner, I could hear the sea hissing and slapping on the stretch of private beaches up from Gravesend Beach. A few forlorn street lamps burned in the mist just beginning to appear in the lower patches of Mount Avenue. Down by the long drive to the Van Horn house, a tall, looming tree, picked out by the light, was skull-shaped, the point of the chin nearly touching the ground, and the great round crown far up in the black sky. "Just a little way down," I said. I suddenly felt rejuvenated. My chest stopped paining me. My back straightened enough to remind me of what it was like to be young. I'd need more of this if everything I thought was true. "The dragon had a name," I said, making the most of the opportunity to be cryptic, and led them along the high stone wall toward the academy. In a bank of dark green myrtle, my torch found the low marker, a bronze plate set in granite. "The Beachside Trail," read the first line. 5-6 years ago, the Historical Society put this thing here," I said. "Nobody ever stops to read it, of course, which might be okay, since it tells about 1/10 of the real story. But look at the names. Read them out loud." Patsy silently read the stuff about this being the site of the first settlement here, and when she got to the names of the farmers, she read them out. Ebenezer Williams, Roger Smith, Josiah Green, and Benjamin Taylor. "Okay," I said. "You're a Taylor, I'm a Williams, and Tabby is a Smith. They changed their name around 1880, when a Smith bought up all this land here. He thought Smithfield sounded grander than Smith, I guess. His grandson sold the whole thing after the Civil War, and eventually the Vanderbilts bought it and put up the building the school uses now, but the name stayed." "So what?" "We're the last of these families, for one thing. That's important. Now I almost think that the last Green descendant has to be here somewhere in town." "Well, he is," Patsy said. "I had dinner with him and his wife tonight, Richard Allbee. He just bought the house across the street from you." "Does he have children?" "His wife is pregnant," Patsy said. They were the people I had seen pulling into the driveway of the Sayer house. "But there's another name," Tabby said, leaning over to read the raised lettering. It's the Dragon," I said. "That's what they called him." Tabby read the sentence out loud. "In 1645, a fifth farmer named Gideon Winter joined these men." "I wonder if they used that wording on purpose," I said. "But that would be to presuppose that Gideon Winter wasn't a man, and I guess he must have been. A man in most senses, anyway. Born like others. More ambitious than most. Or just greedier. Well, not just. I can't think he was just anything." And now the darkness around the area I was illuminating depressingly reminded me of everything I did not and would never know about Gideon Winter, and I switched off the big emergency flash. The sea rattled on the private beaches down the cliffs on the other side of the mansions. 2 years after Gideon Winter's arrival, I told them, most of the crops failed. There are no records of livestock sold, so I think most of the stock died." Patsy and Tabby were dimly backlighted by the street lamp at the entrance to Gravesend Beach. Because of the mist, the night was very slightly chilly. They still didn't get it. "In 3 years, most of the children were dead, too. The first church was up the hill, Clapboard Hill in those days, but it doesn't have a name now. And that's where the children were buried. It would have been very near where your house is now, on Hermitage. Remember, they had big families in those days. 5 to 8 children in a family was common. By 1648, our families were lucky to have 1 or 2 left. And Gideon Winter owned most of Greenbank. He had no children, at least none that were legitimate. All that is what they didn't put on the marker, and maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I just made it up out of sketchy old parish records, but Winter wound up with most of the land, and they did call him the Dragon. I can show it to you in the books." Now I felt exhausted again. My rejuvenation had been brief. I was breathing hard, and I wanted to sit down. "What happened to Gideon Winter?" Patsy asked. "I think they finally killed him. I said. I think they finally decided he was a devil instead of a man and killed him. I didn't want to sit down. I wanted to go to bed. 25 years ago, I would have pulled a flask out of my pocket and had a couple belts of good cognac. But that wasn't the crime, not the real crime. That was the response of a bunch of barely literate, superstitious farmers. The real crime was what their victim had done to them. But how could anybody do that? Make crops and animals die, make children die? Tabby asked. He didn't sound shocked, but I heard in his voice that he had given up his belligerence and was almost interested enough to be believing me now. I hope we never have to find out, I said. I don't even think we could. We're 20th century people. They were mid-17th century people, and for all practical purposes they lived on the edge of an endless forest. They believed in magic, in witches and demons. I let them think for a second about what they believed in. But here's one fact for you, Patsy. You and your husband moved here how long ago? 8, 9 months? She nodded. And Tabby, your grandfather died about 3 months ago, so you've been in Four Hearths, 6 weeks? He, too, nodded. And Mary Green's son moved back to Hampstead only days ago, I suppose. Williams, Smith, Taylor, Green. Their descendants haven't all been together here since before World War II. The Taylors lived in New York. Tabby's grandfather lived in New York until he moved Smithfield Systems to Woodville in 1950. No member of the Green family has lived near Greenbank since 1944 or 45, I forget which, when Mary went out to California. Williams, Smith, Taylor, Green. We're back. This place is ours, do you see? That's magic, if you like. And if we're back, you're saying, Patsy began. Yes. If we are, maybe he is too. Because it's not just that you have come back, but come back so strong, if you see what I mean. Tabby said, That's screwy. I'm on your side, kid, I said. Just protect your flank. When I first met Bates Krell, I had a damn funny experience. I thought I was looking at a devil, and I'm an agnostic. I've always thought politics was a hell of a lot more interesting than theology. We began to go back toward Beach Trail in the dark. I didn't have the heart to turn on the torch again. It was screwy, as Tabby said, but with the street lamps way up on Mount Avenue shining on the huge trees on both sides of the road, I could almost feel myself back in the world I had tried to resurrect for them, a world that was a few poor farms on the crumbling edge of a great forest. Patsy and Tabby kept trying to sneak looks at each other when the other wouldn't notice. Huge black wings were unfolded over us all. I thought so. I still hoped not. That was the night the Norman twins met Gary Starbuck in the parking lot of a post-road diner and began to set up their big score. 3 nights before a Hampstead policeman named Royce Griffin shot himself in his car. We stopped before my house. I sighed. Both tasks, seemed impossible. Will you meet with me once more? Talk it over, do what you like, but I think we have to see each other again. Tabby, maybe you could arrange to run into this Richard Allbee. It might help convince you somehow if it's like... I nodded toward Patsy. Another meeting? Reluctantly, they agreed. We went toward our separate houses in the misty, intermittent dark. 4. When you think about it, what could I have said to them? A being who killed animals and children 3 centuries ago is now murdering women in our little corner of Connecticut? And this same being was a lobsterman in 1924, when I looked at him from Rex Road across the Nowhatton and almost fainted because I knew I had seen the face of evil, and that someone we might even know, someone who moved freely through Hampstead, now wore that face? Give me a break, Tabby could have said, and I would not have blamed him, especially since what I had already told him and Patsy was that they and I and this Richard Allbee character had made him stronger just by being in Greenbank, and had meant that Gideon Winter was only a part of the madness hurtling toward us,
Wake up, I really should have said. Sleepyhead, wake up. But I didn't know that then.
7. The Dragon and the Mirror. 1. Not long after Graham Williams finally confessed his idea to Patsy McCloud and Tabby Smithfield, about the time that Dr. Van Horn was picking through the antique shops of Patchen County for the right mirror to hang on the space he had cleared on his wall, Pat Dobbin became concerned enough about the white spots which speckled his shoulders, chest, and arms to see his doctor. This was Tuesday, June 3rd. Dobbin still could not think that the spots meant that anything was seriously wrong with him. He certainly did not imagine that he had any sort of disease. He went to his doctor because he did not want the white spots to spread to his face. In this regard, Dobbin's doctor was not very satisfactory. He did not produce a tube of salve, Dobbin's fantasy, and say, "Rub this on the area twice a day and your problem will disappear." Instead, he examined the spots carefully and asked a lot of questions about where they had begun and how quickly they had spread. He had leafed through a textbook on diseases of the skin and found nothing that quite corresponded to Dobbin's affliction. He had all but scratched his head. Instead of a salve, what the doctor produced was an appointment at the Yale Medical Center in New Haven. Dobbin drove to the medical center 2 days later, still thinking that his congenial, expensive doctor had overlooked some simple explanation. Parking his car, walking into the vast modern structure which was the medical center, he still felt a robustly healthy man. He knew he was booked in for 3 days, but he saw this time as a kind of eccentric vacation. He brought pencils and sketch pads, intending to continue his work. The first morning, his clothes were taken from him, and he was swabbed, scratched, and stabbed 30 times for a series of allergy tests. He was x-rayed and wired up to a variety of machines, only a few of which he recognized. Doctors came into his room in such number that he never got their names straight. They seemed to enjoy his skin condition far more than they did him. One doctor told him that every bite of food he took would have to be weighed and measured. Another, who looked as though he had just graduated from high school, told him that all of his waste would have to be examined. He could not use the toilet in his room. The white stuff coating his lesions was scraped from his hands and shoulders by a man, a doctor, with Coke bottle glasses and stringy hair to his shoulders. By Dobbin's second day, he no longer felt healthy. He learned that he was mildly allergic to certain pollens, certain kinds of pipe tobacco, cat hair, and starch. Even his unaffected skin was inflamed and bruised from the results of these tests. His blood pressure and cholesterol levels were high, his red count was low, he had a vitamin B12 shortage. One of the vertebrae in his lower back was a quarter-inch too close to the next vertebra, so he had an incipient back problem. He had low-grade sinusitis and a very slight heart murmur, and his liver was damaged. On top of everything else, one of the doctors informed him, in passing, that he could probably expect to develop gallstones sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. But none of this explained what was happening to his skin. On the morning of his 3rd day, the senior doctor assigned to him asked if he wouldn't mind staying in another 4 days. He was popular for his sketches of the doctors and the day-shift nurses. He became so institutionalized that he watched television all day long. He ate and drank what they gave him, and eliminated in due Tupperware. He answered what seemed to be several million questions about his life and habits. He listed every place he had been in the past decade, all of his living relatives, the liquor he drank, his sexual partners. The answers to this question created, he thought, a little stir on the 4th floor. New Haven was not so far from Hampstead. On the 5th day, Dobbin noticed the first of the lesions on his face, a tiny white speck at one corner of his mouth. On the 6th, his next to last day in the medical center, the senior doctor entered his room and sat in the chair by the bed. By now, of course, Dobbin knew his name, Dr. Cheney. He had drawn 6 much-appreciated caricatures of his face, which was aloof and thin, underslung like a giraffe's. Cheney smiled at Dobbin and perhaps absent-mindedly began to take his pulse. "We've been looking very carefully at the material taken from your lesions, Mr. Dobbin," he said. "Nice of you," Dobbin replied. Cheney dropped his wrist and looked up from his watch. It turned out to be a bit of a surprise for us. We found that it is a liquefied integument containing melanin, sebum, the cells of blood vessels and lymph channels, the characteristic material of nerve endings, epithelium cells, in short, all the matter to be found in the dermis and epidermis. So it's skin, Dobbin said. He had recognized the last two nouns. Correct. That white stuff is skin. Correct again. Well, Dobbin lolled handsomely back against his raised pillow. I don't get it. What does it mean? That your skin, in a sense, is becoming colloidal, not connected. And the function of skin is that it is connective. That is the meaning of integument. Dr. Cheney helpfully linked his fingers together to demonstrate. Not many laymen think of it this way, but our skin is an organ, just as the heart and liver are organs. In your case, this organ is spontaneously losing the characteristics of a solid. He smiled again. You're rather a rare bird, Mr. Dobbin. Your skin is liquefying. Dobbin could not speak. Now, you're scheduled to go home tomorrow, and I think we will keep to that schedule. I shall want to see you back here in a week. Dobbin interrupted. You mean I'm not allergic to anything? I don't have VD or cancer or what the hell? The mumps or even pimples? What are you guys going to do to stop me from turning into a puddle? Well, you do have some allergies, the doctor said. But that isn't the problem with your skin. That problem can only be a reaction to something you've encountered, like an infection. But in this case, there's no virus and no bacterial cause. We're going to take some further samples of your skin from both the affected and the unaffected areas, and we'll turn our computers loose on the problem. We will come up with some possibilities, Mr. Dobbin. You mean you hope you will? Our computers can assemble data faster than a room full of researchers working 24 hours a day. We'll find out what sort of agent might cause a reaction such as yours. Then we will be able to halt the reaction. After that, a few skin grafts will see you back to normal, should they be necessary. Jesus. There's nothing to worry about at this point, Cheney said. Let's just leave it all to the computers, shall we? Do we have a choice? Dobbin spent another day with the game shows, the soap operas, and made-for-television movies. His mind, protecting itself, chimed with commercial jingles for designer jeans and mouthwash. He ate 3 more hospital meals and slept with the aid of a powerful tranquilizer. Dr. Cheney did not appear again in his room, but the young doctor with cobweb hair came along to poke another needle in his hand, slice off an inch-long section of skin, and tape a thick bandage over the wound. The hospital released his clothes, his car keys, and his money, and gave him an appointment card for his return. Half in a daze, he drove back down I-95 to Hampstead. This was the day of the 3rd murder, though neither Dobbin nor anyone else in Hampstead would know it had happened until 2 days later. When he turned into his driveway, his house looked smaller than he had remembered it. His mailbox was jammed with bills, magazines, and flyers with supermarket coupons. Dobbin marked the date of his return to the medical center on his calendar. He wandered into his workroom and watered the plants. After he sat down at his draftsman's table, he looked through the drawings he had done. Half of them he destroyed. Dobbin began again. This time he gave Balder the Bad, the evil magician of the Eagle Bear stories, the face of Dr. Cheney. 2. While Pat Dobbin was in New Haven, waiting to hear that he had contracted some new kind of super herpes, for that had been his latest and last fantasy about the origin of his lesions, Hampstead suffered the visitation of an unseasonal flu. In the first week of May there had been the usual wave of colds brought on by the shift in the weather, but the flu was a winter affliction. It had no place in the first week of June. For example, this was the last week of school at J.S. Mill, and the teachers were busy with year-end reports and grade computations. The students were supposed to be studying for their final exams, but the principal and 4 of his staff, too weak to get out of bed, missed the entire week. Tabby's class had a particularly large number of victims. 40 of the 105 sophomores missed at least 3 days of school. Graham Williams spent 3 days moving when he had to move, from his bed to his toilet and back again. He was too sick to think further about the subject he had brought up to Patsy McCloud and Tabby Smithfield. Les McCloud felt a pain in his gut as he was driving home from the police station after showing his permit and getting a lecture from Bobo Farnsworth. His forehead began to drip perspiration, and he stopped his car on the stretch of Greenbank Road which paralleled the thruway, and staggered out in time to vomit into a patch of wild chicory. Just as he was wiping his mouth, his bowels burst into agony and exploded. He lay down in the weeds and towed off his loafers. He thanked God he was not at his office in New York. Les unbuckled his belt and pushed off his trousers. Within view of several dozen cars proceeding up I-95, he gingerly removed his boxer shorts and tossed them aside. Then his stomach convulsed, and he threw up again. He felt like Job. Panting, he waited for his bowels to trumpet again, which they did. Then he wiped himself with weeds, slid his trousers on, and staggered back to his car. He drove the rest of the way home very slowly. As soon as he got inside the front door, he began yelling for Patsy. At Greenblatt's checkout counter, only 2 of the girls showed up for work all the first week of June. Bobo Farnsworth never got sick, and so he found himself filling in for those who did. He worked 12-hour shifts for 2 weeks straight, 12 on and 8 off, and when Ronnie was finally able to get out of bed, she made him his favorite dinner at 8 o'clock in the morning, Southern fried chicken and hash browns. "What's it like out there these days?" she asked him. Ronnie herself could not eat the chicken. The smell of the oil turned her stomach. "Like a hospital," Bobo said. "I hope the killer's puking his guts out, damn him." Hampstead's doctors saw their waiting rooms crowded with people they could not help. "It's a new strain," they told the victims. "There's no magic pill, just drink plenty of liquids and stay in bed." The victims told each other, "The worst part is you know it's not going to kill you." This was not completely accurate. Nobody who caught it actually wished to die, but several did. They were all male, and all over 60. Graham Williams was lucky to have survived. Harry Zimmer followed Babe to Gravesend Cemetery only 3 weeks after her death. He felt a tickle in his throat while fishing off the breakwater Monday morning, and thought he must have caught a cold from Lee Wilcox, who had marched next to him carrying the VFW flag in the Memorial Day parade. By afternoon his nose was streaming and his head ached. He disgusted one of the summer people, a chunky New York blonde with sunglasses stuck in her hair, by sneezing all over her in the supermarket when he couldn't get his handkerchief out in time. The next day he nearly fainted when he tried to get out of bed. The freezer was full of frozen fish, but he was too weak to thaw and cook it. His only food for a day and a half was bourbon, peanut butter, and a yellowing lettuce he found in the crisper at the bottom of his refrigerator. He had a quart of milk, but it had turned bad. Since Babe's death, Harry's housekeeping was erratic. He called his doctor twice, and both times the line was busy. He died in bed on the 5th night of the illness, never knowing that Lee Wilcox had died, too. Harry's grandson discovered him a day later. 4 of the 5 older men who died were members of Hampstead's VFW post, and 2 were members of J.S. Mill's class of 1921, which meant that Graham Williams became the last surviving member of that class. "I'm a walking reunion," he told Tabby months later. "Now I owe it to my class to live forever." The 5th man, Dr. Harold Rubin, was a New York psychiatrist who came to Hampstead every summer and took a house on Shrink's Row, a series of pastel frame houses on a spit of land off the mill pond where cars were not allowed. Dr. Rubin caught a cold on his second day in Hampstead, took his sloop out anyhow, and 2 hours later thought he was seasick. His excellent lunch from the country club went overboard. He never made it to the cocktail party that evening, given by his summer neighbor, Dr. Harvey Blau. He would have driven back to New York that night, but he did not think he could walk all the way to the parking lot at the end of the leafy mile-long spit of land. He died on the bathroom floor the next day. and his remains were not discovered until September. By that time all his neighbors were dead too, though not from the flu. Hampstead's only other fatality during these 10 days was a 70-year-old woman who died of a heart attack while eating lunch on the terrace of a French restaurant overlooking Main Street. Unlike Dr. Rubin, the elderly woman died in full view of 15 to 20 citizens, Tabby Smithfield and Patsy McCloud among them. For 10 to 15 days, Hampstead's doctors were under siege. The flu, which seemed to be local and spontaneous, doubled, tripled, quadrupled itself during this initial period. If during this time they saw patients with other complaints, they barely had time to properly attend to their symptoms. In any case, the few people who turned up complaining of the sudden appearance of ugly white spots on their hands or shoulders did not require immediate help. For a month after the initial wave of flu patients, the disease continued, though with less intensity, and the doctors still were not alarmed if the patients with the tiny skin lesions returned with a few more of them. In fact, they paid no particular attention to these patients until another doctor sent a man to the Yale Medical Center, and word came back about Pat Dobbin, who by mid-July was in full-time care. Soon after the second and then the third patient arrived at the medical center, Dr. Cheney had submitted a paper to the Lancet, the British medical journal, on the subject of what he called Dobbin's syndrome. By September, Dr. Cheney could add a footnote to his article, alluding to the events of May 17th and the accidental exposure of Hampstead citizens to DRG-16. He speculated that the missing researcher, Thomas Gay, was very likely the first victim of the syndrome he had identified, but concluded with a defense of the name he had given it. It may seem that Gay's syndrome should be adopted as the appellation for these symptoms, but for several medical reasons I hold to the original appellation. Patrick Dobbin was the first patient presenting these symptoms to the profession, and his surname is irresistibly literary, Vanity Fair, and I submit that this is, in many of its unmedical and spiritual characteristics, a prototypically literary and Victorian disease. Perhaps Dr. Cheney deserved what his patient had done to him in his illustrations. 3. On the Tuesday morning that Dobbin first went to see his doctor, Tabby Smithfield sat in the kitchen with his father, eating pancakes Sherry had made. "Come on, eat a couple anyhow," Clark said. "You're acting like the cook around here." Sherry had perched herself on a stool before the range. "That's how you treat me. Why shouldn't I act that way?" Clark flushed and swabbed up maple syrup with a section of pancake. "This is our home," he tried again. "I want you to eat with us. You're sitting there like a vulture." "Come on, Dad," Tabby said. "I don't feel good," Sherry admitted. "I couldn't eat nothing." "You sick?" Clark looked again at Sherry, who did not in the least resemble a vulture. Her face was pale and doughy, her eyes puffy. Black roots were visible at the part in her hair. "I want to go lie down, but I have to clean the kitchen first." "Suit yourself," Clark said. Clark was no longer the slim young man who had played ball with Tabby on the lawn before the Mount Avenue house. His body had thickened. A network of red veins had blossomed over his cheekbones. The petulance, Graham Williams had noticed, was now a permanent part of his features, and it spoiled what had been handsomeness. In fact, Tabby, who had finished his breakfast and was waiting to talk to his father, could see none of Clark's old attractiveness in the porcine face across the table. "Why don't you try to get some rest, Sherry?" he asked his stepmother. "Let her do what she wants," Clark said. "When's the school bus come, anyhow?" "About 15 minutes. So read a book, do some homework. How's it going at school, anyhow, Tabs?" "Pretty fair." Clark shrugged. "How's your work going?" Tabby asked. "How's my work going?" he asks. "Like work, that's how it's going. You'll find out." "You going to see some accounts today?" "That's what they pay me for, kid." "What accounts?" Clark put his napkin on the table and gave Tabby a flat glare. "You want to know what accounts I'm going to today? Okay. Bloomingdale's. That satisfy you?" Caldors, a couple others in Woodville. Then I get over to Mount Kisco and Pound Ridge. Satisfied? He won't give a straight answer, Sherry said from her stool. Don't even try. Hey, lay off, okay? What's it to you, anyway? I work, I come home. That's enough. I don't have to pass an exam on it. I was just interested, Dad. Okay, but do I pump you about school? Do I ask you who your friends are, what you do at night? Do I? Hell no. I got enough of that from my old man. You do what you want. That's fine with me. Did you know that our name wasn't always Smithfield? Tabby asked quietly. I suppose it used to be Morales, Clark said, and Sherry got off her stool and left the room. She looks sick, Tabby said. She's sick of Hampstead, that's what she's sick of. You'd think she'd be grateful to be in a house like this. Don't worry about her, Tabs, she'll adjust. I sure hope so. His father snorted, wiped his lips with a napkin. What's that garbage about our name? I heard it used to be Smith, with a Y. News to me. Where did you hear that? A kid at school. Well, I don't know. Don't pay any attention about what those kids say. Just do your work, okay? Okay. Anything else on your mind, Tabs? Tabby shook his head, and his father stood up. In a minute he would be gone. When he came home, he would be drunk. Well, maybe, Tabby said. Clark waited silently. Do you know anything about a fisherman being killed on his boat a long time ago here in town? I know it sounds crazy. What the hell, Tabby? Go out to the bus stop. Clark pulled his suit jacket from a chair and turned toward the kitchen door. His name was Bates Krell. Never heard of him. Or did you hear of a farmer here named Gideon Winter? Nobody's had a farm here for 100 years, Clark said. Get your ass in gear, Tabs. You'll miss your bus. Tabby gathered up his books and papers and went outside to wait on the corner. His father drove past in his new red Mercedes and waved as he turned into Beach Trail. When Tabby got near to J.S. Milt, he saw the Norman twins through the window of the bus. They were talking to a dark-haired man who looked muscular but not athletic. The three of them were across the street from the school's entrance, and the man was leaning against the side of a gray van. 4. So you got another kid, Gary Starbuck said to Dickie and Bruce. Does he know what he's supposed to do? Hey, man, Bruce protested. We don't even know what we're supposed to do yet. You know. What are we supposed to be, mind readers? Starbuck sighed. Listen, it's a job, right? That's what you know. You're going in with me on a job, right? That's what you wanted, right? Right, Bruce said. So you got this other kid? Well, yeah. Is he a big kid? Dickie and Bruce shook their heads. That's okay. You don't have to be big. He has to be smart is important. He's smart, Bruce said. Tabby had somehow duped Bobo the Clown on Sunday night. Bruce had expected him to do it, but he had at least proved his intelligence. Starbuck sighed again. I ought to have my head examined. He crossed his arms over his chest, and his biceps bulged. Okay. You know that house just above the little beach there, a doctor's house? The twins nodded. Van Horn, Dick said. You got it. We're going in next Saturday. I'll take the locks off. We go in nice and clean. There's no alarms on the house. A lot of goodies in that place. I even know a guy who will take his piano. You guys can lift a piano, is my guess. I'll give you $500 apiece, okay? Then we're straight, right? After Saturday, you never heard of me. You get your 1,000, you're cool. You mean we all go in? Dickie asked. No, I go in and you play checkers on the porch. What the hell do you mean? Sure you go in. What about Tabby? The other kid? He's the lookout. He sits in the van with the radio. If he sees a cop, he tells us. He gets $50 plus whatever you guys give him. We get $500 apiece, Bruce said. That's our deal. Dickie and Bruce gave each other a look of perfect understanding. We'll give him 50 apiece, Bruce said. Sure you will, Gary Starbuck said. Just meet me in the Lobster House parking lot at 11 o'clock. This is an old guy here. He goes to bed at 9. But why not go in on a weekday? Bruce asked. I don't get this. He's a doctor. He goes out of the house all day. He's got a housekeeper and a cook is why, Gary said. The housekeeper's as old as he is, and the cook drives in from Bridgeport. 11 is the right time. We could do it later, but why should we waste the whole night? One more thing, Bruce said. You got a piece, right? When you go in, you're carrying. Just forget about that, Gary said. I never used it yet. I do good, clean work, just like my daddy taught me. 5. Dr. Wren Van Horn looked better than he had in years. His receptionist had told him. His colleagues at the Hampstead Clinic, in which he and they had substantial shares, had told him. Even his patients were telling him that. Hilda Duplessis, who had been Wren Van Horn's patient for 40 years and had adored him for each of them, had found something new to admire in Dr. Van Horn on her last visit. You're getting younger, she gasped. Why, Dr. Van Horn, it's true, you look 10 years younger. Well, then, in a year or so I shall be passing you, Hilda, Dr. Van Horn purred at the old dear, who, half an hour later, as she piloted her ancient Bentley into the parking lot between the river and Main Street, was still thinking about him. Her thoughts were generally of the kind widows are prone to have about the doctors with whom they are infatuated. The words gentle and firm, never actually expressed, buzzed beneath her reverie, but also incorporated observations with the detail of more than half a lifetime's experience. Hilda Duplessis was right. Wren Van Horn did not just look better, he looked younger. His eyes were clearer, his back straighter. The crape beneath his eyes was nearly gone. His hair looked somehow fuller, blow-drying, Hilda said to herself as she walked through the Walden bookstore to emerge onto Main Street. He's blow-drying his hair after all this time. Why, I could have told him about that ages ago if he'd paid any attention to me. Hilda Duplessis passed right through Walden Books because she would never have bought a book there. Ada Hoff at Books and Bob's up the street knew what she wanted. Ada Hoff was a real bookwoman, Hilda considered, unlike the young people who worked at the big chain bookstores. Ada Hoff knew her customers by name and understood that some people had special tastes. There would be a nice little pile of new things waiting for Hilda behind the counter. On the day each month that Hilda drove from her house on the Old Sarum border to her medical appointment, she gave herself a series of treats. She pushed in the door of the rambling yellow colonial at the top of Main Street that was Books and Bob's, and went past the display counter of bestsellers without a glance. Ada Hoff was standing behind the front desk, dabbing at her nose with a linen handkerchief, the same daffodil shade of yellow as the bookstore. It was Ada's favorite color. "Feeling all right, Ada?" Hilda inquired. "Rotten cold," Ada said. She was a large, round-faced woman, a few years younger than Hilda herself. Ada usually wore a blue blazer and a yellow shirt, or a yellow blazer and a blue shirt, as today. Her hair was elaborately black, somehow so mannered it looked painted. "We've all got it. Spence and Tom didn't even come to work today." Spence and Tom, two bachelors who lived together, were Ada's assistants. Spence did all the packing and unpacking and the bookkeeping, and Tom arranged the windows and spelled Ada behind the counter. Hilda considered Spence and Tom excellent company, and could spend hours near the pottery and macrame sections gossiping with either one. The news that they were not in the store spoiled her day a little. Ada was too businesslike for gossip. "Oh, what a shame," Hilda said. "Don't give it to me, please, Ada. I've just come from the doctor." "Which reminds me, I have some new things to show you," Ada said, and searched under the counter for a time before placing in front of Hilda a stack of 2 hardbound and 3 paperback books. The hardbacks were Nurse Thompson's Dilemma, by Janet Randall Minor, and The Hero in White, by Carrie Engelbert Hoskins. The paperbacks, Love in a Ward, Dr. Bartholomew and Dr. Dare, and Dr. Peachtree Makes His Rounds, were all by Florence M. Hobart. Hilda gazed at them for a moment of unalloyed delight. Her addiction was hospital novels, and a new Janet Randall Minor on the same day as 3 rediscovered Florence M. Hobarts was almost miraculous for her. The little splash of disappointment of Spence and Tom's not being in the store burned to nothing in the blaze of Hilda's intense satisfaction. "There's still 5 or 6 more of those Hobarts," Ada said. "Some are out of stock, and some are reprinting, so they say. We'll have them in for you when they're available again." "Oh, my goodness, thank you, but this is lovely," Hilda gushed. "I'll take them all, of course. Charge them, please. I don't know how I'll ever decide which to read first." Hilda signed the charge slip and left the bookstore to walk down Main Street, still virtually humming with delight. She heard a finch warbling in the branches of one of the dwarf fruit trees in oaken barrels strung out along the sidewalk, and tilted her head and whistled back at it. The heavy bag in her hand was full of treasure. Soon she would be sorting through that treasure, sifting and weighing it. Hilda crossed the street, walked past the office of the Hampstead Gazette, and ascended the brick steps of a French restaurant called Framboise. Here, too, one of the stages of her monthly ritual of treats began badly. The head waiter was not posted by the lectern, which supported a telephone and the reservation book. Hilda peered into the restaurant. Only 2 parties, a man and a woman at a table for 2, and a group of 4 men at a center table, were in the main dining room. The man and woman were conspicuously drunk. Another false note. 3 waiters in dark blue waistcoats and black bow ties had congregated around a service trolley at the back. Hilda waited for the head waiter to appear. One of the waiters glanced at her, then coughed rheumily into his fist. Hilda set her book bag on the floor beside the lectern and pointedly looked at the reservation book. There was her name, a version of it anyhow, Du Plessis. She said, "Ahem," in a clear, loud voice. One of the waiters picked up a menu from the trolley and lounged toward her across the room. "Where is Francois today?" Hilda asked. "Homesick," the boy said. "I am Du Plessis, which you have misspelled in your reservations book. Will you please conduct me to my customary table?" The boy in the blue waistcoat looked at Hilda blankly. "Outside, on the corner of the terrace, more properly the balcony, which you are pleased to call the terrace, that is where I sit." "This way, ma'am," the boy said, galvanized by Hilda's tone. Hilda picked up her bag of treasure and followed the boy through the restaurant and out onto the balcony, where 4 tables were lined up beneath a striped awning. "Mine is the end table," Hilda said, when he paused before the middle table. At her table she sat facing the street and said, "I should like a drink, please. A brandy Manhattan, please." "Rocks?" "Without ice, please. In one of those glasses with a stem, you know." She sketched the shape of the glass with her fingers. The boy skulked away. Hilda lifted her bag to her lap and extracted the books. Intense satisfaction. Contemplation of the jacket art, the familiar shapes of the authors' names, the title pages, dedications, margins, bindings, whether or not the author's initials were stamped on the front covers of the hardbacks. They were not. She examined the typeface in the hardbacks, and then looked at the blurbs. These were invariably nit-witted, and Hilda took little notice of them. Then she made her choice. The Hero in White, by Carrie Engelbart Hoskins. The Janet Randall Minor would be a deferred pleasure. Hilda delicately opened the chosen book. The loutish boy put her drink down before her. With intense pleasure, Hilda glanced out at the sweep of Main Street before her, and then, unable to wait a second longer, read the first sentence. Edward Waterhouse was born to be of use. Now that was the real thing. Others had said it often of him. He was even given to admitting it himself in paraphrases such as, "I reckon I'm happiest when I'm helping someone." From another, these remarks would have sought approval and approbation. From Dr. Waterhouse they sought nothing. He was speaking only the truth, as he had come to know it over the course of his 42 years. Fairly purring with bliss, Hilda sipped her drink and read on. 42, indeed, that was Dr. Waterhouse's age. and the years suited him well, having given him compassionate lines at the corners of his eyes and elegant streaks of gray at his temples. Wren Van Horn in early middle age, Hilda thought, and I could not have described him better myself. If his age was an advantage to him in many ways, it was a disadvantage perhaps only in one. Dr. Edward Waterhouse was at the far edge of those years in which a man must marry, if he is to marry at all. All of which went to prove that Carrie Engelbart Hoskins was still under 40, Hilda thought. She looked up from the page, a trifle irritated, Carrie E. Hoskins would have said, and surveyed Main Street once again. Across the street, an intense young woman, writing notes to herself, and men in blue jeans and beards sat at the outside tables before Delicious. Hilda's eyes swept over the window of the Olden and Golden antique shop, the smaller window of Hampstead Pizza. A well-known actor left the hardware store on the other side of the delicatessen, and the bearded man frankly stared at him. Then Hilda's glance returned to the window of the antique shop. Couldn't she see on the other side of the gilt lettering the man she had just been thinking about? She had become almost unpleasantly excited. Hilda bent forward and peered at the window. The owner, short and bald, was now visible beyond the gilt letters. Dr. Waterhouse had vanished from Hilda's mind, and she muttered, "Move, please move," flustering the waiter who had returned to take her order. The boy and the shop owner moved simultaneously, and Hilda saw that the gray-haired man behind the window was indeed Wren Van Horn. Standing there, gesturing, the doctor looked even younger than he had in his office an hour earlier. "You want me to stand here?" the waiter disbelievingly asked from somewhere behind her. Hilda glanced upward as if asking for help, and saw another of the small orange-breasted finches just as it fell from a lower branch of the oak tree in front of the restaurant and plummeted lifelessly to the sidewalk. 6. You knew it was time for the mirror, did not know what it meant, but knew it was time. Dr. Van Horn had cancelled 2 of his afternoon appointments, and now was standing rather vaguely in the midst of the clutter of the Olden and Golden antique shop. "It must be special," he was saying to the owner, who did not know him but had clearly taken in his age and bearing, his white linen suit and Panama hat, and assigned him to the diminishing category of old Hampstead money. "Very special, if you see what I mean." He smiled, which did nothing to dissipate the impression of his vagueness. "I'll recognize it, you see, but what I mean is that it should recognize me as well." Well, Mr. Bundle was not sure where to begin answering a request so irrational. "There are some new things in—" "Yes, of course. I've spent hours looking already. I went to Red Hill 2 days ago, and before that I drove down to King George. Many interesting antique shops down there, and all of them had mirrors, but none of them— they weren't right." He swept his arm around in a gesture of wholehearted negation. "Not at all. What I need— now that's what we ought to be talking about, isn't it? I cleared a space on a wall in my house. At the time, wasn't even sure what it was for. I just knew I had to get those paintings down because I needed the space. Then I knew. A mirror. Must be quite tall, and must be oval. Can't be new. New won't do at all." Dr. Van Horn looked impishly at Mr. Bundle. "And today, as I was sitting in my office, it came to me, just came to me, that you had precisely the mirror I needed. Isn't that extraordinary?" "Well, it is extraordinary, because just this morning I took possession of some furniture I bought in an estate auction last week," Mr. Bundle said. "And there's a mirror very like what you describe." "I knew it." Yes, extraordinary. Will you come back with me to see it?" Dr. Van Horn nodded, and followed Mr. Bundle to the rear of the shop. Here furniture was heaped and piled in crowded disarray, unpolished and untagged. Secretaries and sideboards, leather-topped desks, and mahogany dining tables. The leaves for the tables were spread out on a canopied bed. "Now, I haven't properly priced these things yet, but I imagine we could come to some—" He cocked an eyebrow at the doctor. Oh, yes. The doctor had stopped prowling through the dark clutter of furniture, and was staring at the top visible half of a large oval mirror in an elaborately carved gilt frame. That's it. I used to own it. You owned it? It came from the auction I mentioned. The mirror's French, and I date it roughly at 1790, but it may be even earlier. I think one of the Greens imported most of these things himself. They're all gone now, of course. I owned it, his customer said. Yes, I see, sir. As they looked into the speckled surface of the mirror, something greasily dark seemed to move within it, a greasy shadow that made Mr. Bundle widen his eyes and bend forward to see more clearly, but then it was gone. Ah, there you are. It recognizes me. Needs a good cleaning, Mr. Bundle muttered. 7. Patsy pushed the bedroom door open with her hip and carried the tray to the bed where Les lay in a happy clutter of newspapers, boxes of tissues, magazines, and apple cores and peach pits in a bowl. Papers and reports from his office lay across his chest, atop a folded copy of the Wall Street Journal. He peered up at her with a thin and unshaven face. What's that? Your breakfast. Whole wheat toast, cottage cheese, orange juice. You call that breakfast, cottage cheese? Patsy set the tray beside Les. Your stomach needs something mild. Oh, yeah, I know, but Jesus. How about a poached egg or something? Eat this and see how you feel. I have my appointment with Dr. Lauterbach in half an hour. If your stomach's okay when I get back, I'll poach an egg for you. I do feel pretty weak. You don't look good, Patsy said. She sat in the chair in the far end of the room, her feet flat on the floor, her knees apart, her chin cupped in her hand. In fact, you look terrible. You don't look so good yourself. Les spoke almost reflexively, feeling himself under attack. But there was truth in what he said. Patsy looked worn and tired. Forlorn, a more sensitive man than Les would have said. Why should I look good? I feel awful, and it's not the flu, Les. Maybe I should just say what I think and admit it's you. I can't help getting sick, Les said. Half the town's got the flu. I don't mean the flu, I mean our marriage. Les picked up a memo from the papers on his chest and expressionlessly scrutinized it. I suppose that's an example of what I mean. You won't even look at me now. Les set the memo aside and turned wearily toward Patsy. The point is, I don't think we have a marriage at all. You don't? I have a husband who doesn't talk to me, who never wants to do anything with me, and who needs me only when he's so sick he craps in his pants. Does that sound like much of a marriage? I don't accept your description. It doesn't look that way to you? You think that we share things? The closest we ever get is when you decide that you have to knock me around. You'd rather do that than make love. That's true, you know. You'd rather hit me than screw me. Jesus, you really like to blame it all on me. And your timing's great, too. You clobber me with all this stuff when I'm so sick I can hardly get out of bed. The clobbering is all one-sided, Patsy said. Against her will, she had become very angry. We don't have a marriage. I really don't see why we live together. Don't you love me? Les asked. I don't know. I don't feel very loving toward you. Well, goddamn it, I'm sick, Les wailed. Patsy looked at her watch. Oh, I know. I get this now. Dr. Lauterbach, you go to this shrink and you tell him about how miserable I am, and he tells you that you ought to leave me. He probably holds your hand while he's doing it. I have to go now, Patsy said. She stood. Remind this guy where the money comes from, Les said, propping himself up on one elbow and letting the papers and the memos cascade onto the tray. See how fast he decides that I'm pretty damn good after all. Goodbye, Patsy said, and moved toward the door. Goodbye? You mean for good? You're just walking out? He was smiling grimly. "I don't know," Patsy screamed at him. "If I did, at least I wouldn't have to see you pointing guns at policemen." Les was going to shout back at her, but he restrained himself. "You know why that happened." "Better than you." Patsy closed the door and went swiftly down to the door. Les was calling something out, but she ignored him and descended the steps to the family room and the garage. 15 minutes later, she was going slowly down Main Street, looking for a place to park. In fact, Patsy had seen Dr. Karl Lauterbach only once. His consulting room was in the Hampstead Clinic, where Wren Van Horn had his offices, and on the day of her first appointment, Patsy had walked up and down the concrete steps from the parking lot to the modernist huddle of low brick buildings 3 times. She had arrived half an hour early, and still was not sure she could go through with it. How much of her real life could she admit to this doctor, and how much could she conceal without falsifying her prospective analysis? Patsy had seen herself on a dissecting table, her mind spread out like a clock under repair. Finally, she let herself into the building and looked at the nameplates on the broad oaken doors. She was still 20 minutes early. She found the door and admitted herself to a small, dim waiting room. A receptionist behind a glass window smiled at her. She had spent what seemed an endless time looking at her hands folded in her lap. 2 minutes before the hour, a short, bearded man with a stern, searching face had opened the consulting room door and called her by name. He was no older than she. Patsy thought that despite the deep groove between his eyebrows, he might even have been younger. "Please," he said, motioning her in and toward the couch against one wall. "I want to sit up," she said, "on a chair." "Whatever you like. I'd rather you use the couch, however." Patsy put herself in a chair before his desk. "Why did you want to see me?" Dr. Lauterbach asked. "I'm unhappy," she had blurted out. "Everybody is unhappy," Dr. Lauterbach said, and Patsy knew that it was not going to work. How could this gruff and pessimistic man help her? "I'm unhappy that you want to start out by fighting me. We have a long way to go together, Mrs. McCloud, and we ought to begin with cooperation." The analyst's deep, somber eyes met Patsy's, and on the spot she burst into tears. He knew all about her already, she thought. He had simply opened up her brain with his eyes and seen everything. Les, Marilyn Foreman, her grandmother, everything. Patsy had not been able to stop crying. Dr. Lauterbach said nothing, and Patsy wept into her cupped hands. Not only exposed, she had felt humiliated. Still weeping, she had stood up and left his office. She had known that she would never return, and she never did. In a way that curiously paralleled Clark Smithfield's occupations, Patsy set off every day as if for her appointment, but instead did things therapeutic in the simple sense that they made her feel better. She trailed through Hampstead art galleries, or had coffee while reading a book at one of the tables in the deli, or walked along Sawtell Beach, feeling as light and irresponsible as a gull, or drove to Woodville and reveled in Bloomingdale's dress department. Normally, Patsy resented shopping and the time spent on it. During Dr. Lauterbach's hour, she relished it. But this was not a day for Bloomingdale's, nor did she feel like walking on the beach. The scene with Les, which had taken a direction she had not foreseen, still knotted her stomach. It was true what she had said. She really did not know why she and Les were still married. That she loved him had always been the answer to that painful question. And now Patsy wondered if her love had been instead a means of never putting the painful question to herself. Since she had seen him pointing the gun at Bobo Farnsworth and the other two, what she had thought of as her love for her husband had somehow curdled. She had seen him as exposed as she had been herself in Dr. Lauterbach's office, and she could not now ever go back to seeing him in her old way. She realized, and the very realization was the knot in her stomach, that if she never went back to Les McCloud, she would not miss him. Les was like someone who had died and was pretending life. No one had killed him. He had killed himself. He had murdered his feelings and intuitions and his generosity because he thought his company demanded it. "Thank you, Dr. Lauterbach," Patsy said to herself, entering the delicatessen. When she emerged, she carried a plastic cup of coffee to one of the outside tables. The men at the other tables momentarily inspected her legs, her breasts, her face. "Oink," Patsy said, loudly enough for the two men closest to hear, and then took her novel and her diary from her bag. She put the book to one side and began to write. "Men I could go to bed with," she wrote. Richard Allbee, Bobo Farnsworth, Alan Alda. Patsy was amusing herself. John Updike, Ilyi Nastasi, Sam Shepard. "And Rex the Wonder Horse," she said to herself. Patsy closed the book on her pen, smiling, and looked at the potted trees bordering Main Street. Tabby Smithfield was walking toward her from the lower end of the street. Tabby did not see her. In fact, he saw nothing. His face was averted, and he trudged as if he were kicking through leaves or wading in water ankle-deep. She hoped the boy would not glance up, would pass by, but when he drew up level with her, he looked so wretched that she had to speak. "Hello, Tabby." He snapped his head sideways and met her with a look of intense gratitude. So he had given her the option. Tabby came shyly toward her. "Come sit down," she said, indicating the chair beside her. He sat. He looked at her again, not shyly, and Patsy knew. She said, "You just had another, journey, didn't you?" and took his hand. "That's a good word for it," Tabby said. 8. He had avoided the Normans as long as he could, knowing that the man they had been speaking to was the thief. But after the first class, the twins loomed up beside him in the corridor outside the school library. Because of the unexpected shortage of teachers, Tabby's class had been divided into 2 study groups, and he and the Normans were in the group assigned to the library. "Hey, Tabs," Bruce said, putting his arm around him. "You were cool. I don't know what you did, but you did it right." "I didn't do anything," Tabby said. They stepped out of the line and let the others file into the library. A pungent odor from Bruce's body floated almost visibly about Tabby's head. "That's always best," Bruce said, and began to pull Tabby down the corridor toward an exit. "Let's get out of this place. We got only one more class today anyway, last period. Why should we stick around? Nobody's going to do anything important. So many kids gone." "I suppose," Tabby said. The Normans were always one step more daring than he would have been himself. "Bobo didn't say anything about us?" Dickie asked. "Hey, don't be stupid, man. Tabs was cool," Bruce said. "Let's just fade on out the door while nobody's looking, okay?" He drew Tabby along with him, and Tabby could not escape his odor, which was that of a bear. Bruce was excited, and the overpowering bear smell was the odor of violence. He rubbed his hands roughly on Tabby's back. "Bobo never mentioned our names, did he, Tabs? Nobody at all mentioned our names, did they?" "No." Tabby separated himself from Bruce. "He thought I was just walking home." Bruce punched his bicep. "My man." He pushed down the bar on the door, and the 3 of them went out onto a narrow asphalt path that ran the length of the rear of the school. The air was still and humid. "Pity about the flu," Bruce said, and Dickie laughed. They circled the side of the building and began to walk across the parking lot. "I don't suppose you would mind making $50, Bruce said. "Nope," Tabby said. "Depends on what I'd have to do, but I'm not breaking into anybody's house." "No way, Tabs," Bruce said. "No way at all. Want to ride downtown with us?" "Okay, but I'm not having anything to do with a burglary." Bruce winked at Dickie, and they all climbed into the black car. "We just want you to do some work Saturday night." "It's with that guy," Tabby said. "He was here this morning, wasn't he? I saw you talking to him from the bus. I'm not doing it." "I'll tear your fucking ears off," Dickie said. "No shit." "Tabby, you gotta see this is our big chance," said Bruce. "Dickie's all excited, and it's not even happening for 4 days. Bruce drove out of the school lot and turned into a hilly suburban street. colonials with basketball hoops over the garage doors, Volvo station wagons parked on the driveways, monstrous, fleshy rhododendron hedges. Just think about this, Tabby. Everybody here's got insurance, right? If they lose something, they get it right back again. Only the insurance companies lose, and they got millions. Man, they got so much money they loan it to the government. And why do they get so much money? Because people like these pay it to them just in case they get robbed or lose something, so they might as well get robbed. I can't do it, Tabby said. Dickie and I'll give you another 25 apiece, Bruce said. You'll go home with $100 in your pocket. Tabs, we need you. This deal won't work without you. I can't. Then I'll tear your fucking ears off, Dickie calmly repeated. He's an animal. He means it, Bruce said. Look, we got 4 days. Thursday or Friday we'll see you at school, okay? All you have to do is sit in the van and see nobody comes up the drive. You got a radio, and if anybody comes, you tell us. But nobody's going to come. We can put the van under the trees and nobody'll see it. Where's this going to be? Tabby asked. You'll find out Saturday. Get in the guy's van, get $100. Or I'll maul you, Dickie said. No shit, Tabs. Bruce turned into Main Street. You want a Coke or something, Tabs? Tabby shook his head. He did not see how he could escape Dickie and Bruce and avoid a terrible beating. Breaking mailboxes was bad enough. He had to avoid being made an accessory to burglary. Dickie was grinning at him. He had that bear smell, too. Both the Normans would maul him, he knew. They would probably take an ear apiece. Then he saw his father's car parked on the street. It looked like a beacon, like a lighthouse. His father would be able to help him. Let me out of here, he said. Sure, Tabs, Bruce said. Whatever you say. He pulled over and stopped the car. You going to hitch home? Tabby nodded, left the car, and felt almost safe again. After Bruce had driven away, Tabby looked in the shop windows closest to the Mercedes. His father was not at the counter in the camera center, in Hampstead's Jewelers, or the winery. Tabby crossed the street and looked in the windows there. Clark was not visible in the small market. Laura Ashley, or Enfant de Paradise, a store that sold children's clothing. Tabby walked up the street, peering in the windows. County Trust, Rawhide, leather boots and jackets, Walden Books. Tabby crossed the street again and entered Anhalt's. Here were home computers and cameras, stationery and books, records and office supplies. Tabby even looked in the children's book department, but Clark was nowhere in the store. And what was his father doing in Hampstead, anyhow? Today he was supposed to be in Woodville, then Pound Ridge and Mount Kisco. Tabby hesitated on the canopied sidewalk before Anhalt's. If he waited long enough, he'd eventually see his father. All he had to do was sit in the car, and before long his father would come out of one store or another. Tabby suddenly knew that he would not wait in the car. There was one window he had not inspected. This was tinted so dark that it was mirror-like for anyone on the street side, and red letters spread across it in the rise and fall of an arch, O'Halligan's. It was the only bar on Main Street. Tabby dodged between the cars again and took up a position across the street and a few doors down from the bar. He stood in a brick alleyway which led from a parking lot to Main Street, and if he stepped close to the brick wall to his left, someone leaving O'Halligan's would be unable to see him. He did not have to wait long. A few minutes after he had secreted himself in the narrow alleyway, O'Halligan's door opened, and his father swayed out into the sunlight. He got across the sidewalk and stood over the curb, scowling down at the gutter. Then Clark turned around and stared moodily at O'Halligan's door. "No, Dad," Tabby said. A tall woman with black hair and electrically bright lipstick came out of the door after Clark. She wore a white sleeveless shirt and baggy tan shorts. She had, Tabby saw, beautiful legs. Then Tabby saw that she had heavy gold jewelry around her neck and both wrists. She made Sherry Stillwell look like a scrub woman. This woman was not as drunk as Clark. She linked her arm through his and said something that looked conciliatory. Clark shrugged, then shook his head. The woman pretended to drag Clark back into the bar, and Clark slapped at her hand on his arm. The woman gestured up Main Street, said something else. Now Clark nodded. They began to move up the street. And where were they going? To Framboise for a few more drinks and then a long lunch? And after that to a Norrington motel? Tabby watched them make their way up the sunny street. Now and then they paused so the black-haired woman could look into the shop windows. His father was used to this woman's company, Tabby understood. Of course. His father did not have a job at all. He just pretended to go to work. He had moved into Four Hearths, bought the Mercedes he had yearned for, and settled down to the job of spending Monty Smithfield's money. Tabby wanted to cry. He fled back down Main Street, his eyes hot. Had he actually thought that his father could help him with the Norman twins? His father's dishonesty was so vast that the betrayal it implied was too large for Tabby to contain. It spilled out of him, staining the sidewalk and the windows he saw. Dishonest, dishonest. Tabby saw his father as a ruined man, saw himself as ruined, too. He had reached the entrance of the big stone Hampstead Library on the corner of the Post Road and Main Street, just before the bridge over the Nowhatton. He had to sit down. He had to think about himself and his father and Sherry. Tabby pulled the door open and entered the cool library. He pushed through a turnstile and stood on a checked tile floor before a long desk. One of the two women at the desk looked curiously at Tabby, who frowned and darted past her. He would be able to hide himself in the midst of the tall magazine racks beyond the desk. Tabby felt as though everybody in the library, the old men reading newspapers at the tables, the women at the card file, even the small boy going upstairs to the children's library, were watching him, aware of his shame. The library seemed to lengthen and widen, the black and white pattern of the floor to tremble and vibrate. A round schoolhouse clock behind the desk had ceased to move. The vividly black second hand hung between the 2 and 3 as if nailed to the face. The magazine racks were swaying, no rippling, Tabby decided, like seaweed growing under water, like heat rising from a highway. He stood in wonder more than fear in the altering library. His shame had gone. The walls seemed gently to be bowing out. At the same time that Tabby took in the warnings of the stopped clock and trembling floor, he was lulled by them. Something was going to happen to him, he knew. The library seemed filled with a magical and transforming light. His feet took him to the history section. Here were 2 long stacks with a narrow aisle between. Tabby stepped between the stacks and heard the broad room hum like a dynamo. His aisle was smokily dark. For a second, surrounded by the high wall of books, Tabby thought he saw puffs of brown dust rise between his feet. Ah! A fat, slow-moving bolt of lightning angled down out of a dark sky, lengthening itself like a telescope. "So here is the boy," a voice said behind him. The stacks and the library were gone, and he was outside, standing, hiding, by the side of a wooden house. The night was full of noise. He could hear fire, loud curses, a dog furiously barking. "You should have gone to Fairley Hill, boy, with the others." Hiding, yes. Tabby reached out and touched the smoothly planed wood of the house. His feet were caught in flowers. "Master Smith," the boy said, "do you wish a ball in the back?" Tabby turned around. He had been afraid that he would know the face, but he did not. It was long and arrogant and slightly crazed. The chin was wet with drool. The teeth were large and discolored. The tea-colored eyes, the worst part of the face because the least human, glittered as if they had been varnished. "Your father is on a British prison ship, Master Smith," the man said. "I believe he has not long to suffer, nor shall you." A long, weightless-looking musket swung up in the man's hand. When the barrel was 6 inches from Tabby's chest, the musket exploded. Tabby sprawled backward into the flowers at the side of the house. There had been no pain, only that enormous blow. The tea-colored eyes gloated down over him. His shirt had been ignited in a dozen places by the flashing powder, and it was burning against his skin. The reason that he could not feel his skin blistering was that he was dead. With a kind of impatience, Tabby rose visibly out of the body in the flowers, and saw that the boy's face was not his, yet it was like his. "2 of them this night," the man said, his chin gleaming with his drool. "Farmer Williams and the Smith boy. They shall not go forward." The spirit, or soul, which was Tabby, rose above the men and the dead boy with burning clothes. The red of 100 fires irradiated the sky. Tabby saw a long white corridor before him, a pulsing, incandescent light at its end. Radiations of bright color darted through the ball of light. The corridor and the light soothed and vivified him. He knew that in its midst would be the very sensations of heaven, which came to him as the touch of music against his skin, as cool and awakening as sea-water. He began to move toward the pulsing light. Then he was on his side, uncomfortable, on the floor between the stacks of books in the history section. One book lay open and face down beside him. History of Patchen by D.B. Buck. "Son," it was one of the women from behind the desk. "Are you all right?" "Yes, thanks," Tabby said automatically. He got up on his knees and his head swam. "Just a little weak. Don't know what happened." The librarian bent over and, instead of taking his hand as he expected, removed the book from his grasp. "If you're a J.S. Mill boy, you're supposed to be in school," she said. "No classes today," Tabby said, finally getting to his feet. "The flu." "The flu is what you've got," the librarian said. "Go home and go to bed, young man. Don't stay here and infect the rest of us." Clamping History of Patchen firmly under her elbow, she led him back to the turnstile and out the door. Tabby stumbled as the sun struck him. He looked over his shoulder. The librarian was waving him away. Tabby went to the curb and sat, so that his head would stop swaying. His fingers found a long twig and dragged it through the loose dirt beneath the hedge. Then he saw that the line he had drawn in the dirt was filling with red liquid, with blood, as if a lake of blood underlay the earth's surface. He drew another line in the dirt with his stick, and that too became a channel filled with blood. Sluggishly, the red liquid reached the top of the grooves in the earth and overflowed to pool in the dust. In horror, Tabby dropped the stick into the pooling blood. Tabby's legs forced him upright. He turned the corner and went blindly up Main Street. When he reached the little pizza restaurant, he saw Patsy McClouds sitting and writing at one of the little tables outside Delicious. If he turned around and walked away, she would surely think he was snubbing her, but he did not want to force his company on her. She looked so ethereal, so much too good for Delicious. If she stamped one of her beautiful feet on the sidewalk, would blood darken just under the surface of the concrete? Feeling as if every step were taking him deeper into exile by taking him farther from Patsy, Tabby walked past the front of the deli. Then he heard her light sailing voice, and could have fallen down out of gratitude. He looked shyly toward her. She was one of his own. "Yes, I saw his face," he was telling Patsy 5 minutes later. "It was a crazy face, like a mean old dog. His eyes looked like someone was holding a match up behind them. He didn't even bother to think about shooting me. He just shot." "And it wasn't a face you know?" "I never saw it before." "And you think it might have been Gideon Winter?" "Well, that's what he'd say, isn't it?" "Yes," Patsy said. "I think he would." They were silent for a moment. Tabby, who had no idea what he thought of the things that had happened to him that morning, also had no idea what Patsy was thinking. From the expression on her face, she could have been wondering if it was time to have her car serviced, or if she wanted new stockings. "What was the book you were holding?" she eventually asked. "A history book, History of Patchen, by someone named Buck." "I think we ought to get a copy," Patsy said. "I'll do it." She smiled. "We don't want you to make a career of fainting in libraries." He tried to return her smile. "You see backward," Patsy said. "That's interesting. Did you ever see forward?" "I guess," Tabby said, flushing. "Once, when I was 5. You know, I saw Mrs. Friedgood." His flush deepened. "But mostly I saw backward." "I've never seen backward," Patsy said. "Well, we make a dandy pair." "I can't believe we're sitting out in front of Deli-ishes talking about this," Tabby said. "In fact, I can hardly believe I'm talking about it at all." He shook his head. "There's another thing, too. After I left the library, I saw the ground bleed. I saw blood come out of the ground. I did." Patsy looked questioningly at the concrete sidewalk, and Tabby remembered his fancy about her stamping there with her loafered foot. Both Patsy and he jerked their heads up in the following second, for a woman somewhere across the street had begun to scream. Everyone, the people passing by, the clerks from the hardware store, Mr. Bundle from the antique shop, the bearded men at the next table, was outside and standing up, looking across the street, trying to find the source of the screams. Then a man was pointing, and then Patsy pointed, and then Tabby saw her too, a thin old woman in a loose black dress standing beside one of the tables on the balcony of the French restaurant. Her hands were pressed to her eyes, and her mouth was open wide as a cave. More noise came from her than it seemed her body could produce. There was nothing left in her but the bellows which created that high, ragged sound. People from the restaurant burst out onto the balcony as Tabby and the others watched from below. His father was the third man to emerge from the interior, and seconds before his father could reach the woman, she collapsed. Tabby knew that the old woman was dead. It was as if he knew that a person could not live after making such sounds, because a person could not survive whatever had caused those sounds. Tabby saw his father let the waiter kneel beside the old woman. Though the screams had finished, he could still hear them. Tabby watched his father wander past the kneeling man and the dead woman toward the railing. He was trying to see what had happened. His father looked down at the sidewalk beneath the balcony, looked at the street, and then his father looked at the little crowd before the hardware store, the delicatessen, and the antique shop, and his father's eyes found him. 9. Hilda Duplessis watched in dismay and distress as the little finch struck the sidewalk. Her appetite had gone. She could not eat her lunch while a dead bird lay unnoticed on the pavement beneath her. "Your order, lady?" the waiter said from behind her. Nothing. Just a salad," Hilda said. "Just salad? What salad?" "Any salad. Watercress, tomato, spinach. I don't care, you fool." "House salad," the waiter said, and then mumbled something Hilda did not understand, and which would have astounded her if she had. In agitation, Hilda sat at her table, the hero in white forgotten beside her bread dish. She could no longer see Dr. Van Horn through the window of the antique shop. More than anything else at that moment, she longed to see his reassuring features. If he saw her on the terrace, he would smile and wave. Perhaps he would call out her name. Perhaps, if he were not busy, he would come to her table and join her for lunch. In the world of Florence M. Hobart, such things happened regularly. In the novels of Florence M. Hobart, birds warbled, birds cooed and nested, birds printed their shapes against the sky at dawn, but birds assuredly did not fall dead from trees. Hilda glanced down at the sidewalk, hoping that the finch might have flown off while she spoke to the boy, but it was still there, an inert, ungainly thing, with one fan-like wing extended. She put her bag in her lap and nearly stood up to leave. But there was Dr. Van Horn at the window of Olden and Golden. He had found something he liked, and was paying for it. Now that was more in the key of things. That was more suitable for Hampstead in Patchen County on a fine, sunny June morning. The town's best and most distinguished doctor buys some fine old thing. Yes, that was proper. That was perfect, in fact, as perfect as a moment in a myth. On such a moment, Florence M. Hobart or Carrie Engelbart Hoskins might have said, "Eternity could fairly put her seal." Hilda relaxed back into her chair to wait for her salad. Only a few seconds later, Dr. Van Horn appeared at the door of Olden and Golden. The owner held the door for him, and out he came onto the sidewalk. He carried a large, heavy mirror. His car was directly in front of the shop. In his white suit and white hat, the doctor resembled a hero from the movies or some famous author or painter. Though large, the mirror seemed light in his grasp. Hilda waggled her fingers at the doctor, hoping breathlessly that he would look up. Dr. Van Horn walked around to the street side of his car. He set the mirror on end and held it upright with one hand, while he opened his passenger door with the other. "Oh, Doctor!" Hilda tinkled. He looked up. He did not know from where the sound came. "Dr. Van Horn?" Hilda waggled her fingers again. He saw her at her balcony table, but he did not smile. His features, his eyes, did not respond to her. Dr. Van Horn's mythic aspect crumbled at once. For an instant he looked almost slow-witted to Hilda. The mirror had turned black. It had been reflecting the potted trees, the steps up to the entrance of Framboise and the canopy, and then it had quite impossibly lost its light and filled with boiling smoke. Now it was black. The blackness seemed three-dimensional, like a corridor leading down from the oval door of the frame. Hilda's fingers ceased to waggle. She was not even breathing. Something was happening inside that mirror, she saw. A face flickered in the gloom of the long corridor. She saw a hand, eyes, teeth. Then she saw this little section of Main Street rotting and decayed, the buildings shattered, the canopies ripped into flags, garbage blowing onto the steps. She recoiled. Now, from within this decaying scene, Dr. Van Horn regarded her. His ears hung below his jaw, his eyebrows twisted into peaks, his nose was a curved beak, his teeth came to points. Hilda screamed without knowing that she was going to do it, and found she could not stop. Some part of Hilda knew that she was attracting attention, that she was making a spectacle of herself, but still the screams insisted on tearing through her throat. They were runaway horses, dragging her after them. 10. When Clark Smithfield finally came home that Tuesday night, he was drunker than usual upon his return to Four Hearths. His necktie hung untied over his belly. His suit was rumpled and creased. It was 9 o'clock. Tabby and Sherry were sitting together on the living-room couch watching the ABC Tuesday night movie, Magnum Force, which had just begun. They had eaten hours before. Clark's dinner was keeping warm in the oven. Clark slammed the front door, and Sherry jumped but did not look up from the television. Seconds later, the door to the living room flew open. "Cozy, aren't you?" Clark said, leaning against the jamb. "I suppose you two have me all wrung out and dried by now." Sherry glanced at him, looked back at the screen. "Oh, yeah," Clark said. "Have a good day?" Sherry asked. "Yeah, great, you fucking hypocrite. Don't pretend the kid didn't tell you all about it." Clark slouched into the room, tore off his jacket, and threw it onto a chair. He sat heavily in his rocker. Sherry looked darkly at Tabby, then back at her husband. "Get me a drink," Clark said. "What do you mean?" "Well, what I mean is you should get off your lazy ass and pour about 3 inches of Irish whiskey into a glass with ice, and then put the glass in my hand. Or is that too complex for you?" "Excuse me," Tabby said. "I'm going to my room." "Yeah, get out, Fink," his father said. "You couldn't wait to get home and tell her, could you?" "Tell me what?" "Well, her name is Berkeley, and she's about 7 feet tall, and she's 30 years old, and she's got this great mouth just like a fish hook, and the reason she's so tall is that her legs start way up here and don't stop until they get to the ground, and—" Tabby heard Sherry turning over the coffee table just as he closed the door. They were shouting at each other by the time he reached his bedroom. 2 hours later, Sherry knocked at his door. He knew what she was going to say, so he was trembling as he opened it for her. "Ah, you poor kid," Sherry said. Her hair hung wildly about her head. Her face was puffy and smeared with makeup. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she began to cry. "Oh, no," Tabby said. "Please." Sherry walked into the room and sat on his bed. "He never even had a job here. That was a lie from the first day." Now she was not crying, but angry. "He met that woman about a month ago. All he wanted to do was party and spend the money. I can't live with him any more, Tabby." "What are you going to do?" Tabby asked. He sat on the floor and looked up at this rattled, severe Sherry, who seemed to be speaking oracle-like through a badly drawn mask. "I already called the taxi," she said. "I'd take the car just to spite him, but of course he's out driving around the bars because I'm such a bitch." She managed to smile. "I'm taking the train to New York tonight. I'm going back to Florida. I always hated it here, you know." "I know." "You can come with me if you want," Sherry said. "We can always find something. I'm a worker even if he isn't." Now Tabby was nearly crying. "I love you," Sherry said. "I loved you since you were a skinny little kid in Key West." Tabby could not hold back the tears. "You always looked so lost," Sherry said, and hugged him. They were both crying. Tabby was remembering the tough, confident Sherry who had mothered him in Florida. He let his face rest on her shoulder as he wept for the loss of her. "You can come with me," Sherry said into his ear. "I can't," Tabby said. "But I love you too, Sherry." "You'd better." She put her hand on the back of his head. "I'll send you a postcard. Write to me sometimes, Tabby, like with your grandfather." "I will." "You'll have to take care of him. I tried, Tabby. I tried real hard, but if I stay here, he'll kill me." "Do you have enough money?" Tabby's eyes were dry now, but he kept the side of his face resting on her shoulder. "Enough for now. I can always get a job. I'm not worried about money." "I'll send you money." "Out of your allowance?" "I'll have money to send you." "Worry about your father, not about me. Clark's going to need your help." They heard the doorbell ring, and Sherry hugged him more tightly. "He lied to me," she said to him. "It's not that woman, Tabby. You believe that. It's important." She kissed his forehead. "I'm going to miss you." He followed her out into the hall. She picked up a suitcase at the top of the stairs. Together they went down. At the door he hugged her. Then she went into the cab and was gone. He knew he would never see her again. All this might have happened if Hilda du Plessis had not been sitting on the balcony of the Framboise, but that it happened on Tuesday night was a direct result of her presence there. The connections between Hilda du Plessis and what befell Richard Allbee the Wednesday following Hilda's death are less straightforward, but still clear. Again, it is more a matter of timing than of the events themselves, which, and this too is clear, would have happened had Hilda been stillborn. On Wednesday morning, Richard had driven to the offices of Ulick Byrne, the Sayers attorney in Hampstead, and picked up the keys. Along with the keys came a sour look and a lecture from the woolly-haired young Mr. Byrne. "This is really irregular, and in fact, Mr. Allbee, I've never before handed over the keys to a residence before the exchange of contracts. I advised against it, very strongly. At least I am assured that you have your mortgage. All I can say is that being on television every night has some advantages, but," he extended a thick index finger like a gun to Richard's chest, "the Sayers and I are holding you responsible for any damage to that property before we close. If you burn it down, you're buying what's left. And I advise you to be extremely grateful to Mrs. Sayer and her son, who insisted on giving you an opportunity the law usually does not accommodate." A snuffy atmosphere of illness still hung around the young lawyer. If he were stronger, Richard sensed, he would have fought the Sayers' kindly decision. "Extremely grateful is just what I am," Richard truthfully said. "Mrs. Sayers' son must have been thinking about what it would be like to move into a house that smelled like an ammonia factory when he decided to let us have the keys early." "When he priced the house, anyhow," the lawyer said. "Mr. Barbish and I will be talking very shortly." John Barbish was the Allbees lawyer. He, too, was unhappy about the keys. From Byrne's offices, near Main Street, they drove to Greenbank and Beach Trail. Richard had been itching to touch his new house, literally to get his hands on it, to test the sash cords and the smoothness of the windows, to get a good light into the attic and have another look at the beams. The inspection had answered most of his old questions, but it brought up new ones. Another week's wait would have been torture for him. Fairy Tale Lane seemed dingier and more depressing every day they spent in it. This revulsion from Fairy Tale Lane was, he knew, the measure of his eagerness to begin their real life at number 32 Beach Trail, Greenbank. At that address was a truly bad atmosphere, but one wholly physical and feline in nature. As soon as the Allbees let themselves in, it struck them. "We need gas masks," Laura said, rushing to the nearest window. Soon all the windows on the ground floor and landing were wide open. Richard began tugging at the stair carpet, yanking the tacks out of the wood. Like the living-room carpet, it had once been good, wool, light tan, with a Chinese pattern woven through it. These carpets had not been cleaned since the 50s, Richard thought. Now they were composed as much of cat hairs as of wool. The stink came off them in waves, as if the carpets exhaled ancient urine. It was a shame to throw away carpeting that had once been beautiful, but Richard knew that even after a dozen cleanings, the cat ghosts would drift out on every damp afternoon. Tread by tread, he pulled it up. Sweating already, he rolled it into a fat tube at the bottom of the stairs and tugged it toward the door. The Greenbank garbage man was going to be earning a fortune in tips. When the stinking carpet was next to the driveway, he went back inside. Laura had a mop and a bucket, and was wading through suds on the kitchen floor. Richard began taking up the carpet in the living room. Beneath it, he was relieved to find a good oak floor, snugly joined and still smoothly polished. Some craftsman had done his best for this house, and Richard blessed him. When he had half the living-room carpet rolled up, he sat on the smooth oaken floor and looked up at the intricate molding around the 12-foot ceilings. "I'm going to love this place," he thought. He could hear Laura humming to herself as she slopped water on the kitchen floor. This is even better than the Kensington house. He looked through the big dirty windows at the tops of maples and evergreens. Together, he and Laura got the heavy carpet out the door. "Can you help me move it to the driveway?" he asked. "Wait, is there any strong cord or string in the house?" Laura returned with a ball of twine left behind in a kitchen drawer, also with an odd look in her eye. Richard began looping the twine around the ends of the fat tube of carpeting so that he could roll it to the side of the driveway. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Laura unexpectedly asked him. Richard wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at her, expecting a joke. "Only on television." "Well, you know how you say the smells in the house are the ghosts of cats?" He nodded. "Well, I just saw one." "You saw the ghost of a cat?" Richard raised his eyebrows. "When I went in to get you the twine. I'm not kidding, Richard." "Were you scared?" "No, I was sort of charmed." "How do you know it was a ghost? What did it look like?" "It was sitting on the counter next to the sink. It was pale gray, very pretty, really, a big gray tom. It had one paw lifted, as if it had been licking it. When I came in the kitchen, it looked at me. It looked pleased that I was there. Then—" Laura ducked her head, and her beautiful hair swung over her shoulders. "This is the part you won't believe. Then it vanished. Poof! It disappeared." "You want me to believe this, don't you?" Richard leaned on the thick roll of carpeting and searched her face. "Since it happened, I guess I do." "How do you feel?" Laura shrugged. "I guess it made me feel good in a funny way, like the house was welcoming me." "So will the psychiatrists," Richard said, grinning openly now. Laura swung her fist playfully at him. He bent backward out of the way, and they both laughed. "It happened," Laura said. "I saw it." "Okay," Richard said, "but check the draining board for cat footprints." "I did, smart-ass," she said, going back into the house. Still smiling, Richard rolled the thick wad of smelly carpet over the back lawn to the driveway. When he had it lined up beside the stair carpeting, he swabbed at his forehead with his handkerchief. A nimbus of dirty cat hair seemed to be floating over the two rolls. Dingy ropes of hair clung to Richard's palms. Sweat dripped from his forehead and trickled behind his ears. He rubbed his damp palms on the rough, exposed back of the larger roll, ridged with burlap and the knots of the design. Now he would help Laura wash floors until she'd had enough. Then tomorrow they would finish the first washing, and he would mix up some of his formula to scrub into the floors and stairs. He turned around, and his heart kicked. From across the driveway, in the shadow of a stucco wall overgrown with ivy, Billy Bentley was grinning at him. His arms were crossed over his chest. A snap-brim hat rested on the back of his curly head. Billy unfolded his arms, and a long knife blade shone against the green of the ivy. "No, no," Richard said. He barely knew why. Billy's face was gleeful. He made a mock jab with the knife. A large gray cat jumped from the edge of the wall and twined through Billy's legs. Billy took a step forward out of the shadow of the wall. Richard had to keep Billy out of the house. Hadn't that been the message of his recurrent nightmare? Billy was not there, but Billy had to be kept away from Laura, even though he was not there. Richard turned his back for a moment on the specter of Billy Bentley stalking him with a knife, jumped up on the back porch, opened the door, and punched the lock button. He whirled around, breathing hard, and Billy was gone. From the driveway, a series of indentations marched across the grass, 4 of them, as if Billy had taken as many steps. The big gray tomcat padded into his vision, looked at him, and gradually became transparent, fading away into the green of the grass and the black of the driveway. "Oh, my God," Richard breathed. "I'm going crazy. Billy Bentley and the Cheshire Cat." "What's that?" someone asked. Up the drive came an old man in a Yankee cap, blue T-shirt over large, bony shoulders and concave chest, and tan wash pants. His black basketball shoes scuffed on the asphalt. "Just talking to myself," Richard said. The old man looked familiar, but Richard could not think where he had seen him before. He just wished he would go away. "Better watch that," the old boy said, stopping to put his hands on his hips and wrenched his spine backward. "You'll lower the tone of this ritzy neighborhood." "You have a point." Richard's heart had ceased to bang. He was decompressing, returning to normal. The old man reverted to his habitual stoop and continued on toward Richard. "Guess I'd better introduce myself," he said. His voice was younger than he, clear and resonant. "I'm Graham Williams. Live across the street." He waved toward a colonial in need of paint which sat far back on a lawn notable for its weeds. "Oh, Graham Williams," Richard said. That was why the old man had looked familiar. "You're the one who agreed to talk before the committee, right? And then didn't." "And then didn't," Williams said. "Good memory you've got there. I hid out in England for a couple of years instead, wrote a bunch of crummy scripts under a pseudonym. Ancient history. Surprised you remember it." Williams' manner had begun to seem less friendly to Richard. His eyes glinted out from the shade of the cap's visor. "I read your book about alcoholism. I thought it was very good." "Now I shall fall down all a tremble. Did you really? Product of another age, that book was. We all thought we had to kill ourselves with booze to prove that we were sensitive, something like that. A lot of criminal nonsense." "Like HUAC," Richard said. He still wanted the old man to leave, but at least wanted Williams to know that he supported his decision. "Most bartenders I knew were not in agreement." Williams nodded toward the back door. "There's a pregnant woman fighting your door there." "Oh, it's locked." Richard turned away and went up the steps. Laura was twisting the knob from the inside. She rattled the door in frustration. The top half of the door was the original glass. Imperfections made Laura's face swim and distort. "Turn the bolt," he said, and she clicked the lock open. When she came outside onto the back porch, he said, "I just saw your cat. And this is our neighbor, Graham Williams. He lives across the street." "I thought I'd invite you two over for a drink later in the week," Williams said. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Allbee." "And you, Mr. Williams," Laura said. "You saw it, Richard, the cat?" "No cats left around here," Williams said. "Man from the pound cleared them all out a month ago." "Well, we both saw it," Laura said. "Did Mrs. Sayer have a large gray tom?" "She might have had 20. I could never tell them apart. You know, I knew the Sayers most of my life. In fact, I was their guest at the club the night John Sayer shot himself." Laura put one hand flat on her protruding belly. "I didn't mean to upset you, Mrs. Allbee," the old man said. "All that happened nearly 30 years ago, 1952. Even after Bonnie Sayer turned this place into a ranch for stray cats, you could tell that it was supposed to be beautiful. Of course, Bonnie Sayer's felines are long gone, all but the smell, I reckon." "Well, this feline is a ghost," Laura said. Richard understood that she was paying back Williams for the remark about John Sayer's suicide. "Seeing ghosts and talking to yourself," Williams said. "What are we coming to?" This was offered lightly, but Richard saw that the old man had been affected by Laura's remark. His eyes had dimmed, and he was riffling the white scurf under his chin. "Saturday night, I was thinking. We can talk about ghosts if you'd like. I thought your husband might be interested in hearing something about the history of the area, Mrs. Allbee." "You mean because of his mother, because of the Green family?" "Yes. I'm glad you know about that already. I'm another one. And, of course, Patsy McCloud is, too. Kind of interesting, our families being back here after all these years." "Yes," Laura said, "kind of." "Well, there's some interesting chapters in our history," Williams said. "Come over after dinner if you like." He shook Laura's hand, then Richard's. "Maybe you want some explanations? I don't know. Does that sound mysterious?" "I'll take all the explanations I can get," Richard said. "Did you know my parents, Mr. Williams?" "I knew most people in Hampstead back in the 40s, Williams said. He was looking questioningly at Richard. "I knew Mary Green by sight. She was a nice little thing, had a real sense of duty. I used to see your father, too. He was good with his hands. Michael used to do work around Greenbank. That was how he met Mary. Pleasant young fellow, full of smiles." "Did he work on this house?" Richard almost held his breath. "I don't believe so, but he left his mark on a lot of places in Greenbank. Come on over Saturday and we'll talk about it." "I'll have to see." After Graham Williams had slowly walked back across the street, Laura said, "I don't like him, Richard. That old man gave me the creeps. I don't want to see him Saturday." "I might learn something from him," Richard said. "You know, I really did see that gray cat." He wanted to turn the conversation and Laura's mind away from their new neighbor. Williams seemed almost to have been summoned up by the apparitions of Billy Bentley and the tomcat. For an instant, while his eye had dimmed and his hand searched his chin, his authority had left him, and he had looked as though he also might fade away into invisibility. "I saw it disappear, too." So, no more jokes about psychiatrists. Richard knew, as he said no and shook his head, that Laura, too, was remembering Patsy McCloud. "Didn't the cat sort of make you feel welcomed?" Laura asked. "I'm not sure," Richard answered. "Maybe he wasn't so interested in welcoming me." 11. That night, Richard Allbee dreamed that he was carrying a heavy sword through the old Sayer house. It was night, and rain spattered the roof. In the gloom, the sword gathered into itself whatever light there was. Richard left the kitchen and went through the empty dining room. He had an impression of peeling walls, of something soft and rotten underfoot. A big cat incuriously watched him carry the sword into the derelict living room. Cracks zigzagged the plaster walls. He stepped over black holes in the floor. Richard opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch. The countryside, greenly, wetly, dripped. Richard stepped off the porch into the sweating rain and walked to the middle of the lawn. The sword seemed to weigh as much as he did. He got it up over his head, and then he swung it down with all his force. The sword hacked into the squashy ground. Blood foamed out from the wound, soaking his shoes and the bottoms of his trousers. A rivulet of blood ran down the hill and lapped against a tree at the end of the property. Richard pushed the sword deeper into the earth, and bright red blood, arterial blood, squirted so far up that it splashed the roof. 12. Years before, Officer Royce Griffin had been given a job he hated. But at least on the extra shift imposed by the flu, he worked as he thought a cop should, driving a patrol car. Those 8 hours were his dessert. The 8 to 4 shift he endured as he would a bad dinner, knowing that when it was over he could get into a black and white and do real police work. The trouble usually started in the locker room. If Turtle Turk was either coming on or going off shift, he would invariably try to amuse the other policemen. "Roycey, Woycey," Turtle crooned when he saw him. "Will you ring my doorbell today? Hey, Roycey, what do you say when some big old babe in a nightgown opens up? 'Officer Roycey Woycey Griffin, ma'am, at your service.' Do you show him your big gun, Roycey?" Turtle usually waddled back and forth before his locker at this point, mincing and rolling his eyes. "Ooh, ma'am, I'm brave Roycey, and I'm here to tell you how to make sure no bad man ever comes in when you don't want him to. No, ma'am, you see, entry is one of the biggest problems a bad man has to overcome." Unfortunately, Royce Griffin was only as tall as the official minimum for Hampstead officers, 5'6", and weighed only 140 pounds, or he would have attacked Turtle right in the locker room. But the other policemen knew by looking at Royce that he would jump on any man that laughed at Turtle's antics. His face went nearly as red as his hair. Oh, madam," Turtle crooned. "It's irregular, I know, but I wonder if you could accompany me to the special police showing of the choir boys in a couple of weeks. I think I can promise you a thrilling time. It starts at midnight, you see, and all the boys in blue will be there. And, ma'am, I'm built like a jockey so's I can ride all night." "Can it?" he said. "Yes, Roycey," Turtle said, mincing away. God, he hated that job. If he were still married, he could talk about it at home and explain how it demeaned him to spend his days soft-soaping housewives, how he had been picked because he was the smallest cop on the force, how the job was only a PR stunt dreamed up by the first select woman. But his wife had left him after 3 years of trying to live on a cop's pay. Royce didn't blame her. He'd leave himself, too, if he could. The job had come about because of the steady rise in burglaries in the past 3 years. The murders of Stony Friedgood and Hester Goodall meant that Royce's frequent requests to be reassigned were doomed to go ignored for a long time to come. For 2 years he had been knocking on doors, introducing himself, and counseling householders about burglary prevention. He inspected locks on doors, catches on windows, tested alarm systems, made recommendations, and all this drove him crazy. If a thief wanted to get into a house, he got in, that was all. You could make it harder for him, but he'd get in if you had deadbolts, savage mastiffs, and sonic beams that swept across the living room floor at timed intervals. Alarm systems went off randomly, dogs slept, people forgot to lock their doors. His life was a waste. A Girl Scout could break into any of the houses he had inspected. 2 years before, he had divided the city into quadrants, and then each quadrant into quadrants. He was now in Section 3 of the 3rd quadrant, and if he could not get himself reassigned, he would be knocking on doors like the Avon lady for another 18 months. Section 3 of Quadrant 3 took in the lower end of Greenbank, including Mount Avenue, all the way to the Hillhaven border. Ordinarily, Royce Griffin would have been pleased to get a peek at the interiors of these houses, but doing his hated job while he peeked made him feel like a servant. The big houses with their spotless interiors reminded him of everything he had sacrificed to become a police officer. Since his divorce, Royce shared the top floor of a house near the trailer park with another divorced cop. His second stop that morning was at a large white house overlooking Gravesend Beach, which he had noticed for years without ever knowing who lived there. The mailbox was no help, bearing only the numeral 5. Royce turned in between the gates. He had never before really taken in how much land surrounded the house. He could have been driving through a park. The drive angled off through trees, then returned toward the house on its bluff above the seawall. The lawn, unusually for such a place, had been permitted to get shaggy. Bobby Fritz must have been laid up with the flu, Royce imagined. Here and there he could see dandelions lolling against the green. Royce pulled up before the front door, got out of the patrol car, and rang the bell. He adjusted his holster, tugged his hat into the proper angle. He straightened his shoulders to make himself as tall as he could get. Here we go again, he thought unhappily. An elderly woman in a white uniform opened the door. She looked both angry and distressed. As she glared at him, he saw that she had been crying. "Good morning," he said. "I am Officer Griffin of the Hampstead Police. Is the lady of the house in?" "Pah," she said. "There's no lady here." "Well, then, I have been assigned to special duty in burglary prevention. May I take a little of your time and check out your locks, alarms, and so forth, and make recommendations for their improvement? Here in Hampstead, you know, we have an average of 2 burglaries every hour." All this was memorized, and Royce spoke it automatically. He was looking not at the cranky housekeeper or maid, whatever she was, but at the lock on the front door, a simple Yale. "Doctor," the woman said, turning away from him. "A police officer." Far back in the hall, a trim-looking man in a white suit came silently through a door. He was smiling, was almost hypnotically handsome. Royce stood even straighter. "Oh, yes, Muriel," he said, coming nearer. "We must make the officer at home. Get him a cup of coffee, please." "No, thank you, sir," Royce began, but the housekeeper interrupted him. "Don't I always get coffee for your guests, Doctor?" "Of course you do, Muriel," the doctor said. He smilingly extended a hand to Royce. "Nice to meet you, officer." Muriel took herself away down the hall. "Had to tell her I was letting her go," the doctor said confidentially to Royce. "I'm retiring soon. Have to do a lot of cutting back. Even had to let my yard man go." He touched Royce lightly on the elbow. "But that's not your concern, my boy. You've come to tell me how to keep the burglars away?" "Yes, sir." Royce pointed to the Yale and gave his memorized speech about mortise locks and deadbolts. "A good lock is your best protection," he said. "Could we look at your windows and the other doors, sir?" "Be my guest," said the doctor. He escorted Royce into the dining room, where there were 2 windows with flimsy catches, and on into the kitchen. The door onto a flagstone patio had another simple lock. "I can tell just by what I've seen already that you have a lot of tempting stuff," Royce said. "Have you ever thought about changing the locks?" "I've lived here all my life," the doctor said. "I know everybody in town. Nobody would try to break into my house, would they?" He was taking Royce back through the house to the living room. "Oh, this is beautiful," Royce said. The room was windowed on the sea side of the house from floor to ceiling. Sailboats bobbed out on the water. Long Island floated hazily on the other side of all that blueness. The room itself must have been 40 feet long. The biggest Oriental rug he had ever seen underlay islands of furniture, a Busendorfer piano, plants, and sculptures. Most of the sculptures were of women. Royce bent to peer at the name cut into the base of a little statue of a dancer. Degas. It sounded French, therefore expensive. On the opposite wall hung ranks of paintings and an ornate mirror. "I think a lot of people would want to break in here, yes. Don't you even have an alarm system?" "Oh, I looked into it once," the doctor began, but Royce suddenly was having trouble hearing him. Something was wrong. He thought he must have caught the flu after all. The doctor's voice seemed to be reaching him on a scratchy, wavering radio band. The beautiful room looked to Royce as though it had grown to the size of an aircraft hangar. It appeared to stretch on forever, to soar up hundreds of feet. The light dimmed, then turned a lurid pinkish color. Suddenly Royce had trouble standing up. The room was so immense it threatened to squash him. When Muriel appeared beside him with a cup of coffee, he wordlessly accepted it. The doctor was still talking, but Royce could hear only beehive noises. The coffee stank like sewage. He was looking at the wall hung with all those pictures of a sunny foreign countryside, and in their midst the mirror seemed to be melting. "I looked into it once," the doctor repeated. Across the surface of the mirror appeared a jagged bolt of lightning. He was in the mirror. He was a red-haired dwarf. His mouth sneered, his eyes drooped. He was inexpressibly ugly, a sort of troll dressed up as a policeman. "So you see I never did anything about it in the end," the doctor said. "I've just relied on the goodwill of others, but I do lock the doors and turn on the yard lights at night." "Yes," Royce said. He had to get out of this vast and terrible place. His troll self grimaced at him and slopped coffee out of a cup. The doctor took the cup from his hand and led him back toward the front door. As soon as they were in the hall, Royce heard the murmur of a dozen voices behind the closed door, the buzzing of a million flies. The doctor said, "I am sure I'll consider your suggestions. Yeah, Royce said. He was frantic to get out. The doctor smiled and closed the front door. Royce nearly drove into a tree on his way back down the drive. From then on, DRG, the thinking cloud, dipped him straight into insanity. His perceptions were wildly skewed. He heard music, but the radio gave nothing but police calls. He smelled a gritty, sour effluvium from his own armpits. His mood savage. He kept seeing himself as a ridiculously ugly troll. His third stop went normally. Royce let his mouth say all the things it could say by itself. I signed a special duty, missus. I advised such and so and this and that, and got out of the house without experiencing anything more unusual than the beehive sounds he had heard in the doctor's house. But in the fourth house, he lost his composure. He was sitting at a metal outside table on a brick terrace, saying something about the French doors which led into another film-set living room. A slim, pretty woman named Mrs. Clark was seated across the table from him, sipping iced tea. He knew it was iced tea. He had seen her pouring it from a pitcher in her refrigerator. But reality gave a hiccup. Everything turned yellow before him, and he was a troll again. The pretty woman's hair was filthy and matted. He could smell raw whiskey in her tumbler. His feet were on something damp and horrid, some dead animal. He saw that Mrs. Clark's arms were covered with thick, dark hair like a pelt. "I'm sorry," he said, realizing that he had stopped talking in the middle of a sentence. "Locks and bolts are my arms, bolts and locks my legs," Mrs. Clark sang in a cracked voice. Royce cried out in panic and disgust. He had looked down and seen that the patio was covered with huge dead spiders, their bodies the size of puppies. Mrs. Clark stood up. Her back was humped, her lips curled over broken teeth. "Kiss my bolts and stroke my locks, and I shall marry you," sang Mrs. Clark. She spilled whiskey on one of the spiders, and its fat body trembled. Brown slime dripped down the walls and over the French windows. "I'm sorry," Royce repeated. "Not feeling well. Better go." The huge black spider Mrs. Clark had anointed with whiskey twitched toward his foot. The walls of the massive brick house were mud sliding downward. Mrs. Clark's face slipped toward her chin. She, too, was made of mud. Royce ran away. If he stayed there, he would be encased in the thick gray muck. He would never be able to leave. He sprinted around the side of the building. An invisible crowd laughed at his fear, his stature, his slow troll shuffle. At last he found the patrol car and managed to get it started. He roared into Mount Avenue and turned left on Beach Trail. In his panic, he almost drove into a ditch as he turned toward the post road on Charleston. The air was bright yellow, and a yellow spider the size of a pickup truck lunged out of the ditch toward his car. Royce screamed, twisted the wheel, and sped back toward the police station. The cramped old station house was itself. Nothing worse than Turtle's insults could happen to him there. He sat in the tiny squad room and typed fictitious reports about his morning calls. He filed the reports. To fill out the time, he went downstairs to the firing range and shot $20 worth of cartridges at a paper target. At the change of shift, he went up to the locker room. "Hey, Royce," Bobo shouted, coming in. "Meet any gorgeous women today?" "All the time," Royce mumbled. He remembered Mrs. Clark's face oozing toward her chin. "You don't look so hot," Bobo said. "You getting the flu?" "Nah, I'm okay." "Ricey, wicey," Turtle bellowed, entering the locker room with beer on his breath and tomato sauce stains on his shirt. "Let me push your doorbell, lady. Let me set my finger on your button." Royce stared at Turtle. What he saw was a corpse dead roughly 3 weeks. The body had been badly mutilated before or just after death, and the white, shrunken skin puckered and bagged around the wounds. The eyes had turned dark brown. A flap of dead skin folded across Turtle's forehead, exposing colorless bone. "Oh, God," Royce said. He stood up. No one else thought Turtle looked unusual in any way. His mind was going. "Tell us about all the joy you had today, Roycey," uttered the horrible turtle thing. "I'm getting out of here," Royce said, and went out to sit in his patrol car for 15 minutes before he switched on the ignition. That night he avoided Green Bank. In fact, he avoided patrolling altogether. He drove to an empty cul-de-sac in the woods off the Merritt Parkway and sat in the car with his eyes closed. He kept seeing Mrs. Clark. He kept remembering that oval mirror in the big white house on Mount Avenue. 13. The next morning, Royce Griffin reported early to the station. He waited in the locker room for the others to appear. Turtle Turk, coming in with what was clearly a monstrous hangover, looked even worse than he had yesterday, and smelled of death and cheap whiskey. One of his eyes had burst open. At morning call, when all of the officers reported to the ready room before going on shift, Royce looked around with horror. The captain and nearly all the policemen were dead, too. Some had neat bullet holes through their uniform shirts. Others, like Turtle, were battered and mutilated. After they were released, Royce drove to the wooded cul-de-sac and spent 8 hours sitting, trembling, in his car. At the change of shift, he ran into the toilet in the station and locked himself into a stall. Something wanted to burst out of him. He barely got his trousers down in time. When he sat on the toilet, a clawing pain almost immediately canceled his relief. The pain tightened up, became more intense and tearing. His bowels had been ripped. He whimpered. To see what had caused him such agony, he peeked into the toilet as he wiped himself. Royce screamed. The bowl was filled with tiny spiders as red as his hair. A huge mass of them swam in the water. Others already struggled up the sides. Royce hastily flushed the toilet, flushed it again. Now 20 or 30 scrambled over the seat. More small red bodies still spun in the bowl. He buckled his pants and left the men's room. He forced himself to walk slowly across the lobby to the door. Inside his patrol car, Royce locked all his doors. Then he unstrapped his Smith & Wesson. He had to hold the revolver with both of his shaking hands. He cocked it. "Dear God," he whispered. He pushed the barrel into his mouth and bit down on the front sight. Then he pulled the trigger, and the back of his head exploded over the rear window and the top of the car. 14. On Friday morning, the Normans appeared on either side of Tabby as he was taking books out of his locker. They had been out of school Wednesday and Thursday, and Tabby had been praying that Bruce had talked Dickie into releasing him from his role in the planned robbery. After all, Bruce had gotten him out of having to damage his own mailbox, hadn't he? But the bare smell of violence was still on them, and Bruce's first words showed Tabby that the twins had not given up their plans for him. "You thinking about how you spend your 100, Tabs?" Tabby shook his head. "Tabs," Dickie breathed. "We'll pick you up tomorrow night," Bruce said, "around 10. Don't tell anybody where you're going or who you'll be with, okay?" "I don't want to do it," Tabby said. "Oh, yes, you do," Bruce said. "You know that grunts in Vietnam used to wear gook ears as necklaces?" Dickie grinned. "Help us out, Tabs," Bruce said. "We're friends." "Yeah," Tabby said. 10 o'clock. He would send the $100 to Sherry. Then he would have nothing to do with the Norman twins ever again. 15. 6 hours later that Friday, Richard Allbee was tying new sash cord to a lead weight. He had opened the frame alongside one of the large windows in the living room of the old Sayer house, and 2 long painted strips of stop molding and a brownish worn length of cord lay on the exposed oak floor. The smells of Mrs. Sayer's cats now were scarcely noticeable in the living room. One more good washing and repeated airings, now that the carpets were out of the house, would rid them of the cat ghosts. Laura's footsteps came down the stairs. A moment later she opened the living room door. "I'll work on one more floor," she said, "and then I'll have to quit. How are you doing with the windows?" "One more to go in there, about 45 minutes' work. When you're done, come in and keep me company." "Well, I don't know. My last employer knocked me up." "He remembers the occasion with gratitude," Richard said. A few minutes later, Laura poked her head around the door again. "Say, Richard, I was thinking." "Yes?" He looked up, letting the heavy weight swing on the white new cord. "If you really want to go over to that old man's house tomorrow, I won't mind. Honest, I'll just go to bed early." She smiled at him. "Only because you were nice enough to pretend you saw that cat, too." "I wasn't pretending." Laura withdrew her head from the doorframe, and Richard turned back to his job. He looped the cord over the pulley and tied the loose ends to the upper weight. He moved the sash up and down and saw that now it worked smoothly. Then he took up a handful of 4-inch finish nails and used one to fix the stop molding in place. He moved the sash up and down again. It still worked smoothly. He carefully hammered in the other nails, checking the movement of the sash after each one. Another window repaired, and only one more to go in this room. 3 more days' work would see all the windows in working order. On Monday, he and Laura would sign the papers in Ulick Burns' office, and the lawyers could stop having heart attacks. He deliberately was not thinking about Billy Bentley. That had not happened. Then, for a moment, not knowing where the vision came from, Richard saw a graveyard erupting on his front lawn, saw the graves splitting open, earth and headstones exploding into the air, then the bodies, the skeletons, the individual separate bones spewing up out of the ground, now saw the earth vomiting corpses and bones. The very earth was tearing at itself, destroying itself in a paroxysm of revulsion. Grass, clods of earth, broken pieces of headstones, and broken pieces of bone went spiraling up. He shook his head. Oh, God, Billy Bentley, rest in peace. He moved on to the next window. His hands were shaking.